Hello, Mr. Sagar. How are you? Good morning. I'll join you in a couple of minutes. Let me just set a few things. Thanks. Hello guys, welcome back to Spoken Essays. I am Harshal Vora and you are watching the JavaScript course. We are learning basic JavaScript today, and yesterday we covered from 0% is from the beginning of basic JavaScript to 70%, and we finished 70% by in maybe 5-6 hours, maybe 8.5 hours of work, and now we are going to begin the rest of the part. We'll begin the rest of the course. We'll continue the rest of the course, of course. And so far we've finished 79 courses in the basic JavaScript course. That's what freeCodeCamp calls it, and we are going to begin with that. I can see we have our viewer with us, Mr. Sagar. And hello, Mr. Sagar, how are you? Yes, I saw. Oh yeah, I saw your message. Yes, it is a very good day indeed. It is extremely bright. You can hear that thumping in the background. I have to do something about that. I did not expect that to begin so soon, but yeah, so that's happening. Everything's on, the city is on, I'm on. We can continue with the course. So what I'll do is I'll quickly take care of that noise. I'll just close my windows. I'll keep these windows open. You guys can see some greenery, some trees and some plants around there. But having said that, just give me a second guys. I'll turn the windows off to help you guys hear me clearly and allow them to do their work and not disturb us. Okay, so just a second. Why don't you guys look at my main screen and what we've been doing so far. Until then, I'll be back. So what I'll do is I'll share my screen. Yes, so this is what we are going to do. Just a second now. Welcome back, guys. Hello. Now I'm in a mini version. And you can see we're doing basic JavaScript. We have so many more things to come our way, but I think we have finished what? As you can see here, we have 79. We have finished 79 courses out of 113, only in a period of day. Well, I feel a little ashamed because we finished steps. We finished a lot of steps. We finished a lot of steps in the HTML and CSS. But I can understand we are learning things, so I would like to take it slow. Maybe each and every step would take 5 minutes. I don't mind, because we are trying to understand how a language works. You can't just understand it in a day. Or even if I manage to, I'm not sure I'll be able to remember it. You guys remember that? Remember yesterday's episode where I was just blank for 40 minutes? But yeah, so that happens. So I think the best way to do is to get my hand used to coding language. So whenever it comes to it, I just don't go blank, and it takes me 40 minutes, 50 minutes to just get back into it. Well, that's what happened. It took me 40 minutes to I was blank for a few minutes, half an hour, 40 minutes. But then the moment I got back into it, I understood everything again, and I was back on the wagon. But I will try to do a few more attempts to lower the speed. I'll understand this very easily. I'll finish this course in maybe a long time, maybe lesser time than I actually show you guys. But I'm not sure I would remember it after finishing it. So to ensure that I do remember more than I think I should, then I'm going to go slow. So returning Boolean values from functions. You know what, before I do this, let's read the previous step so we can get back to that frame of mind. We have 2 viewers here. Hello both the viewers, thank you so much for watching. And let's see. Okay, so this is what we wrote we read the last time. What does this say? Returning Boolean values from functions. So you may recall the comparison with equality operator. Yes, we do that. For that and if we do not, they've also shared a link. So if I click on this, it will take us back to that comparison with equality operator lesson to make us remember what it is. Try to juggle our memory. So comparison with equality operator, you can see this is the comparison with equality. What do they say? Oh, that's the comparison with equality. Yes, we learned that yesterday. We came across the equality operator. Yep, we did. So I do recall it now, that all comparison operators return a Boolean value, true or false. Boolean true or false value. Yep, they do. Sometimes people use an if-else statement to do a comparison like this, but there is a better way to do it. So instead of writing all this code, you can instead write 3 lines of code. So how many lines? If you think of this as lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So instead of 5 lines of code, you can just finish it in 2 lines if you think of it. I mean, that need not be an additional line, the curly bracket, but it does look better that way if you're reading the code. It looks good when you're reading it. Let me also increase the brightness of the display. It keeps varying every time I begin with the session. Oh, just a second. Let me increase the brightness a little bit more. I'll just increase the brightness. Sorry about that. Just a second. Yes, much better. Thank you. Okay, so sometimes people use an if-else statement to do a comparison. So what does this function do? Let's read this. So this is a function called is equal, and it takes 2 arguments, a and b. So, and in this function what happens? So it runs an if statement. What does that if statement do? So it will check whether these 2 arguments are strictly equal or not. So what is the strictly equal operators? Well, it checks whether the values of this variable, we can call it a variable, we can call it an argument, whether the value entered in this argument and in this argument is equal. And when we say equal how? So it should be the same data type, it should be the same value basically. So I think when these 2 are met, they are equal. So as in, let's take this number 1 and in a string, and let's take this number 1 as a number. So guys, remember what strings and numbers are. It will be very easy for you to understand. so then it's a string and it's a number, so it won't allow it because it's a strict equality operator. So strictly it won't let you, it won't allow you. It will I can't say allow you, it will return a false value. Oh, I can see we have 3 viewers. Hello all 3 viewers, thank you for watching. It must be Saturday for all 3 of you to join, but yeah, I thank you anyway. And so what does this do? So it will check whether these two values are strictly equal using the equality operator, the strictly and if it's true it will return true, of course, and if it's not true it will return false. Pretty cool, yeah, pretty standard. And they're saying there's a better way to do this. There is a better way than this, okay? Since 3 equal to signs or the strict equality operator returns true or false, we can return the result of the comparison. I know what they mean. Basically we don't need to return true. This function itself should return true, or instead, not even this, what you called this comparison itself, could we call it comparison? Yeah, this comparison itself will return a value called true or false. So we don't need to ask it to return true or return false. It will simply return whatever the answer is based on this. I understand what they're trying to do and what they're trying to say. So let's try doing this with our code. Maybe we can make it our code that way. So what does this say? Since this returns true or false, we can return the result of the comparison. That's pretty standard. हाँ, क्यों अगर नहीं समझ आया तो please comments में mention करिए. I'll try to explain it in a better manner. And in that process I'll probably also learn how to give a different answer. We have more comments. I didn't see them before. Okay, so what does this say? We have 3 thumbs up from Dad. Thank you, Dad. Then we have fun fact. So we have a fun fact from Mr. Sagar. What does this say? We have variable, and I can see these are square brackets. Yes, yeah, these are square brackets. Let me expand that. So variable A, that's an array. Then variable B, that's also an array. And if we write A equals B, not strictly equals B, then it's false. Interesting. Why is that? Would you explain that? Maybe I'll try to think as well. Well, there are 2 different arrays and they have 2 different values. One is one variable has the name A and the other variable has the name B. Is that what happens? But they have interesting. Why are they? Why don't you help us understand? I have no clue actually. Maybe I'll understand later, but if they are arrays, why does it matter? Why are they not equal if they are both empty? Is that what you're referring to? By 2 square brackets, are you referring to an array, right? You are referring to an array, right? Empty array? Let him finish this. In the meanwhile, I will finish this step because you guys are actually watching the video for this. So yeah, क्या करेंगे? Fix the function isLess to remove if else statements. So isLess को fix करना है. हम लोग इसमें से if else हटा देंगे. Basically the function should return this way. So all of this will go. Literally all of this. We don't need that anyway. I'll just write return return. Okay, and we can just not just, but we can remove all the code. Yeah, we are good to go. I can see we have more comments. A great explanation from Mr. Sagar. What does this say? So arrays data type is object and objects have reference of memory in location, and each location is like link URL unique, hence both are not same. So I think maybe let me try to explain it in my way, so maybe you can help me understand. So yeah, the data type is object. So there are two objects, and the two objects have different location, because you can't store two objects at the same place, I assume. And what does this say? Memory location, and each location is like link. So wherever that variable is stored, both of their location is different. So essentially they're different things. So and when it's an array, they are stored in a different way, the memory is allocated in a different way, and their URL is different. I mean, you say URL could be different value, I don't know, but yeah, unique, hence both are not same. Make sense? Correct me if I'm wrong anywhere. Now let us continue with this. Oh yeah, ye kar diya. So what I did is I removed the if statements and I just kept this much. What does this say? Are we to do anything else? I don't think so. This is the strict comparison for this example. I don't think there's any relation to this. We are just trying to return this value, because this function itself will return a true or false value if you think about it. Yeah, let's see what test would it run. So it would run this value 10 and 15. Is 10 less than 15 true? It will return true. Is 15 less is 15 if is 15 less than 10? No. So then it will return false. Yep, exactly, it should. You should not use any if or else statement. So it will basically check for the this combination of characters in this JavaScript, this editor. We are good to go. Nothing to see in the output yet, guys, so do not worry. But yeah, 71%. You know what, let's set a goal to finish till 100%. I know it will take some time, maybe it will take 4 hours, 5 hours, who cares, man. We just finished the we finished it every day. So I'll keep a goal of finishing 100% of this today, and if you know we finish it early, maybe in the till the afternoon, before the end of this afternoon, maybe before the afternoon, you know what, I don't know, then we'll keep going with the rest of the free code camp. But yeah, let's keep the goal. I will stay live for this session until we reach 100%, until we finish 100% of JavaScript. So then in 2 days we will have finished basic JavaScript. When a return statement is reached, the execution of the current function stops and control returns to the calling location. Okay. Yes. So there, what does this say? This title says return early pattern for function. So okay. So current function stops and returns to the calling location. So I think we can play with the calling location with return function. Let me read this again. When a return statement is reached, so you can read this example. A return statement is reached. So when the when the computer or whatever the compiler or the parser is going through the code, it will go by lines. So it will have read the first line, then the second line, and then it will read the third line. When it has reached the third line, the execution of the current function stops, which means this function itself. So its execution yahi pe khatam ho jata hai and returns to the calling location. So returns to the calling location matlab yahan pe. The above will display the string hello in the console and return the string world. Yes, the string bye bye will never display in the console because the function exits at the return statement. Pretty clear. I think I explained it clearly. If I didn't, please anyone who's watching, if you know a better way, you can explain it, or maybe if I explained it incorrectly, please go ahead. And let us continue. What else does this say? The above will display the string hello in the console and return the string world. Yeah, we read that. Never mind. Modify the function A/B test. We have a function called A/B test in the editor, so that if A or B are less than 0, the function will immediately exit without a value of undefined. Okay, so we can see again they've set up an area for us to play. We are not supposed to edit any of this. So what does this say? Modify the function. Now we already have a function declared for us. In this we have two arguments A and B. Inside this, let us start writing our code. So what is Rest is here. Modify the function in A/B test so that if A or B are less than 0, A or B are less than 0, the function will immediately. And remember, the undefined is a keyword, not a string. Thank you. And what does this test say? Are we supposed to use any, not supposed to use or not use any if-else statements? I don't see it. Let's see. Let's try this. So, less than 0, the function will immediately exit. So it should return, yeah. Okay. So let's first put the return value. It should return undefined. So when we return it this way, will it say undefined? Let's see. If A or B are less than 0. Yeah, when it says if A and B, I just think of the if statement. If is there a better way? No. Okay, so if A and B are less than 0, so we can nest a condition A or B. Oh, that's pretty clear. Then we can use double pipes. A or B are less than 0. So then it's less than 0. And I can also use the pipe. This is B. Are we supposed to put an if statement? I don't think it's necessary then. Semicolon, please. So what will this function do? It will check whether the A is greater than 0. It will return a false or true value. This will return a false or true value, but we are not supposed to ask it to return anything. It is supposed to return immediately exit with the value of undefined. Let's see what will this do. Let's try to read this. Okay. Oh, can you guys read the code? Yes, you guys can. Okay. So A/B test 2 should return a number. So when we write 2, it should return a number. So yeah. But it should exit. Let's read this example again. Acha. And this is a keyword, not a string. There also you can see there's an underline, so that means they are also referring to a lesson we might have missed on how to return an uninitialized value. So you can see that this is how you can keep it uninitialized and it will stay undefined. Okay. So what does this mean? If it is that, I think we are supposed to write an if statement. Inside this if statement क्या होगा अगर ये true होता है या false होता है? Oh, some logic stuff. If is required. Thank you. So if use करना ही पड़ेगा. Thank you. You cleared my doubt. So okay. So if modify the function is A/B or less than. Yeah, but I understand. Yeah, I agree. We need the double pipes. I understand that. क्योंकि one or the other, ऐसा नहीं है कि दोनों में से एक भी हाँ होगा तो चल जाएगा. दोनों में से एक भी लेस हो तो वो उसको रिटर्न करना चाहिए undefined. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Okay. I don't think this will give us any value. Leave this for now. शायद कुछ काम आ जाए. Okay. So अगर ये होता है, so instead what I can do is I can make this greater than. If A or B is greater than, if both of them are greater than 0, then it will return what? It should return a number. Okay. RETURN. What? Number? Any number? Which number? What? This says it should return 8. Interesting. Are we supposed to store it in a variable? I think so. So let a equals what? Which number? This says 2 return 8. What does this do? Why should it return 8? I think. Oh, we have more comments from Mr. Sagar. I think he's trying to help us with the code. Return undefined. I see. We can just simply write that. Interesting. 12 line will return number. Don't worry. Okay, so I'm completely overlooking return number. I was completely overlooking at that. I did not even read that. So what we'll do is we'll use his help. So I should write return undefined. So undefined. Oh, that is incorrect, sorry. Undefined, okay. So this should return undefined. Inside this, oh, you mean inside the curly brackets? I do not understand your point. Maybe I'll try to figure out by the logic. The logic क्या बोल रहा है? You mean to say, so I think by this less than sign, this should be less than sign. Okay. So if a is less than 0, it will return false or true. If a is less than 0, if it returns true, what are we supposed to write? It will immediately exit. So then we are supposed to put it inside this. I'm so sorry. Sorry, it's slow to catch up. But yeah, now it makes sense. If any of them happens to be true, becomes true, is true, then it will immediately end the function return and it will say undefined. Okay, I think that's the only thing we are supposed to do. I don't know if we are supposed to do anything else. Let's find out. Simple logic, come on. Yeah, बस इतना ही लिखना था I think. But let's check, run the test. कुछ tick होंगे, कुछ untick होंगे. Let's see what happens. Oh, yeah, that's it. That we were only supposed to edit 2 lines of code. I was giving myself a headache for no reason. देखते हैं इसने क्या किया. So when it's 2 and 2, so when a and b are both 2, they are greater than 0. So it will move to this, which says return what? Math dot round. Math must be a function. Or it could not be a function. I don't know yet. Or dot round could be a function like dot length. I don't know. We'll get to that. And this says power. I can see a power, math to the power whatever. So 2 squared. That's not. There must be something in this. So this must round the value. I don't know, round to the nearest. Okay, so round to 2 values. Okay, so यहाँ पे लिखा है round. You can see what I'm reading is this. You can see the brackets where the brackets end. So that's how I'm trying to figure out what this does. ये कुछ मैथ कर रहा है. क्या कर रहा है? राउंड कर रहा है. किसको राउंड करना है? तो भाई अरे बाप रे, सॉरी. क्या राउंड कर रहा है? तो ये जो अरे अगेन नॉट कम ऑन. ओके, सो यू कैन सी दैट इन दिस जो भी कर रहा है ना, ये जो भी नंबर यहाँ से ये जो सम से निकलेगा वो इस वो इस फंक्शन को राउंड करेगा, इस नंबर को राउंड करेगा, इसमें से जो भी नंबर निकलेगा. So we can go inside this. So that's 1, so that's A and probably that's B. So they are adding the 2. So what does this do? Power of. So inside this you can see there is another bracket. और ये क्या कर रहा है? और ये यहाँ तक जाता है. Interesting. So power of what? Math. A to the square root. So A का square root है 2 square root. So that's root 2 plus square root. Okay, let's think. Okay, square root. अच्छा तो उसको power बना देगा, power by 2. Yeah, I think it's power by 2, not. Okay, so ये क्या बोल रहा है? 2 square. So square root of A in this case would be 2. 2 and square root of B also 2. So 2 plus 2. बट हाँ, हमें रूट 2 पता है. एक्चुअली एक रूट 2 की एक वैल्यू होती है, तो शायद इसको पता होगी. So root 2 plus root 2 becomes a number and then it's squared to 2 and it will return 8. क्या मेरा oh and it will also round that number. So जब round करेगा, round to the power what ये mention नहीं किया है, I made a mistake. It doesn't mention round to the power of what, sorry, not round to the power, round this number by how many digits. Bod mass, क्या typo किया है? Yeah, I think you mean bod mass. Yeah, but yeah, brackets it is, yes. So we have to understand brackets, how brackets work. This opening bracket closes here, so this entire function begins here, the arguments, and this is where it ends. So it only takes one argument, it seems, but inside that argument we can put multiple functions, multiple arguments, we can nest inside it multiple arguments to reach a number. Pretty cool, understandable, very nice. क्या बोल रहा है फिर? -2 should return undefined. अभी कोई नंबर आएगा -2 तो उसको छोड़ ही देगा, कोई भी माइनस यहाँ पे anywhere it will return undefined. Now what does this say? 2 and 8. So let's read that. The power square root of a or 2 would be again root 2. The exact value we cannot never understand, but yeah we already have next from Mr. Sagar. Yeah, but maybe I'm not doing a good job, or maybe I'm wasting time here, but yeah, we will learn more about this function in the next steps. We'll learn math and how to use math in the next rounds. We can go to the next part. 72% complete. Okay, अब क्या बोल रहे हैं? Counting cards. Okay, counting cards, इससे याद आया एक मस्त मूवी है guys, you must check it out. There's a movie called 21. There's this guy Kevin Spacey in it. There's an amazing movie about counting cards. Check it out whenever you can. In the casino game Blackjack, they play in fact they play the game Blackjack in that movie. Now in the casino game Blackjack, a player can determine whether they have an advantage on the next hand over the house by keeping track of the relative number of high and low cards remaining in the deck. This is called card counting. Yes, interesting. Relative number of high and low cards must be something. Okay, having more high cards remaining in the deck favors the player. Each card is assigned a value according to the table below. When the count is positive, the player should bet high. When the count is 0 or negative, the player should bet low. So let's see. When the count changes by 1, +1, so you can use plus, the cards will be this. If the count changes to 0, it should show us this value. If the count is -1, it should say this. Okay, let's read that sentence again. We can get to the logic later, but let's try to understand what they're trying to say. Having more cards remaining in the deck favors the player. Okay, high cards. Okay, each card is assigned a value according to the table below. Basically हमें जीतना है, और जो भी house है, the house is supposed to lose. So when the count is positive, the player should bet high. So basically we're making a machine which will count the cards, and it will tell us whether the player should bet high or low. So based on this logic. Okay, so count is 0 or negative, the player should bet low. If the count is high, it should bet high. Okay, you will write a card counting function. It will receive a card parameter which can be a number or a string. Okay, can be number or a string. हम लोग strict equality operators तो यूज़ करने नहीं वाले, अगर करने वाले हैं कहीं पे भी. It will take time. Thank you. Okay, you will write a card counting function. ठीक है. It will receive a card parameter. So that's parameter. We can also call it an argument. So the first argument is the name of the card, number of the card, I don't know, which can be number or a string. So it doesn't matter, it can be a number or a string. Okay, and increment or decrement the global count variable. Where is global count variable? This is the global count variable. So card की value हम लोग इस पे rewrite करेंगे. I think जो भी कार्ड की वैल्यू आएगी वो इस पर रीराइट होगी, ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे. We can write that very easily. And increment or decrement, अच्छा increment होगा, not मतलब it won't reassign the value, it will add the whatever the number of the card is. Decrement the global count variable according to the card's value. See table. ये table है. The count will then return a string with the current count and the string bet. Where is the string bet? Do I see? The string bet if the count is positive or whole, if the count is 0 or negative, the current count and the place decision bet or whole should be separated by a single space. Thank you. I read your comment. It says, try this program, it will help you build logic. I will watch. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. So the function will then return a string with the current count and string bet. And the string bet if the count is positive or whole, if the count is 0 or negative, the current count and the player's decision bet or whole should be separated by a single space. Okay, I have to read that a few more times to understand. I just blurted it out. Okay, you will write a card counting function. ये हमारा card counting function ये रहा उन्होंने. Thank goodness they've already written for us one. It will receive a card parameter. चलो एक card parameter तो लिख ही देते हैं पहले तो. अच्छा, it will already receive and leave that. Receive a card parameter, okay, which can be a number or a string. The number or a string, not a problem. And increment or decrement the global count variable according to the card's value. Okay. Type conversion करने के बाद let's see. Okay. So what do? I should write count equals. So we are now equals. What if I write plus? No, plus is for to add 1. We're not adding 1, we're adding the value of the card. Sorry. Equals because we are using the assignment operator. What count? Sorry, card. Nope, that doesn't make sense. It should add or decrement. Acha. So the card value is 3, but how will it know whether it should add or decrement? Interesting, let's find out. So if it's any value, any of these values, it should decrement. अगर इनमें से कोई भी वैल्यू आएगी, we can use an array for that. इनमें से कोई भी वैल्यू आएगी तो वो -1 करेगा. अगर इनमें से कोई भी वैल्यू आएगी तो कुछ नहीं करेगा. अगर इनमें से कोई ये वैल्यू आई तो ये कुछ भी करेगा. हाँ, इंटरेस्टिंग. If the number is between 2 and 6, sorry, 1 and 7, if it is between 1 and 7, it should do +1. What? फिर से पढ़ते हैं. It will receive a card parameter which can be a number or a string. Okay, parameter, number or a string. We can see it could also be k, jk. And increment the according to the card's value. C table. Okay, so ये पढ़ के समझ आ रहा है कि जो समझ रहा था तो वो क्लोज था. बेसिकली अगर a आएगा तो उसको -1 करना है. कहाँ से? काउंट में से. अगर 9 आएगा तो वो काउंट को क्या करेगा? कुछ नहीं करेगा. और अगर 2 या फिर ये कुछ कहेगा तो काउंट को वो +1 बना देगा. ओके, द फंक्शन विल देन रिटर्न ए स्ट्रिंग विद द करंट काउंट. यू कैन सी दिस. इज दैट द रिटर्न ए स्ट्रिंग विद द करंट काउंट? हाँ, इट सेज चेंज मी, तो इसको चेंज करना है. ठीक है. With the string with the current count, the string bet if the count is positive. Oh, yeah. If it's positive, so less than 0. Yeah. The function will hold if it's negative. The current count in the place decision bet or hold should be separated by a single space. We learned something about this in the previous projects. Let me refer to the name. कहाँ पे? Comparison, chain, if else statements. Nope. Yes, chains, options. switch, yeah, we came across switch case. कहाँ पे वो golf code switch इसी में होना चाहिए. Yeah, switch statement. So what does this do? Switch case 1 2 3 4. Oh, sorry, we don't do anything there. Okay, I think for these strings, if any of these values return this, we should do +1. Okay, चलो case पे जाते हैं. Let me refer to this again. So switch value. That would be the value of the card. If the value of the card is 2, it should return the answer this. पूरी लिस्ट ही बना देते हैं. Okay, I'm going there. I'm thinking of using switch now. So let's see. Inside a switch, we put card. Do we put okay? And whatever we're writing should be in the curly bracket. इसको I'll leave this. We are supposed to change this, but yeah, I'll leave this. Okay. We क्या करना है? Case जाएंगे. How many cases do we have? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. We have 13 because okay, yeah, okay, so case which would be this number 2, sorry, colon. What do we do? I'll leave this. हम लोग एक range बना रहे हैं ना, so copy paste, this will become 3, paste it till 6. Why not? So 2 3 4 5 and 6, 4 5 and 6. एंड एट द 6th वन. सो बेसिकली अगर इनमें से कोई भी होगा तो क्या रिटर्न करेगा? कुछ रिटर्न नहीं करेगा. क्या करेगा ये? लिखेगा इट विल ऐड 1. सो आई कैन राइट काउंट, oh sorry, COUNT प्लस प्लस and minus to decrement a value. Okay, that should do it. और क्या है? यहाँ ब्रेक भी यूज़ करते हैं ना. Okay, are we supposed to use a break? No. Let's see. We are not supposed to. आगे सोचना पड़ेगा. The current count in the place decision better hold should be separated by a single space. Well, it should break, but what will it return? अच्छा, तो हम लोग ने आंसर नहीं लिख रहे. हम लोग instead we are putting a function in there. इंटरेस्टिंग. क्या लिखेंगे? सी. तो इसमें तो सी लिख दिया था. सो आंसर इटसेल्फ विल बिकम रिटर्न वैल्यू. तो व्हाट डज दिस से? चलो ये तो किया. अगर +1 में क्या बोलना चाहिए? द करंट काउंट एंड द फंक्शन विल देन रिटर्न ए स्ट्रिंग विद द करंट काउंट. वेयर इज द करंट काउंट? कहाँ पे लिखा तो नहीं. ओके, लेट्स सी. Are we supposed to write that? Probably. Let's finish this case first. मतलब मैं तो फिर दूसरे केसेस में भी मैं यही कॉपी करने जाऊँगा, फिर मैं फिगर आउट करने बैठूँगा तो तकलीफ़ होगी. अगर इसमें प्लस प्लस आ गया, चलो मैंने इसको चेंज कर दिया, ग्लोबल वेरिएबल को 1 बना दिया. आफ्टर दिस व्हाट डू वी डू नेक्स्ट? व्हाट इट इज़ सपोज टू डू? सो string bet if the count is positive. So right now the count is positive. It's supposed to return a string bet, but we have 3 different situations. So do I write return here? You can only guess. Let's see. So return what? String that says bet. Okay, if the count is positive, or hold if the count is 0 or negative. But then in this case, hold if the count is 0 or negative, the count, okay. So then we can do is, हाँ ठीक है, यहाँ पे मैं ब्रेक लगा दूँ तो फिर वो रिटर्न डायरेक्टली करेगा bet. Would it? Then what would it return in the other case? Think. The current count in the place definition better whole should be separated by a single space. Oh, should be separated by a single space. What do you mean? Oh, ऐसे रिटर्न करना है, ये वैल्यूज रिटर्न करनी है. अच्छा, एग्जाम्पल आउटपुट इज -3 होल्ड. So this is the count and you should hold. क्या बोल रहा है ये है, हिंट भी पढ़ते थोड़ा. Do not reset count to 0 when value is 7, 8 or 9. Okay. Do not return an array. So we are supposed to use an array somehow. Do not include quotes, single or double in the output. Interesting. ये सारी hints है. Now let's go through with this. Maybe we'll understand after we do it. I do not see whether I'm stuck. So you know what? थोड़ा करके देखते हैं. Okay. So when it's 0, when it's this or this, it should return none of them. Wait a second. But it should do that nonetheless. अच्छा. तो ये तो करना ही है. Okay, let's see. So in the case of 7, 8 and 9. Oh, यहाँ पे break भी रख देते तो समझ आएगा. We are not supposed to break it, but 7, 8, 9, then 10. Then when it says string, we write J, capital J. ये count का भी कुछ करना पड़ेगा. Not now. Is your mind blown because am I making a mistake? Or am I getting it right? I don't understand. ठीक है, चलो. Case J. अरे हो सॉरी, 10 पे करना है. Okay. हाँ, केस 10, केस J, इतना सारा कोड लिख रहे हैं. There should be a better way to optimize this. We will figure that out too. J, Q, K, A. So J, Q, K and A. Array भी यूज़ करना चाहिए. Array में कैसे यूज़ करूँगा? I have to think. J, Q, K, A. Let me see if this logic works. इससे कुछ नहीं हुआ तो तकलीफ हो जाएगी. Okay, count. Oh, this will do nothing to the count. So what do we do then? I mean, it's not supposed to increment or decrement. It says 0. It says 0. Yeah, you can see that. Oh, we have emojis from Mr. Sagar. He's trying to be supportive. Count. If you want the count to stay that way, what do we write? Do we just leave it? ये ब्रेक नहीं होना चाहिए. There should be a better way. Array लिखना चाहिए. But हम कैसे लिखेंगे array? Let's think. Count minus minus. Okay. So what will this function do when I put the number card? It will check in this with these values. अगर ये card values हो गई तो भी एक break कर देगा. Break करने के बाद लिखेगा return bet. Okay, cool. If it's not in any of them, then it will go to this and it will check 7, 8, 9. If it's any of them, it will then break and then return a value. Now this should be then. What? Switch case क्या value return करेगी? Should we simply write return bet in there? बाप रे, कितनी सारी lines use कर दी. Should be about brevity, shouldn't it? We can also store it in a variable for us. But I am at a dead end now. एक क्या क्या गलती करेगा वही नहीं पता. I mean, I understand. What will it return when this breaks? When this breaks, it will also say bet. We don't want that. When this, turns out to be true, it will still say bet. It won't say hold. What can we do instead? Can I nest return inside it? Can I? Is this right? Okay. If any of them turn out to be this, it will do nothing to the count. But it can return the value bet and then it will break. Okay, maybe good thinking, maybe not good thinking. Let's see. Or what is this? RETURN. क्या करेगा ये 10? It should, it should not, this should say hold. I don't know if this should work, will work, can work. Okay, this should also say hold, and it will also change the count. So you can see example outputs -3. ऐसे कौन से केस में -3 वो करेगा? Let's read. Okay. In the case where what is this? The card has the value 2. What will it do? It will check switch. इसको ये मिल जाएगा तो ये काउंट को प्लस प्लस करेगा. So global variable is now what? 1. Yes, now it is 1 and it will return a value called bet. After that, now that it is in fact a global variable, उसकी वैल्यू अभी भी 1 रहेगी. ठीक है. फिर क्या करेगा? अभी हम लोग डाल रहे हैं 3. What is 3? That is also a plus 1. So now this global variable's value will become 2. Okay. Next, we go to 7. What is 7? 7 is a part of this, so it will say hold. It should return hold. Oh yeah, we're supposed to return 2 values. Okay, वो उस पे भी जाते हैं. Okay. हाँ. It should say hold, so it will do nothing. The count still 2. Okay. Then we go to k. What will k do? Okay, k will decrease the count by 1, -1. So what will it do? This will become 1. The count will become 1. And at a, another count, so it will become 0. So the status should be hold. Okay, I can use this return string in here. I don't even know if whether this is invalid or valid. I would say illegal. Whether it's invalid or not, देखते हैं. और मुझे 2 वैल्यूज़ दिखानी है, एक ये और ये hold. What can we do? Can we put that in a variable, in an array? Bet और hold को array में रख सकते हैं. Bet और hold को array में रख सकते हैं, तो फिर इसको क्यों नहीं रख सकते? I'm thinking, can we check a case with an entire array? पता नहीं, देखते हैं इससे क्या होता है. This should say what? पहले तो इसको 2 वैल्यूज़ चाहिए ना, bet and hold. सॉरी, द करंट काउंट भी देना पड़ेगा ना इसको, तो इसको करंट काउंट भी चाहिए. सो आई विल से काउंट प्लस, सॉरी, व्हाट, द स्टेटस. वो कैसे देखेंगे? स्विच का स्टेटस कहाँ से करेंगे? ऑब्वियसली वी कांट. So then I can't put return in this. If we want to return, तो ये सब मैंने क्या किया? Time pass. Do we have? Yeah, we have 2 viewers watching. Thank you. But it's not time pass. I'm trying to understand the logic behind this, so it's not time pass. Let's think again. So we want to return 2 values. One is the count and the second is the status. The count is this, and that's why you must not bet, or that's why you must hold, or that's why you must not hold, and that's why you must bet. Okay. And it will not reset the count, so I've set it that way. कुछ नहीं करेगा, reset तो नहीं करेगा. Do not return an array. We're not supposed to return an array, but when it says do not return an array, I am inclined to think that we are supposed to use an array somewhere, or maybe not. Do not include quotes. single or double in the output. Either I can write hold or return, but it will be based on what? मुझे if else statement करना पड़ेगा क्या? Can I not use switch? And if I cannot, then why? ये return तो independent होगा, ये भी return independent होगा. Can't do anything to it. I think I have to think again. पूरा सोच के करना पड़ेगा वापस. Switch card. Let's run this first. बताएगा कितनी गलतियाँ की. अच्छा रन ही नहीं किया. Is it that bad? Apparently it's that bad. It doesn't even say cross. Oh yeah, because there is an unknown expected error. This says return count. Oh क्या? हाँ, because I left this. If I write bet, of course it will return a value, but it won't be based on this logic, obviously. Exactly, sub x ही है, छोड़ो. Let's think more. क्या बोल रहा है? Let's read that line again. You will write a card counting function. It will receive a card parameter which can be a number or a string. हाँ, okay. And increment or decrement the global count variable according to the card's value. See table. I mean I understand. अगर हमें इतनी सारी values के साथ check करना है तो हम लोग switch का use करेंगे. Yes. एक साथ. मतलब it should also and we also wanted to return one value, right? Then why? What am I missing? The function will then return a string with the current count and the string bet if the count is positive or hold if the count is 0 or negative. Can I put an if statement in this? इसमें मैं अगर if लिख दूँ if, but where? हाँ चलो count की value तो रख दी. Am I doing inception or what? If the count is, तो सब कुछ लिखने की ज़रूरत नहीं. निकलो. Oh yeah. Do nothing. Do nothing. Okay. For you to leave that. Do not return anything. Don't return this. हाँ यहाँ पे लिखेंगे count if plus हाँ तो if में statement क्या लिखेंगे, condition क्या लिखेंगे. If the count is greater than or equal to 0, right? Yeah, it should be less than or equal to 0. I mean we could write it both ways. If it's less than or equal to 0, what will it do? So in the curly brackets I will write, बाप रे, तो if तो पहले तो invalid है. I can see the red underline already. We're not doing something right. Is that even allowed? क्या क्या कर रहे हैं. चलो पहले if statement लिख तो देते तो logic बैठेगा. If count is this, inside this, if count is less than or equals to 0, it should return what? क्या? अरे sorry, why am I blank? अरे ये क्यों किया? Sorry. Hold. It should simply return hold. Okay. Otherwise, return what? Bet. Oh, but then we are not checking if it's. It says if it's positive, so it doesn't matter. ये तो सिर्फ हम लोग ये नंबर आएगा तो ऐड करेंगे, ये नंबर आएगा तो कुछ नहीं ऐड करेंगे, ये नंबर आएगा तो ठीक है. Yeah. So basically, if it's 0 or negative, it will say hold. If it's anything other than that, then it will say bet. ठीक है. How do we concatenate this then? ऐसा भी कर सकते हैं. I can create a variable that would you can ask it to return a variable. Or if I put you inside brackets, फिर भी ये I can see that red underline, so that's not right. We can see, yeah, Mr. Sagar is watching. Okay, ये क्या करेगा? ये कोई भी केस में अगर ये नंबर आया तो ये काउंट को ऐड कर देगा +1, फिर ये ब्रेक कर देगा, so that means it ends. This ends. Do we use return with these functions? This thing, let's check. Scroll करके जाते हैं. Let's refer to a few of our previous lessons. Identical options, if identical options. Yup. इसमें ये था केस रिजल्ट इक्वल्स 4 अलोन, ऐसे लिखा था उन्होंने. Then we can put another variable that would run this function, and we can ask it to return whatever this function runs. This count runs. What can we write instead of return? Do I just write count? Can we? No. तो क्या return क्या करेगा? I am in a dilemma. पहले तो console. What if I write console.log and inside this we wanted to do this? अरे बाप रे, तो first of all something is invalid. I can see the red underlines, they're not leaving my eyes. Let's read the syntax error, maybe that will help us. क्या बता रहा है ये? केस के ए काउंट, इसके बाद जो ये लाइन है इफ़, उसकी वजह से तकलीफ़ हो रही है उसको. ओके. Yeah, but if we are using return values, will this affect anything? Let's see. इसको कट करते हैं. यहाँ पे सेमीकोलन होना चाहिए. Cut this. I write what? I write directory. Of course, it's not defined. Don't you worry, child. We'll create a local variable. Array not here. Let directory. Also write directive. Again, apparently this cannot be a क्या यार. So I need to learn more about if statements then. But ये मैं उठाऊँ क्या? Wait a minute. Let's cut this. हटाओ, पेस्ट करो. हाँ चलो, इसने कुछ नहीं किया, ठीक है. और if I write count plus hold, will it tell me this? Oh sorry. Count plus bet. Okay, let's go through this code. Let's see what we have written. I'm sure there are better ways to optimize this code. कुछ array formula का use करके ही करना पड़ेगा. But I don't know. I can't think in terms of array right now. चलो let's see. So what will this do? This will call the function cc. When I write 2, it will use the this switch to check. Is 2 here? Yes, we can see 2 is here. So now it will change the count to plus 1, sorry, yeah, 1, yeah, which is a positive 1. Okay, now it's 3. When it says 3, again plus 1, so now the count is 2. When it says 7, it will do nothing, so the count is still 2. Then k is negative, so the count will become 1, and the count will become 0. So the status should say hold bet, and so on and so forth. Let's see what other mistakes we are making here. क्या हो सकता है, कुछ तो गलती हो सकती है. ओके, सब x है, मतलब कुछ ना कुछ तो प्रॉब्लम है ही अभी भी कोड में. क्या प्रॉब्लम है? Your function should return a value for count and the text bet or hold है. Oh, one space between them. अरे यार, is that it? That's it? Okay. We figured it out. But I do want to know if there is a better way to write this code which doesn't involve so many lines. How about you, Mr. Sagar? You were watching the whole time. Is there any way I can make this better? What do we need to go live on Google to do that? या फिर could you care to explain in the comments how I could have written it in a better way? हम लोग कुछ अरे वरे का यूज़ कर सकते थे. And I can see your mind blown emoji and your chashma emoji. So what do you think? Oh, and anyone else? I keep referring to Mr. Sagar, but this is a live video. कोई और भी देख रहा है तो you are welcome to tell me if you are an expert at this. You are welcome to tell me. So we have more. Okay, Mr. Sagar is writing the comments. What does it say? If can help you to write greater than or equals to. Sorry, greater than equals to, less than equals to, so you don't need to write each case. I could have used a range. अच्छा, तो आप ऐसा बोल रहे हैं if मैं range यूज़ कर लेता 2 या 1 से 7 के बीच में, तो मुझे इतने सारे केस लिखने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती. You know what? Let me write that. Maybe अगर मैं लिख के दिखाता हूँ, so you can say yes or no. That will be more specific, I think. But yeah, basically guys, we have finished this part. I am going to revise this, so maybe we can make it more efficient, faster. So अभी ये जो हमने लिखा greater than or equals to and equal, yeah, okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Okay, हाँ, क्या करेंगे, command Z पूरा हटाते हैं. चलो, if what card is greater than or equal to 2. So greater than or equal to 2, and so we use the logical and operator, double ampersand, and then we put card less than or equal to 6. Then what do? You jump. Okay, yeah. ये तो है. That's pretty cool. That's obvious. You mean or? Why should we use pipes? Or pipes क्यों? हम लोग तो एक range के अंदर check कर रहे हैं ना. So if it is this, then you will return what? Return count plus hold. Oh, अभी वो count को add भी करना है ना. So count plus 2 और 6 के बीच में होगा तो count add करेगा. कहाँ गया? Semicolon please. This should say bet. Okay, we should remove this as well. पूरा break हटा दो. ये बन गया हमारा if statement. If I write else, if क्या अभी इन दोनों के बीच में नहीं है तो क्या करने का? Same time double and can not match both condition. अच्छा, दोनों में से एक हो तो भी. But in that case, अगर हम लोग 7 डालेंगे तो क्या होगा? But then let's say I take number 7. Is it greater than 2? Yes. Greater than or equal to 2? Yes, 7 is. तो पाइप में तो दोनों में येस बोलेगा ना, मतलब दोनों में से एक में येस बोलेगा तो ट्रू कर देगा. We only want it in a region, has to match both conditions on same line, that's why dash will help. But then wait a second, अगर मैं 10 लिखता हूँ यहाँ पे, if my card value is 10, so 10 is in fact greater than or equal to 2, yes. तो जैसे ही वो yes बोलेगा तो मेरा काउंट डबल ऐड हो जाएगा, बट आई वॉन्टेड टू सॉरी काउंट एक बार +1 हो जाएगा, बट आई वॉन्टेड टू बिकम -1 व्हेन माई वैल्यू इज़ 10. सो इफ़ आई पुट पाइप्स इन देयर, वो कैसे करेगा, हाउ विल इट हेल्प? ओ वी हैव 4 viewers. हाय, हेलो 4 viewers, थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग. We are trying to put some card counting logic behind some code. हिंदी में बोल के देखो इस लाइन के मीनिंग को. ओके देखते चलो. तो इफ़ खोला, इफ स्टेटमेंट में अभी मैंने कार्ड की वैल्यू 10 रखी. कार्ड की वैल्यू अगर 10 होगी तो 10 2 से ज़्यादा है, सो वो वैल्यू ट्रू रिटर्न करेगा. जैसे वो ट्रू रिटर्न करेगा तो ट्रू में वो काउंट को कर देगा प्लस, मतलब एक बार ऐड करेगा. दैट मीन्स यहाँ पे ग्लोबल वेरिएबल काउंट की वैल्यू 1 हो जाएगी. बट द थिंग इज़, जब भी कार्ड की वैल्यू 10 है या फिर 10 होती है तो हमें काउंट को -1 चेंज करना है. तो इन दिस केस हमें यहाँ पे नहीं जाना है, हमें इसके बाहर जाना है. तो वो कैसे जाएंगे? अभी चलो 2 ampersands हैं, तो वो दोनों सिचुएशंस को चेक करेगा. इफ़ वी हैव दिस, सो चलो 10 के बाहर गए. अभी कार्ड नंबर उसने चेक किया 6 के साथ, तो 6 में क्या करेगा? इज़ इट लेस देन और इक्वल टू 6? नो. सो यहाँ पे येस बोला और यहाँ पे नो बोला. सो अल्टीमेटली इट शुड रिटर्न द वैल्यू फॉल्स एंड देन वी कैन जंप. मैं इंग्लिश में वापस आ गया. तो वो जंप करेगा फॉल्स वैल्यू पे जो यहाँ पे है. क्या बोल रहे? एंड लेस देन 6 भी चाहिए उसको सेम टाइम, विच इज़ नॉट पॉसिबल. सेम टाइम मतलब cards value is not 1 at a time, not both, is only 1 at a time. Yes, I agree, that is true. But you can see here, मतलब मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि जब ये ही कार्ड आएंगे तभी +1 करना है ना. जब ये 10 नंबर आएगा या फिर JQKA आएगा तो -1 करना है, राइट? यू सिंग विल वर्क. चलो करके देखते हैं. आई डोंट नो, लेट्स सी. आई विल ट्राई. 2 पाइप्स, द काउंट. ओके, लेट्स रीड दिस अगेन. ये क्या कर रहा है फंक्शन? इफ फंक्शन. चलो मैंने 10 ले लिया. सो बेसिकली इट विल चेक आइदर. अगर मेरा नंबर 10 है, लेट्स रिमूव ऑल ऑफ दिस. आई कैन राइट दैट कोड एनीवे. हाँ, एल्स में क्या करेंगे? एल्स रिटर्न. फॉर नाउ विल पुट ABC. आई थिंक दैट शुड वर्क. लेट्स सी. सो यहाँ पे काउंट की वैल्यू चेंज हो जानी चाहिए. सो इट शुड रिटर्न द काउंट एंड द बेट. हाँ नहीं, उसको console.log लिखना पड़ेगा. ठीक है. So it says 1, the count is 1. हाँ नहीं, इसको भी I'll comment this for now. Let's call our own function and say 10 for example. तो जब 10 है तो काउंट 0 से -1 होना चाहिए, राइट? एम आई राइटिंग द कोड? इज दिस कोड राइट अकॉर्डिंग टू यू? इज दैट व्हाट यू थिंक शुड हैपन, और डिड आई राइट द कोड इनकरेक्टली? yeah, thank you all three of you viewers for watching. या फिर ये शायद you're saying correct, but now I have a question. This says जब भी इन में से कोई भी कार्ड की वैल्यू होगी, लेट्स से 10 होगी, तो मैंने यहाँ पे जब 10 लिखा, यू कैन सी 10 हेयर, मैंने यहाँ पे 10 लिखा, तो उसका मतलब काउंट जो ये है 0, ये -1 होना चाहिए. तो अभी काउंट 1 क्यों दिखा रहा है और -1 क्यों नहीं दिखा रहा है? Do you want me to zoom in a little bit more? थोड़ा zoom in कर देता हूँ शायद. हाँ, exactly, double and इसीलिए तो मैं that's what I'm thinking of. We should write double and. But yeah, what was your like? I understand वो तो गलती होती है, but why did you want me to put double pipes? Why did you think it should work? थोड़ा समझ नहीं आया. In the meanwhile, let me write the code with the if statements. तो मैं double and लिख देता हूँ. Okay, so it's between this now. You can see else में कुछ return नहीं किया है, इसको हटा देते हैं अभी के लिए. What do I write again? Now we will check it with another range. Fancy range between 7, 8 and 9. Okay. So is it greater than or equal to 7? Yes. And is it also what, less than or equal to 9? Yes. Then you are in the right path, my friend. Right boat. We will make your count. We'll do nothing to the count. What will we do? We will write console.log count and bet, or not bet, we will say hold. And we will also, हाँ नहीं, else के बाद if भी लिखना पड़ता है obviously. Else, another if, yes. If, can we use double and operators 3 times 4 times? या फिर इसके अंदर हमें केस यूज़ करना पड़ेगा? What can we do for strings? If we can use double and operators multiple times, then it's okay. Oh, thank you. So what can I write? Card क्या है? Card is 10 and चलो copy paste. What 4 times? तो ये भी ले लेते हैं. Copy paste space. Oh, sorry. Paste. So that's 3. So J Q and then paste again. 4. Okay. This will become what? This will become J in single quotes. J in single quotes. This will become Q in single quotes. This will become JQK in single quotes. This will become capital A. एंड की ज़रूरत नहीं है. गुड टू गो. अगर इनमें से कुछ भी है तो क्या करेगा? यू विल डू व्हाट? यू विल राइट, आई मीन इट शुड रिटर्न, बट मैं console log को रिटर्न बना दूंगा. नथिंग टू वरी अबाउट. दिस इज ओनली फॉर अस टू अंडरस्टैंड. console.log what? Count plus hold. एल्स पूछना हो तो क्या करेंगे तुम, क्या करोगे तुम? कुछ होगा ही नहीं, बट इनके अलावा कुछ करने वाले है नहीं, कुछ एंटर करने वाले नहीं है. We could write invalid input, but that's not a part of the code, so just return nothing. I think that should do it. क्या गलती हो रही है? चलो पढ़ते हैं अभी. हर एक में x बता दिया, कुछ ना कुछ गलती है. कहाँ पे गलती है देखते हैं. हाँ नहीं, सब console.log it should return, not yeah sorry, return. आई थिंक क्या तकलीफ हुई. द फंक्शन रिटर्न है. ओह अरे यार, बट मैंने डाली था स्पेस. इंटरेस्टिंग. द फंक्शन शुड रिटर्न ए वैल्यू फॉर काउंट एंड द टेक्स्ट बिट और होल्ड विद वन स्पेस कैरेक्टर बिटवीन देम. अरे हाँ, इसमें काउंट को ऐड करना. हाँ, इसमें काउंट करना पड़ेगा. नहीं, काउंट माइनस माइनस सेमीकोलन with a one space character between them. There is one space character between all three of them. 10 JQQ should return a string hold. Let's see. Oh हाँ, बेचारा कमेंट कर दिया था नहीं इसको. Oh, we have so many comments from Mr. Sagar. Let me run the tests. Okay, what does his comment say? So first if is this card greater than okay count plus plus, that's it. Else if में ये if count is greater than 0 return count. Oh I get it. अच्छा, तो उसमें लिखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. और अच्छा अंडरस्टैंड. क्या यार, हाँ कुछ करना ही नहीं है 7, 8, 9 में, तो फिर वो लिखना भी ज़रूरत नहीं है, लिखने की भी ज़रूरत नहीं है. ओके लेट्स सी. एल्स इफ कार्ड इज दिस ए ओके. तो फिर यहाँ पे कर्ली ब्रैकेट बंद हो जाएंगे. नहीं, हाँ एक्चुअली यस. Now we put what? So now we put else here. If count. अच्छा, तो ये चेंज होगा. Let me reuse that code. The first if is correct. I can put it over here to see. So that's the first if. Then inside that is in else if. Else if does this. That's the argument statement, I would say. This is the step. जिसमें हम काउंट को माइनस माइनस करेंगे. गुड इनफ. एंड आफ्टर दैट यहाँ पे तो एल्स लिखना ही पड़ेगा. Oh yeah, we can reuse that. Thank you so much. Oh. अरे RETURN क्यों बे, क्या गलती की? else else सिर्फ लिखेंगे रिटर्न, या यहाँ पे हटाएंगे तो कुछ तकलीफ है. It says in line 7 there is an error, but if I do this there is still an error. Okay, क्या error है? तो यहाँ पे else लिखना चाहिए, ELSE. क्या बोल रहे हैं? अननोन अनएक्सपेक्टेड कैरेक्टर. अच्छा, कहीं पर अनएक्सपेक्टेड कैरेक्टर है क्या? काउंट, बेट, होल्ड. ओके, आई हैव टू प्रेस एंटर अ कपल ऑफ टाइम्स. समझ नहीं आ रहा. इफ काउंट इज ग्रेटर देन 0 देन रिटर्न दिस. एल्स. अच्छा हाँ, तो इसकी ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. So then there is still an error. You mean if on the next line? No, else. You mean to call them different arguments? Spacing थोड़ी अजीब है. Sorry about that. What does this say? Unexpected character, double quotes, 8. So 8th line में क्या unexpected character कहाँ पे है? Else if यहाँ पे. Nope. What do you mean unexpected character? If ends here, then after that we have another if. यहाँ पे else लिखना चाहिए ना? नहीं? Nope. We are not nesting them, are we? So then तो क्या बोल क्या है? Okay, yeah, exactly. Is there supposed to be a semicolon? गलती कहाँ पे है? लाइन 8 पे गलती बता रहा है. क्या गलती है? आई पे अंडरलाइन बोल रहा है. अनएक्सपेक्टेड कैरेक्टर. कुछ गलती ठीक से नहीं लिखा क्या? वो शायद मैंने यूट्यूब से कॉपी पेस्ट किया, इसकी वजह से वो अनएक्सपेक्टेड कैरेक्टर दिखा रहा है. You can see there is an empty line here. Something's in there. क्या करेंगे हम? I'll keep this here. Oh yeah, let's leave this. There is an unknown character which we don't know where it is. So what I can do is पहले तो command shift Z दबा के सब वापस कर देता हूँ. Yeah, okay. So this is what the code looks like in this editor. Let's copy this and put it in another editor, maybe text editor. वहाँ पे पेस्ट करते हैं, फिर देखते हैं कुछ गलती वलती हुई है क्या नहीं. कुछ कैरेक्टर्स आ गए जो YouTube से आए हैं. हाँ, आई थिंक यूट्यूब से कोई ना कोई अजीब कैरेक्टर आ गया है which we can't see, but I experienced that in the previous video too. Why am I doing this, viewers? Because in a few days ago when I was working on exactly वही code. This is the code you provided a few days ago, guys. So what happened is when I was building my personal portfolio page, कुछ वो हेडर एडिट नहीं हो रहा था इन द @media रूल. आई रियलाइज्ड that something's wrong with the code. So what I did is I copied all the code and I pasted it in a text editor like this, and in that text editor I could see some problem. Yeah, I'll copy and paste your code exactly. I have, okay, so that happened and I wrote that code. वो मैंने खुद लिखा था, मैंने कॉपी पेस्ट भी नहीं किया था, फिर भी उसमें अजीब कैरेक्टर्स कहीं से आ गए थे. So I'm not saying that Mr. Sagar your code is something problem, but yeah, okay, I can see more comments from Mr. Sagar. You know what, I'm going to paste them and see what else we can do. So यहाँ पे गए, so I copied the first 2 lines, you and I'll press enter and I'll paste it here. So this is your code again. यहाँ पे मैं कॉपी करके यहाँ पे पेस्ट करता हूँ. This should work. Okay, ये मैंने कॉपी करके पेस्ट किया and this is what it says. This says unexpected character, again this. So it's not your code, Mr. Sagar, I understand. बट ये कुछ ना कुछ तकलीफ़ होती रहती है, ये पता नहीं है मैक की वजह से इट adds weird characters. So let me see whether it is a weird character, it is something that's in the code. So what I'll do is I'll open inspect element. अरे बाप रे, I'll go to console. यहाँ पे मुझे दिखाना चाहिए paste this code. You can see this dot has appeared. ये dot आया कहाँ से? कि मैं dot को हटाऊँगा. That was the undefined, that was the weird code. Can you see it? Oh wait, my camera is on. You can't see it, right? Just a second. Okay, yeah. So guys, keep your eyes here. So कहाँ पे थे? ये सब मैं हटाता हूँ. What I'll do is I'll copy this code. Command A, Command C. इसको क्या करेंगे, इसको थोड़ा जूम आउट कर देता हूँ. अरे बाप रे, ये तो सारे इतना बड़ा लंबा है रे. Clear console please. Yes, now I'll paste the code. If you guys keep your eyes and ears open, you can see this pink dot has appeared. कहाँ से आया कोई आइडिया नहीं है, but so that's what I experienced the last time to Miss सागर भाई. This happened. ये डॉट कहाँ से है, इसकी वजह से, डॉट की वजह से बहुत तकलीफ हो रही थी. So the moment I remove this, most probably your code will work now. Because of those pink dots from wherever they came, that happened. अभी क्या एरर्स दिखाते हैं देखते हैं. अभी भी बोल रहा है unexpected character. क्या तकलीफ है इसको? Let's copy this. Let's open the console again. Clear console. ओके, पेस्ट दिस. यहाँ पे अभी भी एक पिंक डॉट है, क्यों आ गया पता नहीं. लेट्स कॉपी दिस. ओके, अभी मैं क्या करूँगा, इतना मैं हटा ही दूँगा. ऑल्सो रिमूव दिस in case there is any spacing left. Now let's paste this and we can see the error has disappeared. So there's nothing wrong with your code. I was trying to modify it, of course I was, but yeah, the pink dot somehow appeared क्योंकि मैंने YouTube comment से copy paste किया था. I'll have to be more vigilant about that. I will try to copy and paste it first in the text editor or the console first and see whether there are any problems in it. But yeah, this is the code. Let's run this. Before we run it, I want to see how he's written it. तो ये देखते हैं. You can see he has put a good amount of spacing so that we can read it clearly and understand it. ये दोनों brackets के अंदर रखे हैं if statements को. Then we have if else if card and inside this card फिर वो JQ करता है, and then we have another if running here which checks whether a number is positive or negative. If it's greater than 0, then it will return a count and the value bit. If it's not, then it will return hold. Pretty cool. Let's run this code and see whether we are wrong anywhere. No, we are not. We could have also written the code this way. And that concludes 73%. Baap re, that is wow. That took so long, but yeah, we learned tons of it, so appreciate it. Thank you. तो मैं एंकर को वापस ऑन कर देता हूँ. Welcome back. Okay. Now we are building JavaScript objects. So you may have heard the term object before. Yes. Objects are similar to arrays, except that instead of using indexes to access and modify their data, we access the data in objects through what are called properties. Objects are useful for storing data in a structured way and can represent real world objects like a cat. Here's a sample cat object. Okay. Pretty understandable. बराबर है. Every object has properties. Let's say a ball has weight, height. Object is the most important concept. Yes. So objects are similar to arrays. Yeah, I read that. Except that using indexes to access and modify the data, you access the data in objects through what are called properties. हाँ, तो basically हम लोग objects को properties देते हैं. Like a ball has weight, height, position in space and time. और टाइम तो अलग अलग प्रॉपर्टीज़ होती है. उसका मटेरियल होता है, ये मटेरियल कहाँ से आता है. सो द सेम वे वी कैन थिंक ऑफ अ बॉल, वी कैन थिंक ऑफ ए कैट, एंड वी कैन सी दीज आर डेटा पॉइंट्स. A cat has a name, a number of legs, number of tails, enemies, and we can this thing we can have many real world properties. So this is an object. I can see this is a constant cat equals, and for an object I believe we use curly brackets. So when we are declaring a variable, we don't put anything. Oh, but if you want a variable to be an object, पता नहीं, देखते हैं, पढ़ते हैं आगे और देखते हैं. But this does look more like a declaration of a variable which has multiple properties. देखते हैं, शायद गलत भी हो सकते हैं. Then in this example, all the properties are stored as strings such as name, legs and tails. However, you can also use numbers as properties. You can even omit the quotes for single word string properties as follows: make model, make Ford 5 model focus. Okay, so this is the syntax of an object. This is how you write an object. You first put this. देखते हैं इसमें लेट वेट होता है कि नहीं, वो पढ़ना पड़ेगा. Then we mention the name of the object after putting one space. Then spacing again, you give the assign operator, and then you use curly brackets, and after the curly bracket ends you use a semicolon. Inside we mention the properties. So properties can be written in these three manners. You can see omit the quotes for single word string properties. So that's the property, that's also a property, this is also a property, and this is also a property, and this is the value of the property. You can see this is all comma separated, not semicolon separated. Make sure you guys read that. However, if your object has any non-string properties, JavaScript will automatically typecast them as strings. So basically यहाँ पे जो भी होगा वो string बन ही जाएगा. We have another fun fact from Mr. Sagar. What does it say? Even though it is constant, you can change values assigned to object keys. Assigned to object keys. Interesting. Nice. Oh yeah. So acha, you mean that? Acha, so yeah. Acha, so even if this is constant, basically in the rest of the, when we put another code, we can change the values assigned to the object keys. Makes sense? Yeah. So they're called object keys. Okay. Make an object that represents a dog called my dog. Look, कितने अच्छे हमारे लिए बना के देते हैं my constant. That is so cool. Wow. Okay. So constant my dog. Now I write this. So what are we to do? Contains the property a string. So name is supposed to be a string. No problem. क्या बनाएंगे? my dog. अरे हाँ, इसमें तो equals to है ना. हाँ. माई डॉग, नेम डॉग का नाम क्या भाई, इसका नाम रखेंगे, वेट, अच्छा, नेम, लेग्स, टेल्स एंड फ्रेंड्स, whatever values as you want as long as name is a string, legs and tails are numbers and friends is an array. अच्छा ऐसा, I get it. Let's give its name I will write what, yeah, Crusoe. Crusoe is a dog like name, we like. इसमें क्या हम लोग equal to sign नहीं देते, oh we use colon sign not equal to sign, sorry. So yeah, to assign a property we put the single quote, we put a colon, okay, and now all is good in the world again. Then what, legs and tails as friends, so legs, do you want the value of the name to be string or what, समझ नहीं आया, what do you mean, legs and tails are numbers, तो भाई मैं, oh sorry what happened to you, इसको बंद कर देते हैं, हाँ, I think it refreshed itself, sorry, yeah, so what does this say, let me read this again. Make an object that represents a dog called my dog which contains the properties, so the name should be a string and legs and tails are friends, so it doesn't matter how we write the name of the property. Interesting. Okay. Name Crusoe, comma space, then we write legs, legs should be a number, so it should have 4 legs, of course. Tails 1 please, friends, क्या लिखेंगे, his friends could be, you know what, courage the cowardly dog, another friend could be, okay, put another name and we can go ahead, but yeah, I don't know, Chiku, okay, cool. क्या बता रहे हैं, और you can set these object properties to whatever values goes wrong, okay, is an array, it is an array, I think we are good to go. Should contain the property name as it is a string, and it should be a string, should contain the property legs and it should be a number, yep, we are good to go. Do we have more comments from Mr. Sagar? Oh no, he deleted them, maybe I can check them out later, no problem. 73% complete, nice. 100% खत्म करने में हमारी शाम तो लग जाने वाली है, no problem, doesn't matter. Okay, accessing object properties with dot notation. We came across bracket notation before, now we are learning more about dot notation. क्या बोल रहा है ये? So there are 2 ways to access the properties of an object, dot notation and bracket notation, similar to an array. Yes, dot notation is what you use when you know the name of the property you are trying to access ahead of time. अच्छा, मुझे जब पता हो प्रॉपर्टी का नाम क्या हो तो मैं डॉट यूज़ कर सकता हूँ. So how does that work? How do you write it? So this is my object, property 1 and property 2. So when I'm, let's say, property 1 value, I write first the name of the object and then the property of that object. So let's say ये है my object और फिर मैं लिखूँगा डॉट नोटेशन का यूज़ करूँगा, मैं डॉट लिख के लिखूँगा क्या ये, सो prop 1 इसका नाम लिखूँगा, तो जो भी वैल्यू आ जाएगी वो ये property 1 वैल्यू की वैल्यू होंगी. Very nice, very cool, understandable, very easy to understand, grasp. Okay, property 1 value would have a string of value 1, property, yup, okay, कर दे चलो. Read in the property values of test object. This is the test object using dot notation. क्या, set the variable hat value. So const hat, oh sorry, okay, caps lock on, hat value This is camel case guys, keep your eyes and ears open. Hat value में लिखेंगे test obj dot hat and what ये सेमीकोलन डालेंगे. अभी देखते क्या क्या गलती की है हमने. Should this be in double quotes? अल्लाह क्या यार, sorry, below this line it already has been defined, so sorry. Okay, I have to just put a dot, right? Yeah, so dot hat. Cool. क्या यार दिमाग ही नहीं, आंखें खुली नहीं है, क्या चाहिए इसको? शर्ट वैल्यू चाहिए ना, ये लीजिए शर्ट की वैल्यू दे दी. डन. आई थिंक दैट्स इट. या एग्जैक्टली, थैंक यू. लास्ट 2 लाइन्स. क्या यार आंखें नहीं खुल रही. I should have paid attention. Sonic boom. Okay. Oh, we can see this is a Star Trek reference. Captain Kirk, Spock, and USS Enterprise. Very nice. Accessing object properties with bracket notation. So I think हमने bracket notation भी try किया है पहले. Let's see how this works. The second way to access properties of an object is bracket notation. If the property of the object you are trying to access has a space in its name, yeah. Oh, we can also put spaces. Wow, okay. Has a space in its name, you will need to use bracket notation. Oh, interesting. And by the way guys, we can only use all these notations if we know the name of the property. अगर नहीं पता तो भूल जाओ. मतलब भूल जाओ नहीं, there should be a better way, there should be another way, but we'll find that out in the subsequent steps. I think when we are done with the basic Java. So however you can use bracket notation. Yes, what does this say? Here is a sample of using bracket notation to read an object's property. So this is again an object. The object has a value, a property called space name. You can see a space between the word space and name. Now if we want to find out the value of the space name, if we want to find out what the name the space name is, then we write it this way, in in square brackets inside double quotes. Now what does this say? My object space name would be the string Kirk. My object more space would be the string Spock. Yep. That is a second yawn today. I will get a coffee if I yawn for the 3rd time. Okay. Note that property names with spaces in them must be in quotes, single or double quotes, definitely, so that we know that it's a string. Read the values of the properties as an entree, the drink of test object. Entree, इसको entree बोलते हैं ना. तो यार I can't find it. I can use 3 dots. Entree, it's a French word. अरे is it a French word? Yes, it is entree. It's a main course of a meal. Okay, so the main course of a meal was hamburger. On the side were some veggies and the drink was water. Okay, so this is an object. We can call this an afternoon dinner. We have Mr. Sagar more of his comments. Continue. I am setting up my OBS. Once done, I will come live today at around 7 p.m. Let me know which topic should I cover, or you are interested. If you're interested, we can have technical conversation. You can clear your doubts. Sounds good, Mr. Sagar. I think I'm going to finish the freeCodeCamp video today. हम लोग कुछ प्लान करके करते, कोई एक स्पेसिफिक टॉपिक पकड़ते, उसमें जाते. This is completely, I've not read about the curriculum, but I do like your idea. You can set up your OBS and then we can cover a live sometime in the next week. What do you think? but सही है OBS. And by the way, yeah, we've also created a video. You can look at our video to see OBS setup. और अगर आपके पास अच्छा और आपको पता ही OBS कैसे सेटअप करना है, then I don't have anything to say, but yeah, this is amazing, actually amazing. OBS is an amazing software. So yeah, best of luck. I hope to see you in your live video. मैं भी अगर मेरे वीडियो में दिखा सकता हूँ तो आपको आपका लाइव वीडियो इस लाइव वीडियो में दिखाऊंगा. Cool. Okay, so back to this. कहाँ थे हम? हाँ, अभी on an entree पेज थे. So what are we to do? We are supposed to do this. अच्छा, तो क्या करेंगे? I'll do this. So we use the dot notation in wait, not the dot notation. Instead we use the bracket notation. So this, and in the double quotes we write an entree. Cool. बस इतना ही है. The same way we also change this line. What does this say? We put again double quotes, square brackets, and inside the double quotes we write my side. I think that should do it. Let's see. क्या बोल रहा है? Read the values of the properties and the drink of the assign them to entree value and drink value respectively. Drink value is not my side. Oh, I'm so sorry. This should be the drink. %75 complete. Yes, very nice. Helm, Warp 9, engage. That must be some Star Trek reference. I have no clue. Yes. Accessing. Oh, why are we late? Okay. Accessing object properties with variables. Another use of bracket notation on objects is to access a property which is stored as the value of a variable. This can be very useful for iterating through an object's properties or when accessing a lookup table. So they are also telling us uses now. Oh, we have one viewer. Thank you for watching. Achha. Stored as the value of a variable. Interesting. What does that mean? Let's see. This can be very useful for iterating through an object's properties or when accessing a lookup table. आने हम लोग अभी tables के साथ भी खेलना बाकी है. Here is an example of using a variable to access a property. So what does this do? How do we access a property using a variable? तो भी मैंने लिखा I declared a variable called my dog and in that I wrote hunter. Okay. Now I go to another. I create another variable called my breed. In that my breed I say dogs and I put my dogs. Interesting. And then when I write console.log my breed, the string will say Doberman. Is it Doberman? Let's find out. It is in fact Doberman. Oh, it's not even that. It's Doberman. Okay. The string Doberman. Okay. The string Doberman would be displayed in the console. Note that we do not use quotes around the variable name when using it to access the property because we are using the value of the variable, not the name. Yep. Okay. Oh. Acha. Then this can become an input string. मुझे सर्च करना हो कि भाई मुझे ये सर्च करना है तो फिर बेसिकली मैं इस पूरी एरे इंडेक्स में से ये मैं सर्च कर पाऊँगा. I think this should also because we are accessing a lookup table. So this, if you think of this as a table, then if I make this an input, then the input would become this, and then inside the object called dogs it would look for that property and then it would print that property. Doberman. I understand. Literally इसका मैं search में इस्तेमाल कर सकता हूँ. I don't have a big enough database to see, but I'm sure there are better ways to create a search engine, but I think we can search that. This is probably how search function must work. Basically I'm searching for the breed. कि भाई ये डॉग की ब्रीड क्या है. So it's Doberman, and we use the string hunt to find out. Interesting. What are these terms? Fido. Generic name. Achha, it's Fido. It's Fido. Fido. What does this say? A generic name for a pet dog. So Fido is a generic name for a pet dog. Interesting. What does hunter say? Hunter mean hunter. Hunter. A horse of a breed, a person searching. Nope. A horse of a breed developed for stamina in fox hunting and ability to jump obstacles. So that's for a horse. Person or animal that hunts. So is this, yeah, so it's the breed called Doberman, and it has a hunter property. I don't know. Snoopy is a very Snoopy name. Very common name. Snoop Dogg, Snoop Doggy Dog. Okay, know that we do not use quotes. ये सब पढ़ लिया. Set the player number variable to 16, then use the variable to look up the player's name and assign it to player. ये रहा player number. Set the player number to variable to 16. तो पहले इसको 16 बनाना है. Okay. Then use the variable to look up the player's name and assign it to player. अच्छा, अभी हम लोग 16 सर्च करेंगे. कहाँ? यहाँ पे. सो दिस प्लेयर्स वैल्यू विल बिकम मोंटाना बेसिकली. जय हो. सो व्हाट आई राइट इज टेस्ट OBJ. inside this I will write player NUMBER. that should do it. क्या कर रहे हो बेसिकली टेस्ट ऑब्जेक्ट में से मैं क्या निकाल रहा हूँ 16 की वैल्यू निकाल रहा हूँ. कूल, गुड इनफ. And we can see we are not using double quotes. If we are using double quotes or single quotes, then it will actually look for this text called player number inside this in these properties. Nice. I promised you guys I'm going to get coffee, so you know what, I'm going to get coffee first and I will see you guys back again in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, stay sharp. Welcome back, guys. Well, I should say I'm back, guys, and we are now working with updating object properties. I keep getting messages from that thing. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, after you've created a JavaScript object, you can update its properties at any time, just like you would update any other variable. You can use either dot or bracket notation to update. For example, let's look at our dog. Okay, so how do we update the information for our dot? अच्छा, dot bracket notation कैसे update कर सकते हैं? Interesting. Let's see. So since a particularly happy dog, let's change his name to the string happy camper. So we're going to push some text. This is how we update his object's name property. That's raining. Object's name property rdog.name equals happy camper, rdog name happy camper. So we can use either of those. That's how we can reassign each of them their specific values. No. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we can reassign the values of that property. Interesting. rdog.name. So dot is the dot notation. There is some good coffee. Now that when we evaluate dog name, instead of getting camper, we'll get this new name happy camper. Update the my dog object's name property. Let's change her name from coder to happy coder. You can use either dot or bracket notation. Either dot or bracket notation, so we can use either. What I'll do is below this line. ठीक है, चलो इसको टच नहीं करते. क्या करना है? अच्छा, सिर्फ नाम बदलना है ना. Coder to happy coder. My dog will become a happy coder. Yes. So I write the name of the object first. My dog. It's case sensitive, guys. It is very case sensitive. Then I write dot. Oh, we can also. I should put const as well. Should I? I don't know. I mean, if this is a constant, then should we? Let's try. Let's find out. So my dog dot what? So I write dot name equals now. I'll write whatever I want to write. So not whatever, I am supposed to write happy coder. So that's it, and we are good to go. 77% done. I will be here till the end of this day. I want to finish the 100% thing. Okay. Add new properties to a JavaScript object. Add new properties. Abhi kya? You can add new properties to existing JavaScript objects the same way you would modify them. Here's how you would add a bark property to our dog. There is no bark, and you can see this is bark. Acha. So if I write now bow wow, okay. So we can either use dot notation or we can use the bracket notation. Either of them will give us the desired result. Now when we evaluate, you will get the bark wow wow, but you can see there's no property bow wow. Property called bark. So let's look at an example how we do this. This is our dog, name, legs, tails, and friends. There is no property called bark, but when we write bow wow, it will do that. It will add this property called bark. In the same way, we are now going to add a property called bark to my dog and set it to dog sounds such as woof. You may either use dot or bracket notation. I will use the dot notation. So my dog dot bark. Bark is a new property equals. We're literally assigning it a value. So now I write in double quotes. Semicolon. क्या चाहिए इनको? Woof. You want it to, अच्छा, grrr. I mean, that's not a buck. Woof, I like. Okay, we are good to go to 78 now. We can also delete properties from objects like this. So we use the function called delete rdog.buck, and it will delete that property. Literally, that's it. Wow. So what do you want us to delete? Delete the tails property from my dog. So yeah, so delete from my dog what tails. Done. हो गया काम. Oh sorry, not by dog, I should write by dog. Nice. We have one viewer, I can see that. Have some coffee and enjoy. There's someone at the door. Just a second, guys. Give me a few minutes, please. Hi guys, I'm back again. Hello. Okay, so we learned delete and we learned how to add new properties to an object. Now what are we to do using objects for lookups? Objects can be thought of as a key value storage, like a dictionary. If you have tabular data, you can use an object to look up values rather than a switch statement or an if-else chain. Search करने के लिए lookup is, well, if you think about it, search, yeah. Or in this case it could be lookup as in the drop down menu. It started raining. Amazing. That is amazing weather, guys. Indeed amazing weather. So what does this say? This is most useful when you know that your input data is limited to a certain range. Here is an example of an article object. Can you guys hear me? That should be much better. I adjusted my mic. So what does this say? Here is an example. Wait a second. The mic is this way. Yeah, my voice should be much clearer now. How about this? If I put it here? Yeah, it's the same thing anyway. So what does this say? How to create objects in JavaScript? Oh yeah, this is an object called article. We can see it's a constant. Title, link, language, tags created at. So it has this these properties. Okay. Constant article author, this article link. So author में हम लोग author उठाएंगे, link में link उठाएंगे. Pretty obvious, pretty clear. What else? So we are looking it up, or what? Are we storing that value? We are storing that value. Just a second. So this constant this is a variable with the name value, and it stores a string called title. This is the title. So when we want it to look up, it will. So this is a variable called lookup. It will look up from the article a value called the title. I understand this what is this saying? So आर्टिकल के अंदर से ऑथर उठाएगा, लिंक उठाएगा. द सेम वे मुझे टाइटल उठाने तो मैं 2 लाइन यूज़ कर सकता हूँ, फिर 1 लाइन यूज़ कर सकता हूँ. I mean, if we don't know what we are looking for, then we can use this. Otherwise, we can use 1 line to find out what the value of the property is. What does this say? So is the string, article is the string this, and value of is the string how to read objects in JavaScript. So they're showing us 2 ways to look up an object, look up a value of a property of an object. Okay, convert the switch statement into an object called lookup. An object, interesting. Okay, interesting. Use it to look up value and assign the associated string to the result variable. Okay, so if the case is alpha, then you write Adams. Acha. So this will basically now become what? I'll write constant. It will become an object called what? It will become an object called lookup. Now instead of case, it will say alpha, and for this, oh yeah, pretty much, yeah, Adams semicolons will go away. So what I can do is this much. Oh yeah, actually yes. Nope. So no, comma should do it. After that we have another thing, atao, sorry, from here till here we do nothing. From after this again we do comma enter. Okay. Oh sheesh. Then we go again, we scroll down, nope, not that much. Space, Charlie is Chicago, and case becomes comma enter. This again is removed, and this becomes, oh sorry, this becomes comma enter. Pretty easy to understand. What are we doing that is incorrect? Let's see. We have a constant called lookup. All of them have red underlines. Why so? Alpha, Adams, are we supposed to give them? फिर भी red lines है, क्यों? ये कॉमन नहीं होना चाहिए, फिर भी रेड अंडरलाइंस है. आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई. वी हैव कोलन्स, देयर शुड बी अ सेमीकोलन. इज दैट इट? नहीं, फिर भी तकलीफ है. इसको क्या तकलीफ है? Convert the switch statement into an object called lookup. Use it to look up value and assign the associated strings. एक एक करके देखते हैं ना. चलो, this is how you write create an object. An object has the value this, then lookup. Oh, articles equal to. Yeah, that's what I was missing. Okay, अभी क्या करना है भाई? Use it to look up values. So we'll create another constant called value. What will it do? Ajay is supposed to look up the value. This. And assign the associated string to the result variable. तो तुम्हें करना क्या है? अगर चार्ली हो, चलो वैल्यू में चार्ली हो. Okay. Okay, so first we give value Charlie from this lookup. So lookup dot Charlie. Nope. Lookup dot val. Oh, I get it. This should become result equals lookup dot value. कुछ गलती कर रहे हैं, देखते हैं. Oh yeah, अच्छा. But if you're using dot notation, isn't val enough? Let's read this. Associated string. Well, let result be this. अच्छा है ही पहले से. So I just cannot write this. Now it should work. I can see there's a white underline. I don't know why that is. Why is there one white underline? But basically मैं ये lookup में से ये value ले रहा हूँ. Yeah. Let's see whether we are right. So if I write the argument Charlie, it will look up the value Charlie. So what we do is, okay, Charlie रख दिया. So now the value is Charlie. So अभी वो क्या करेगा, lookup dot value Charlie ढूंढेगा. So it should literally say lookup dot Charlie now. और फिर ये Charlie का जो भी वैल्यू है वो शिकागो के अंदर, शिकागो वैल्यू को रिजल्ट के अंदर स्टोर करेगा. मतलब ये होगा and then it should return result. Pretty cool, pretty straightforward. Let's see what we are missing, what mistakes we made. Okay. अल्फ़ा करते तो एडम्स नहीं दिखाता है. In that case, what we can do is I'll make this a bracket notation, square bracket notation. Let's see. Yep, square bracket did it. Square brackets did it. Not the dot notation. Sorry, this. So the bracket notation did it, not the dot notation. 80% complete. I feel so much better. Very nice, very nice. I think this 20% is going to take out a lot of our time. It's already 2.5 hours. Wow. Okay. To check if a property on a given object exists or not, you can use the has own property method. That is it. This method has already been defined by JavaScript. Apparently you can see the dot notation. So if we write some object then has own property, and then we write the name of that property, then it will either return true or false depending on if the property is found on the object or not, obviously. Oh, very nice. So I think हम लोग सर्च इंजिन्स का कुछ सीख रहे हैं. बेसिक सर्च इंजिन्स कैसे काम करते होंगे. मुझे वेबसाइट पे कुछ सर्च करना हो, मुझे वेबसाइट पे कुछ सर्च करना हो. लेट्स से आई हैव दिस प्रोडक्ट कॉल्ड rose painting, and someone searches for a rose painting. So I think that's where JavaScript will be involved. That if someone writes rose, show them this product which has a meta tag rose. Maybe not. I'm not sure, but it should be something like this. That's why I'm trying to link this. There could be better applications than what I'm thinking. I have no clue. Because if you think about it, let's say I have an e-commerce store. In an e-commerce store, I would have an object. An object could be a chair, a table, whatever. Yeah. And a table would have properties. So if I search any of these properties, then it would return a list of these this value. Let's say I want a chair with this property called wooden chair, for example. So it will give me a list. It will return a list of all the products that are in that chair. I think so, yeah. Must be. I could be wrong. If anyone's watching, if you understand what this is, yeah. To check if a property on a given object exists or not, you can use has own property method. Has okay, true or false depending on if the property. So if it returns true, oh wow. So this is very next level checking actually. This is very good. We love this. I like this. And let's look at the example how we write it. So there is this function called check for property. This is other than has own property. This takes 2 arguments. This is a custom function. It takes two arguments. One argument is object and the second argument is property. It says return object dot has on property dot property. So what will it return? It will return pants or top or hat, basically the value of the property. So ये object मतलब object कोई भी जो भी object है वो object के अंदर search करेगा whether this property exists or not. So it will return true or false. Sorry, yeah, it will return true or false. या ये पूरे फंक्शन में जो भी आंसर आएगा ट्रू हो या फॉल्स वो देगा हमें. ठीक है, आई अंडरस्टैंड. चेक फॉर प्रॉपर्टी दिस ट्रू और फॉल्स. या pretty much. Top. So this is the object. This is literally the object, and we are checking whether top is inside this object. So there is a property called the top. So yes, it has own property. Now middle is not a part of this property, this object, so it will say false. Pretty cool. I understand this. Yeah. Modify the function check object. This function called check object to test if the object passed to the function parameter object contains a specific property passed to the function parameter check prop. कहाँ है check prop? Oh, check prop भी लिखना पड़ेगा. ठीक है, अंडरस्टैंड. हाँ लिखते तो फिर चलो. Sorry, we are supposed to return change me to whatever. So what we'll write is obj dot क्या नाम था, has own property dot and then check prop. That's it. क्या गलती की है, चलो पढ़ते हैं. modify the function check object to test if the object passed to the function parameter object contains a specific property has own property. spelling बराबर है. हाँ oh this is camel case. This should be camel case. But yeah, if the property passed to check prop is found on the object return the property's value, if not return not found. अच्छा वो भी लिखना है. ओके अच्छा ऐसा है. हाँ तो करते हैं. So then we cut this. क्या क्या रिटर्न करना है? ओके इफ़ करना है ना. हाँ इफ़ स्टेटमेंट यूज़ करना है. सॉरी यार, क्या यार. इफ़ in the brackets this curly brackets close, curly brackets close here, and another return here. Okay, what does the first return say? If it's true, if the property passer is found on object, return the property's value. Allah. Okay, I'm not going to write that again. Once it says true, we will have true value. Let's read that again. If the property passed to check prop is found on object, if it's true, return that property's value. तो return करने के लिए do I just write check property? Oh not check, return that property's value itself. And what I can do is cut this. Wait. लोकल वेरिएबल बना देते हैं. Let a equals मैं क्या कर रही हूँ? Nope, that's not the way to do it. Let's think. Modify the function check object, okay, to test if the object passed to the function parameter object contains the specific property passed to the function parameter check prop. That's pretty clear. Object में से check करना has own property है कि नहीं, क्या check prop, cool. इसको इसके अंदर कर देते हैं, या oh sorry, instead of the dot we will use this, okay. So now if this returns true, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to return the value. क्या करेंगे, कैसे करेंगे? Why not? I'm thinking of putting this inside a variable. If the property passed to check prop, this is found on the object. Basically, if this returns true, I want you to give me whatever the value of check prop is. Yeah, but this is the property. If not, return not found. Not found is pretty clear. I can just simply write not found here. How do we avoid not copying and pasting this code again? It will run that code twice. I think we should call this a variable, a local variable. But then what do we write in the if statement? देखते हैं, चलो. In that case, I write this code differently. obj dot, क्या नाम था, this check prop. Check prop. Oh, P is capital. I think that should do it. Nope, it did not. तो क्या करेगा? हाँ नहीं, एग्जाम्पल्स उन्होंने दिए, ये कोड करेगा क्या देखते हैं, चलो. That should help us understand. Oh, but if it were a string, we wouldn't know, right? हाँ बराबर था. Yeah, okay, so it was only about the dot. But yeah, let's see what happens. So if we pass this as an object, so the object is this, object has the properties gift, pony, pet, kitten, bed, sleigh. And what do we write? Gift. So the gift property is in fact a part of this object, so it would return with a yes, return with this object dot property, so it would return the value pony, return the value or the string pony. Yeah, that's clear. I think we are good to go. The same way it would say not found, so we've given it a also, we've also given it a value not found, and it works for all the 6 cases. 81%, good to go. What does this say? Manipulating complex objects. Sometimes you may want to store data in a flexible data structure. A JavaScript object is one way to handle flexible data. They allow for arbitrary combinations of strings, numbers, booleans, arrays, functions and objects. So this is now a flexible data structure. Oh, Daft Punk, amazing Daft Punk, we love Daft Punk. You must check it, guys, you must check out Daft Punk's work. You must check out Daft Punk's work. क्या बोल रहा है ये? So a JavaScript object, oh, JSON. I'm sure you guys must have come across JSON files, JSON, JavaScript object notation. It also says object notation. How about that? Yeah. So sometimes you may want to store data in a flexible data structure. A JavaScript object is one way to handle flexible data. They allow for arbitrary combinations of strings, numbers, booleans, arrays, functions and objects. Much better. Using the example of a complex data structure. So this is our object called our music. Inside this we have an array the array ends here. Like you can see that inside this array we have what we can call entry number 1 of this array. Is that it? Only one entry? Yes. And this is the this is where the properties are. Property 1, property 2, property 3, property 4 also has an array. You can see Daft Punk is an artist and the title is homework. That's probably the title of their album. They should have given it album title, but okay. So the title of their album is Homework, probably. I don't know if that is real or not. Then release year is 1997. That is a number. You can see the color. It's bluish. It's a shade of blue. The names in the strings are in a shade of green, light green maybe, or like forest green. Then we have again formats CD, cassette and LP. LP is I forgot what it's called. LP, what are the LPs? LP full form in music, please. So it is long play. These are longer than EPs originally, needing 2 vinyl. So it's for vinyls. It's specifically for vinyls per release until the 33 1/3. So 1/3 RPM, 12 inch. Oh, so 33.3 RPM. 12 inch record was released. EPs, LPs, Marshall Mathers LP, Mathers LP. That is something. Yeah, that is also an amazing album. Okay, moving on back to this. So this curly bracket is inside this. So I think that's what they call a complex data structure. If you can think of a playlist. So in a playlist अलग-अलग arrays हो सकते हैं. We can have multiple albums for our playlist. We can have multiple songs in our playlist. Probably a playlist gets stored this way. Probably there would be the name of the artist, there would be metadata, release year, format, artist name, this and that, and the location of the sound file. It's probably how a music player works. Maybe not. I don't know how music players work, but I think that's how I'm trying to assign it with. So we could have a variable or an object called my playlist, for example, or Herschel's playlist, for example. Herschel's playlist would have a list of songs, and each song would be inside this array. So then this would be one song, and then we can put another song, or another album, and inside that album we would have another song. Very cool. I think that's probably how this goes. I'm definitely going to check out these songs. Billy Joel, Piano Man. Billy Joel is very famous. This is an array which contains one object inside. So you can see interesting. So can we call this an object? I don't know. The object has various pieces of metadata about an album, no doubt. It also has a nested formats array. You can see the nested formats array. If you want to add more album records, you can do this by adding records to the top level array. This is the top level array. Yeah, you can see this is the top level array, whatever is inside. If I put a comma here and then put another curly bracket and the metadata, then we would have 2 albums in what we can call an object R music. Okay, if you want to add more album records, you can do this by adding records to the top level array. Yeah, objects hold data in a property which has a key value format. So this is the key and this is the format. Key and the value. We also saw Mr. Sagar referred to them as keys and values. So that's literally what he was saying. They're referred. They have a key value format. So this is the key and this is the value. In the example above, artist Daft Punk is a property that is the key of artist and a value of Daft Punk. So this in itself is a property. This is the key of the property and this is the value of the property. Now you will need to place a comma after every object in the array unless it is the last object in the array. Yep, Yep. Add a new album. So we can also think of this as a car. Well, a car is also an object, and a car also has many objects. You can take, for example, wheels. So then we would have an object called wheels, and inside the wheels we would have rim, this, that. So objects inside an object, an entire object called a car. Inside a car we have various other objects that run together, and all of them come together to create a powerful object called car. We have carburetor, this, that. Yeah, we can go on and on, but yeah, I think that's what they're trying to say. So we can think of them as that. Now add a new album. So this is an album, you can see here. Artist Billy Joel. Title of this album is Piano Man. It was released in 1973. The format is CD, 8T and LP. And I have no clue what 8T is. Let's find out. So what I'll do is copy and find out 8T music. Nope, 8T. When I write 8T, it will of course show me the 1 plus 8T because that's in demand. 8T format should be the way. Music. So it says 8-track tape. I did come across 8-track before. Why 8 tracks called 8 tracks? They are 8 because each of the 4 programs is comprised of 2 tracks playing simultaneously to provide sound. What? Though less popular, there were also 4-track stereo tapes with 2 programs in 1960s. What does an 8-track look like? Let's see. This is an 8-track. When are you gonna come down? When are you going to land? Okay. Whoa. That's not what we are looking for. That must be an 8-track cassette. Okay. So 8-track. It means 8-track. This is CD, of course, and this is LP. Yeah. Okay. We are going to add a new album. We'll add these settings: artist, title, release year, and formats. We will not mention gold true. I don't know what that means. Let's see. How many? We are supposed to add a new album. So yeah, comma, sorry, it should be comma separated. We are in an array, of course. Array. Okay, first we put an artist. Oh, come on, the spelling. artist. Sorry, artist should be. It doesn't matter whether I put that. What is the name of the artist? I do love this album called After Hours. So it is, the artist is the name The Weeknd. Who doesn't love After Hours? Everyone loves that Blinding Lights song. So, and title, I am blinded by the lights. The title of this album is called After Hours. After Hours is also a film by Martin Scorsese. You must check it out, guys. Amazing song, amazing movie. Not everyone may like it. It is, the pacing is slow. If you guys are not into, with our generation, a lot of damage is happening to our attention span. So if you guys don't have that much attention span, you may or may not like it. Okay, release year, release year is the release year is 2019. Oh, sorry, comma, the format. I have no clue which formats it is in, so I'll have to check that. It was published in so After Hours formats. Album, I'll have to write album, ALBUM. We will find it here. So it says CD, LP. I think we can find LP in here. So it was published in these formats. We can see CD, LP, and cassette. Yeah, and it was released in 2020. Oh, I'm mistaken. Oh yeah, because the first song, Heartless, was released in 2019. I must have missed it. So we can check that quickly. Oh, it says March 2020. Cool. That's literally COVID time. So we can write 2020, and for the format, we will write. Of course, we'll put a what we call this. Also put a comma. Do we need to put the comma? No. Formats, array of strings. So the first should be CD, then cassette, double TE, cassette, and LP. I'm good for this. Of course, he also published in digital format. Where did it go? Oh, yep. So you can see CD, digital download, and streaming. Standard edition, original, deluxe. So there are various versions. Basically, it was released as a CD in Japan, LP and cassettes in various places. Yeah, by the label EXO Republic. Anyway, then again Japan CD. So there are two different dates. Anyway, digital download. I'm going to leave that. I don't know how to. I don't know how I would mention that. But yeah, artist, title, release year, formats. It should say formats. That's it. Yeah, let's not put another comma in here. We don't need that. Yeah, let's see. It is an array of strings. We are good to go. We can go to the next step. Oh, I can see we have 2 viewers. Hello 2 viewers. Thank you for watching. Okay. Now so what does this say? Accessing nested objects. So let's say we have an object called car. That object, oh yeah, I used a car as an example too. So inside, so that's one property, that's another object inside the car, and there's another property of the object car, and all of this is nested inside my storage. Very cool. So a car, inside a car is a glove box and a passenger seat. Passenger seat has the value, the key that says passenger seat, it says crumbs. So I can understand there are crumbs on the passenger seat, and in the glove box there are maps. Outside there's a trunk has the value jack. I have no clue what that means. It must be that jack object, I don't know. Okay, so we have to do something with this. Let's read accessing nested objects. So now we are going to access something from this object. So basically we are accessing something, let's say a jack from the outside of a car in my storage. Very cool. Let's look at their example, how they do it. So here is a nested object. The nested objects begins from const and ends here with the at the semicolon. So we can see there's an we can call this a variable. Inside this variable called our storage, we have an object called desk. Inside this desk are 3 objects. One object, well, not an object, I would say. Oh wait, the desk ends here, doesn't it? Yeah, so the desk ends here. So we have an object called a desk, which has a property called drawer. Then we have another object called cabinet, which has this key value. Oh, acha. Yeah. So this cabinet, inside this cabinet we have an object called top drawer. Top drawer has these properties, and the cabinet has this as property, or I would say nested. Wow, that is a nested object. That is actually how life works. That's actually how our things are. I'm human. I can call, so I'm Herschel. Herschel has different objects. One has finger. One object could be finger. One object could be eye. One object could be lung. Then we can also have different senses. Then we can have so many things. So each object has a value, and each object has different properties, and each object might have more objects inside it, like cells. Anyway, So that is a nested object. So now how do we select an object inside this? So what does this do? So first we'll use a dot notation. So first the top level object, our storage. Inside this we go to the cabinet. So we are selecting cabinet. So we've selected the cabinet. Inside this cabinet we choose the property called the top drawer. Well, this is a property if you think about it. And then after the property top drawer we write folder 2. So abhi, what happens is this actually is if you look at the code it means this, but actually the value of this thing is secrets. Now what else are we doing? So our storage.desk.drawer. So our storage.desk.drawer. Unfortunately, why did we use square brackets? Because there you can see there is a space in here. That's why. Otherwise, if we had just written dot and top drawer, it would have worked. But unfortunately, because there is a space, you're using the square brackets. Okay. Our storage.cabinet would be a string. Would be the string secrets. This drawer will be the string stapler. So basically we know that inside the drawer of this storage desk is a stapler, and inside this folder is a string called secrets. So our secrets are safely stored inside this folder. Anyway, access my storage. So now we are going to access something. So you can see they've removed the guidelines from this, so they've left it completely up to us. What does this say? Access my storage object and assign the contents of the glowbox property. Glowbox property to the glowbox contents variable. You can see this. Instead of undefined, we're going to edit this. Use dot notation for all properties where possible. Otherwise, use bracket notation. Pretty clear. That is very clear actually. Let's write this. Let's try to write this. So instead of undefined, now I will write glowbox content. So I write my storage. Inside my storage I will look for a car. Inside the car, wait, what are we trying to? Yeah, we're trying to find the glowbox. So inside the car I'll write inside, literally inside the car, inside, and then we use a bracket notation because you can see there is a space between glove and box. So inside I'll write square brackets and I write in double quotes glove and box. That should give us the value. This will play. So the value of glove box contents is now maps. Yep. Let's save this code. I will save this code in a while, and let's run the test. Cool. Okay, so first we learned object accessing objects or values. Now we're going to access arrays. As we have seen in earlier examples, objects can contain both nested objects and nested. Just had coffee. What are you? Okay. Objects can contain both nested objects and nested arrays. Sorry about that, guys. Objects can contain both nested objects and nested arrays. Yes, nested objects and nested arrays. We saw that with the series, and you can see that. Oh, मेरे पास पेट्स है भाई. क्या है? तो भाई कितने पेट्स है? मेरे पास 4 पेट्स है. उसमें से 2 पेट कैट है. कैट में क्या क्या है? सो उनके नाम क्या है? I'm sorry about that, the way I spoke that way. Basically I understand what they mean. So this is let's say I have a list of pets. In that the category cat has 3 cats. One is Meowser, one is Fluffy, and one is Kit Kat. Then we have another proper category called dog. In that category dog we have 3 dogs. One is called a Spot because why not? Bowser and Frankie. These are very creative names. Okay. And how do we access them? Let's read. So 0 as in I want to do show me the first, select the first item from our pets. I mean first object, and then you go to the names and you tell me the second name. So this is Fluffy. I understand. yeah, 0 and 1 is this. इसमें से क्या names, अभी names में गए, ये रहा names, names में 0 which is the first value, the 0th value is the spot, so it will be spot. Pretty cool. Can you guys even see that? Oh, you guys can't even read that much. Okay. Now using dot and bracket notation, just like this and this, set the variable second tree to the second item. कहाँ है second tree? This is a variable called second tree to the second item in the trees list from the myPlants object. क्या चाहिए? Second item trees. Second item in the trees. So we have trees and second item in the trees. Wait, this is the second item in the trees. Trees list from the myPlants object. I think they mean this pine. We want to return pine from this thing, this object, this nested object. So what I'll do is there any spacing? Nope. Okay. So excuse me. So I write my plants dot. Oh yeah, we're using bracket notation, aren't we? I write 1, then dot, then we go to list, and in this bracket I write 1 again. I think that should do it. Let's run the test. Yep. What did I do? Let's look at this again. Second tree, what does it do? It will load the second list, whatever this is. So this will, it loaded the second value, second object, whatever we want to call it. Basically जो भी list है, ये जो array है, array के अंदर जो list है, उसमें से तू मुझे second object उठा के दे. That's what this one does. And then उसके अंदर से inside this, inside this, from this object, I wanted to pick a thing called list. So we have a property called a list, a type called list, and from that list I wanted to select show me the second value, show me the money. Very nice. You guys must check out that movie, Show Me the Money. Where is it? Some Tom Cruise movie where he plays a lawyer, I think. Maybe some sports agent of some kind. Okay. You are creating a function. Okay, so now we are, so we have a project now, a record collection. After counting cards, this is the headache number 2. With counting cards, it actually wasn't a headache. It was quite fun actually. Let's see. You are creating a function that aids in the maintenance of a musical album collection. The collection is organized as an I will read this slowly. There is something loud. You are creating a function, so we are creating a function, okay, that aids the maintenance of a musical album collection. The collection is organized. I'll need another cup of coffee in about 10-20 minutes. Okay. You are creating a function that aids in the maintenance of a musical album collection. The collection is organized as an object that contains multiple albums. Yes. You can see that record collection, so many of them till here, I think. So that they've already created a collection for us. The collection is organized as an object that contains multiple albums, which are also objects. Each album is represented in the collection with a unique ID. This is the unique ID as the property name. Within each album project, there are various properties describing information about the album. You can see various properties, as in this. We have an album called Prince 1999, and these must be the 2 tracks. Then we have, the album is not called Prince. The album is called 1999. Okay. Then we have another album called Slippery When Wet by Bon Jovi. Let It Rock You, Give Love a Bad Name. Then we have some guy Robert Palmer, but there is nothing in this. Okay, so that's what the collection looks like. Okay, each album is represented in the collection with a unique ID. We can see that ID as the property name. Within each album object, there are various properties describing the information about the album. Not all albums are the complete information. Yep. Okay. The update records function takes 4 arguments. So let's scroll down. This is a function called update records. So nice of them to just write it for us. The update records function takes 4 arguments. These are the 4 arguments. कहाँ पे 4 arguments represented by the following function parameters: records, an object containing several individual albums. Yeah, I think they want me to put array list in them. All the album titles from this. All the album titles in an array. That should be a challenge. Okay, देखते हैं कि करके जाते हैं. Records and object containing several individual albums. अच्छा. ID, a number representing a specific album. The records object. Prop, a string representing the name of the album. Property to album. Okay. Complete the function using the rules below to modify the object passed to the function. Oh, ABBA Gold. Very nice. ABBA. We love ABBA. Waterloo is a famous song. I love that song, Waterloo by ABBA. It is a Swedish band called ABBA. Check it out, guys. Waterloo by ABBA. Good song. Okay. Your function must always return the entire records object. Must always return. Okay. So apparently we are not supposed to touch this. It seems. एक करके जाते हैं. अगर मैं ये फंक्शन रन करूँगा record collection, so records value है record collection. क्या है? This is the record collection. Very cool. Oh, if I pass this as the record collection, then it should return a list? या फिर हर एक में सेम ही होगा? Let's read this. All of them will be record collection. Goodness me. Okay, so this won't change. We can leave that. This will change. This is the ID of each album. This is the artist value, artist's name. We can see artist. ये same होगा. ABBA should be ABBA. Okay, जहाँ पे empty है उसमें कहाँ क्या बताना चाहिए? Should it say something? Let's see. Okay, if value is an empty string, delete the given property from the album. Delete the given property if is empty. Okay, I'll have to refer to some commands again, but एक एक करके जाते हैं ना. Okay, so your function must always return the entire records object. चलो ये कर देगा, ठीक है. इसको कुछ नहीं करना है, ठीक है. Must always return, so इसको कुछ नहीं करना है, आगे जाते हैं. If value is an empty string, so if value is an empty string, हाँ मतलब इसमें वैल्यू नहीं है तो उसको हम लोग क्या यूज़ करते हैं? आई थिंक वी केम अक्रॉस समथिंग, whether that property is in there or not. Accessing, returning, nope. I think it's somewhere in accessing. No. Come on. ये सब तो कर है, ये सब कर दिया. Building objects, notation, variables, updating object properties. I think delete भी delete तो delete function यूज़ करने वाले हैं. What is it called? हाँ वो तो ठीक है. Where was that? हाँ ये भी ठीक है. हैज़ ओन प्रॉपर्टी, येस. सो ट्रू और फॉल्स के हिसाब से हम लोग कर सकते हैं. क्या लिखेंगे? आईडी की प्रॉपर्टी होनी चाहिए ना. इफ़ आईडी हैज़ ओन प्रॉपर्टी वैल्यू then do what? Then delete the given property from the album. From the album. Prop property. What is the prop property? यहाँ पे है कहीं पे prop? What does prop mean? ये prop क्या return करेगा? Let's read this. A string representing the name of the album's property to update. What? An object containing several individual albums. Okay. A string representing the name of the album's property. Name of the album's property. What? Do you mean this? Why doesn't it say? Do you have an? What? Let's read this again. Before I do any of this, what do you mean delete the given property from the album? Let me read this again. So records, what will records do? What is records? An object containing several individual albums. Okay. ID, a number representing a specific album in the records object. Very good, I understand. Prop, a string representing, एक string represent क्या? The name. Okay. एक एल्बम की प्रॉपर्टी का नाम. What do you mean? Again, I fail to understand. A string containing the information used to update the album's property. अच्छा, तो मैं जो भी एंटर करूँगा उसको डिलीट करना है ना. ओके. इफ योर वैल्यू इज इन एम्प्टी स्ट्रिंग. इफ वैल्यू, व्हाट इज वैल्यू ना? क्या बे? अच्छा, लास्ट इज वैल्यू. इफ वैल्यू इज इन एम्प्टी स्ट्रिंग. अच्छा, इफ वैल्यू इज इन एम्प्टी स्ट्रिंग. या नाउ आई एम स्लोली गेटिंग इट. ओके. एज ऑन प्रॉपर्टी. एम्प्टी स्ट्रिंग मतलब अगर कुछ नहीं है तो. ओ एम्प्टी स्ट्रिंग. अच्छा, कोई भी स्ट्रिंग है जो एम्प्टी है. दिस इज नॉन एग्जिस्टेंट, दैट्स डिफरेंट. दिस इज एम्प्टी. वी कांट यूज दिस देन. इट डज हैव ए प्रॉपर्टी. ट्रैक्स डजंट हैव ए प्रॉपर्टी. Come on. If value equals what? जो भी ID है, जो भी ID डाला है, let's say 5439, वो चेक करेगा उसमें. नहीं, ये हैज़ ओन प्रॉपर्टी को हटाओ. ओके. आईडी में क्या चेक करेगा? वैल्यू. प्रॉप नाम चेक करना चाहिए ना उसको पहले. नाउ अनफॉर्चुनेटली दीज एल्बम्स आर डिफरेंट, सो आई कैन ओनली यूज ब्लॉक नोटेशन, नॉट डॉट नोटेशन. सो वैल्यू. सो भाई जो भी आईडी है उसके अंदर जो वैल्यू है. ओ Oh shit, this should be prop. Such a headache. Let's be okay. If value is an empty string, delete the given prop property from the album. हाँ ठीक है, delete करते जाते हैं. If value is an empty string, how do we find out? So if value is an empty string, let's make it this way. Then you do this. Then you do what? Then you delete it. Okay, fine. क्या बे? ये सर्च क्या करेगा? आईडी सर्च कर दी, उसके अंदर प्रॉपर्टी सर्च करेगा. प्रॉपर्टी का नाम क्या है? आर्टिस्ट. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. If this is equal, not equal to, this is equal, if this is empty, then what will you do? You will delete. Delete what? Delete the given prop property from the album. Prop property. क्या यार? So let's say 5439. मैंने 5439 एल्बम में से मैं क्या डिलीट करूँगा? आर्टिस्ट नाम की प्रॉपर्टी को डिलीट करूँगा, की को डिलीट करूँगा. इज दैट राइट? यस. की पूरी हटाऊँगा एज इन दिस फॉर एग्जाम्पल. सो what do I write? So id in square brackets, I will remove the prop. I think that should take care of that. When so that takes care of the first rule, I think. Okay, if prop is in tracks, so I think that is another if now. It's not connected, they're not nested. If क्या यार, ये तो चालू ही पड़ जाता है. ठीक है, चल बस चुप. Okay, if prop isn't tracks, what? अच्छा, तो अगर यहाँ पे हम लोग ट्रैक्स नहीं लिख रहे हैं, इंटरेस्टिंग. ओके, prop isn't, I mean, yeah. Isn't what? Isn't tracks. Oh. Yeah, tracks. Oh, it cannot say tracks, can it? Oh yeah, it can actually. If prop isn't tracks, पर वो वैलिडेट कैसे करेगा? ठीक है, चलो. एंड वैल्यू इजंट इन एम्प्टी स्ट्रिंग, असाइन द वैल्यू. एंड इजंट इन एम्प्टी स्ट्रिंग. इंटरेस्टिंग. चलो एंड ऑपरेटर लगाओ. एम्परसेंड एम्परसेंड. इफ दिस इजंट ट्रैक्स एंड वैल्यू इजंट एन एम्प्टी स्ट्रिंग, what are you doing, man? Then you will come down. And if prop and value isn't an empty string, what do you mean value isn't an empty string? Are you supposed to after the lookup, or is it अगर मैं डालता हूँ तो empty? What do you mean? What do you mean? How is ID not defined? ID is defined. Okay, if value is an empty string, delete the given prop property from the album. जब हम फंक्शन रन करते हैं उसके वक्त या उसके बाद जो हम लोग फंक्शन एंटर करते हैं वो आर्ग्यूमेंट या फिर उसकी वैल्यू एक्चुअली Yeah, I'm going to get some coffee. I can't find. I find this difficult to understand. Maybe some coffee in me, some water will help me understand. Oh, we have a hand from Yogen sir. Hello, Yogen sir. I'll quickly grab some coffee, and then I will go back to resume with this. See you then. When are you gonna come down? Back to quick yeah, that was a very short coffee break. Back to this. Okay, with a refreshed mind, let's read this again and let's try to understand what this does, what they're asking us to do. Okay, so there is a function called update records. There's this function called update records. It takes 4 arguments. We can see these are the 4 arguments. What are their names? The argument, the first argument is records. Okay, what does this argument represent? So an object containing several individual albums. So you can see here in this object, this records object contains several individual albums. So, and they've also given us an example of how this function would call data. So you can see the function records, it says record collection. So we can have several objects with different names, record collection, then we can have record collection 1, we can have record collection 2. It could be a different name, but yeah, so that's the first argument. We probably don't have anything to do with this. We'll probably do a few things, but I think this will be left alone. Then we have ID. So what does ID say? A number representing a specific album in the records object. Yes, so IDs, these are the IDs we read earlier in if we go above we can check it out, but basically this is an ID. This is a 4-digit number, 1245 5439, and if we check here, this is 5439. That is this. There's some information. There's this artist called Robert Palmer, but nothing else that has been mentioned. And we are not supposed to edit any code in this setup. Whatever we are supposed to do is only in this. Okay. Okay, what else does this so now let's go to the prop. What does prop mean? Prop, I think, is short for property, but you know what, I could be wrong. A string representing, okay, a string representing the name of the album's property, okay, to update. So भाई अच्छा हम लोग वैसा system बना रहे हैं. So we are creating a system, I think, yeah, a record collection system where we delete data or find data, I think look up data. But yeah, in this we will update the property. So name of the album's property to update. So भाई यहाँ पे हम लोग mention करेंगे जो भी एल्बम की प्रॉपर्टी जो अपडेट करने वाले हैं उसका नाम. तो दिस इज आर्टिस्ट 5439. This doesn't even say artist, so we can understand that we are supposed to make one, I think. And what does this say? ABBA. So 5439. Oh, so the 5439 is this album title ABBA Gold. The name of this title, name of this album is ABBA Gold, and we want to give it a value, give it a property or the key, and the value ABBA. Yeah, the key artist and the value ABBA. Makes sense? Okay. According to this calling function, we could write different values. Okay. तो ये कर रहा है. So this prop represents the name of the property that we want to update. Okay. Now we go to value, a string containing the information used to update the album's property. So let's say we have an existing property called artist, and we mention it in prop, and we change the value. So if we want to change the value of this, let's say this artist prints to something else, maybe Queen, so then that's what we do. So okay, now let's see what they want us to write actually. But now I understand what these 4 arguments will take, should take. Now what does this say? Complete the function. So we are now going to complete the function. Oh sorry, ये क्यों है, यहाँ पे क्यों है? The function should be here. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'll press enter again. Yeah, you guys can see this is again. I'll like to point out this. They already tell us what to edit, what not to edit, because we are still learning basic JavaScript. So this clearly says only change code below this line. We are not supposed to do anything. We can use this for reference, but we are not supposed to edit anything in there. Back to this. Anything below this can be edited to our understanding, for our learning. Okay, back to this. So what does the first rule say? Your function must always return the entire records object. So entire records object. So it must always return the entire records object. Okay. Oh. Okay, so when I write return records, it will return the entire records object, whatever the record is. So it should return record collection here. So that's why I've placed it in the first line. So it will always do that. Okay, now should we place that in the end if we are going to edit a few things? I'll leave that there. Based on the next 3 rules, we'll find out whether we should place it at the beginning of the function or at the end. Okay, cool. Now go to the next rule. What does this rule say? If value is an empty string, okay, value as in this. Acha. So let's say I look for record collection. In that record collection I look for the ID this, and for that ID I select the property called artist, and I find this to be empty, where artist is empty, where there is a property called artist but there is no value mentioned in that property, is an empty string. Delete the given property as in the entire property itself from the album. Okay, so let's try to see that logic with this if statement that I've written. So it starts with an if, of course. Now what does this select? ID and prop. Okay, so we came across bracket notation of before, guys. So this will select whatever ID we've given, वो ID फॉर एग्जांपल 5439 में से उसके अंदर में से ये जो भी प्रॉपर्टी मेंशन की गई है वो चेक करेगा वो प्रॉपर्टी की वैल्यू in two double quotes, that means empty. Is that empty? Now we are using equality operator, not strict equality, only equality operator. So I think that should work. If it doesn't, then we'll try until we figure it out. Okay, then so what does this say? If value is an empty string, so if this is an empty string, if it returns true, okay, if it returns true, what do? Delete the given property from the album. So then we go inside the curly brackets. Inside the curly brackets, what happens? So we have the function delete. So what will it delete? Now we go, I think I've written it id. So 5439 के अंदर जो भी property है which is artist, वो तो remove कर देगा. Now I will refer to a few of my previous projects to find out whether what we've written will affect anything or anything. So I'll click on delete properties from a JavaScript. What does this say? Delete rdog.bark. So we can also use id.prop and that should do it. Unfortunately, we have different values. You can see there are spaces in it, so I can't use the dot notation. I'll have to use the square bracket, the bracket notation, so that we can completely, so that we can ignore the fact, we can ignore the errors, overlook the errors. Yeah, not overlook. Yeah, we can ignore the errors. So that's the first if statement. I think that covers the first rule. Okay. Now let's go to the second rule. If prop isn't tracks, okay, so there should be a value called tracks. Let's find out. Okay, so if a property is tracks, if prop value isn't tracks and value isn't an empty string, one thing at a time. If prop isn't tracks and value, so हम लोग and operator का use करेंगे. I think and value isn't an empty string. अगर दोनों ट्रू निकलते हैं तो करेंगे असाइन, तो हम असाइन करेंगे वैल्यू टू द एल्बम्स प्रॉप, व्हाटएवर. विल रीड द थिंग आफ्टरवर्ड्स, बट आई थिंक आई विल फोकस ऑन दीज. सो वी आर गोइंग टू यूज द लॉजिकल एंड ऑपरेटर to use this to find out what we can do. So prop is in tracks. चलो एक एक करके जाते हैं. तो भाई जो मैं prop enter कर रहा हूँ, तो ये भी मैंने थोड़ा लिख के रखा था before I went for a coffee break. Why is there an extra? Oh, that's for the function. Let's press enter another once more. So you can see that is the function's curly bracket. So I'll remove an if from here. Okay, if prop isn't tracks. Okay, so we used another again we used an equality operator. So if prop, oh, I don't need to write that, do I? So if prop, as in whatever property they've written, isn't tracks, so this will give us, this is a logical argument. This will return false. For this example, it will return false. Very good. Isn't tracks. Oh, then we use the, yeah, isn't true. So if props isn't tracks, so this will return true now. And what and value isn't an empty string. I'm unsure about empty strings. We can Google that. But yeah, I think this is it. Isn't an empty string. Assign the value to the album subject. I should also refer to the previous projects, whether we came across any empty string project or not. Must be in the previous 10 or 15 projects. So it says accessing, manipulating, testing, add new properties, updating object properties. It might mean updating object properties. So I'm going to use double quotes for now. Let's see if we do come across any errors because of that. So okay. And value isn't an empty string. So again, isn't. So we use this exclamation and the equal to sign. So that means they are they become an operator together. Isn't equal to. So isn't an empty string. You need to update the album's tracks array. You need to update the album's tracks array. क्या मजाक कर रहे हैं? Okay, so inside this curly brackets, what will we do if both of them turn out to be true? Then what are you to do? If prop isn't tracks and value isn't an empty string, assign the value, whatever value is. So we are going to assign the value to the album's prop. So एक प्रॉपर्टी हम लोग ऐड करने वाले हैं. ओके या अब अपडेट नहीं करनी, वी गोइंग टू ऐड ए प्रॉपर्टी. आई विल रिफर टू द प्रीवियस कोड. कहाँ गया. I'm sure I remember, but you know what, let's confirm. Add new properties. So how do we add new properties? We do this, we literally assign it. Oh, okay, I get it. So क्या बोलेंगे, assign the value to the albums prop, to that albums. So to that album, so ID album जो भी ID है 5439 album के अंदर if value is in sorry albums property. So हम लोग एक और नई property ऐड करने वाले with a value. So we'll write dot must be the name of the property. So prop equals in double quotes what, assign the value. So they're not in double quotes. क्या होगा ये semicolon because we are in this, id dot prop equals value. I think that should do it. Let's read this if statement again and understand. So क्या बोल रहा है ये, if prop isn't equal to tracks, this should return true. So हाँ, एक first true मिल गया. If prop isn't equals to track, if the property isn't tracks, which it isn't, so we have a yes here, true value here. Then we put the ampersand, the double 2 ampersands, and then we check for the second argument, and value isn't an empty string. That we also have another bingo. So yes, so both of them turn out to be true for us. Isn't empty, you can see that this isn't tracks and it isn't empty. Then what will we do? We will give this property, we'll add this property and add its value, but it says assign, not add. Let's say it says 5439 for this example. Do we have an artist? No. So I think it will add it for this case. Do I have a message or what? I think I have a WhatsApp message. Just a second guys, I have a phone call. Just give me a few seconds please. Sorry about that. Back to this. Okay, yeah. Where was I? Yeah, I was going to I'm going to evaluate this. Yeah, so this value will be given to this property artist. I think I'm nailing it so far. Okay, now let's read the third rule. This is a long rule. Okay, if prop is tracks and the value isn't an empty string, we don't need that space. If what prop is tracks, so is, this was isn't and this is. Oh, okay, very nice, that's actually good. Then we can use else. Nope, actually no, I don't know. Let's not jump the gun here. Prop is tracks, tracks, is tracks and value isn't an empty string. This will stay the same. And value isn't an empty string, is not an empty string. So when if it returns true, which it will, yeah, isn't an empty string. You need to update the album's tracks array. Where is the tracks array? This tracks array. Oh, track is an array. Come on, dude. Come on. It can't be empty. It should be an empty array. Okay, let's read this again. Okay, you need to update the album's tracks array. First, if the album does not have a tracks property, assign it an empty array. Okay, can be easily done. Slowly जाते हैं. We need to update the album's tracks array. ठीक है. कुछ tracks array के साथ करने का है. Tracks array कैसे पकड़ेंगे? id dot tracks. Yeah, I think that should do. So id dot tracks. हाँ भाई ठीक है. Tracks array के साथ कुछ करना है. ठीक है. फिर क्या? First, if the album does not have a tracks property, is oh hi Swamijit, how are you? Hello. JavaScript सीख रहे हो? क्या चाल है? Check it out. Check out these rules. I have to apply these rules. If you can figure that out. I have a phone call. Let me just take a look at that phone call. Okay. So what do you think, Swamijit? Will it take you some time? If it will take you some time, then what you can do is मुझे कोड लिख रहे हो, you can check that out. अगर कोई तकलीफ आवे तो कहजे, कसोई लागे के बराबर नहीं लगे तो अपन कहजे. This is still under progress, so do not need to read that. You can check these codes out. This code out, not these codes. Anyway, okay. First, if the album does not have a tracks property. अच्छा एक सेकेंड. You need to update the album's tracks array. Oh, अच्छा. फिर with what? With value, I think. Because it is an array. Okay. First, wait a second. अच्छा, update क्या करना है, कैसे करना है वो समझाएंगे ना. अभी तो रुको. First, if the album does not have a tracks property, अभी एक और if आएगा इसके अंदर ऐसा. Okay. If the album does not have a tracks property, assign it an empty array. So what does that mean? What do you update the album's tracks array? How? Update how? What do you want me to put in there? वैल्यू लिखना होगा ना, और क्या हो सकता है. First, if the album does not have a tracks property, then assign it an empty array. Oh yeah, we have that option. कहाँ पे क्या कुछ था? Does not या फिर do not. I recently used that. Updating, accessing with a dot notation, using objects. कहाँ पे था? I'll have to Google it. Okay, so this using objects for live lookups, nope. Deleting properties, nope. Adding new properties, nope. updating object properties. Nope. No. Excuse me. Not you. Not you either. Has own property. Yes, we are supposed to use a has own property. Okay. हाँ ठीक है चलो. I think इसके अंदर rules होने चाहिए. I don't understand that at all. What do you mean update the tracks array? इसके अंदर होगा तो if चलाने. I don't know what are you saying. What are you saying? Let's read this again. If prop is tracks, if prop is tracks, जो भी हम लोग एंटर करते हैं वो tracks लिखा है, and क्या value isn't, so is not an empty string, you need to update the album's tracks array. How am I supposed to remove this and okay fine, करके देखते हैं, दोनों ट्राई करके देखते हैं, समझ आएगा. I'll do this commented. कोई कुछ नहीं टच करेगा, ठीक है. ओके फर्स्ट के अंदर फिर से इफ है, ठीक है. चलो let's give ourselves a headache. So first, if the album does not have a tracks property, if it does not have a track property, so first we have to check whether it has a track property. Okay, क्या करेंगे? क्या करेंगे? id dot has own property tracks, is that tracks? Yep. If id, whether id does or does not have a property, so has own property, if it returns true, what will it do? यार ये ब्रैकेट का हाँ ठीक है. हाँ okay. If it does have a property, if it says if the value turns out to be true, पता नहीं क्या करना है. So what do I write? Just return null. But if it does, if the album does not have a property, assign it an empty array. अच्छा तो assign तो करना ही है, ठीक है. So मैं इसको reuse कर सकता हूँ. ये क्यों रेड अंडरलाइन है? I wanna know. What are we missing? Is this missing an operator or what? Oh, it's missing a bracket, obviously. Okay. It will return nothing. It will do nothing. Okay. If it's not going to do nothing, I'll just keep this empty. But if it does return false, which we actually want it to do, does not have a track. I don't know. Okay. Does not have a tracks property. Oh, tracks property. हाँ बराबर ही है. I could simply write it this way then, if it's has property. Can I? नहीं, इसका syntax ऐसे लिखा है ना. Then we can't leave it. Okay. हाँ, back to id.tracks. So if it does not, चलो true में खाली और it does not, so यहाँ पे जाते हैं. It does not have a tracks property, assign it an empty array. So now id.tracks will be assigned an empty array. क्या ला क्यों? Oh sorry, yeah, it already has a bracket. We'll remove this. Okay, we have assigned it an empty array. Array. Okay, so that's the end of this if, hopefully, which is nested inside this if. ठीक है, जाते हैं आगे जाते हैं. और क्या then अच्छा और है, इसके बाद और है. ओके, देन एड द वैल्यू. द वैल्यू, क्या वैल्यू इज दिस? एड द वैल्यू as the last item in the album's tracks array. This is so confusing. We have Somejit's comments, bracket close in 33. Thank you. और क्या है? Might be tracks in single double quotes on line 33. ये मैंने थोड़ा कोड को चेंज किया. Which line do you mean now? Could you please say that again? हिंदी में बोलना, गुजराती में बोलजे तने जेम फावे. એવું કશું નહીં, આપણે ઇંગ્લિશમાં બોલવાની જરૂરત નહીં. હું સમજાવી દઈશ અગર મને ના સમજ પડી તો. હું તને પૂછીશ, ચિંતા ના કરીશ. હા તો और speak in English, I don't mind. ओके, अभी then add the value. चलो, according to this we are still inside this rule. ठीक है, चलो इसके अंदर जाएंगे. और क्या करना है? Then add the value as the last item. As the last item. Last item के लिए भी एक रूल था. क्या नाम था उसका? पुश था? नहीं. Come on. Pop, push. I think pop and push were to delete. Unshift. I think unshift. Let's see. क्या बताता है? So push takes one or more parameters, pushes them at the end of the array. Yep, we want push actually. Literally push. Okay, so क्या करना है भाई? Add the value, this value as the last item in the albums. What? I think if we want to think of this as one rule, this must be one and this must be otherwise. तो जो then है तो उसके बाद क्या करना है? सो आई थिंक when they say then add the value as the last item in the album's tracks array. Mind blank. my mind is going blank or what? Let's think again. Okay, then add the value as the last item. Last item के लिए of course we have dot push. ठीक है, चलो हाँ आ गया. ले बस कर देंगे. ठीक है, जो भी है. बट क्या पुश करना है? The value. So we have to push the value. When are you gonna come down? Cheers. When are you going to land? Should I listen to my old man? कहाँ पे पुश करना है? चलो समझते हैं. I mean I don't need to use push. अगर मैं वो reassign value यूज़ करता हूँ तो भी हो जाएगा actually. Then what I can write is again ये. So we're literally adding as the last item in the album's track array. अगर last item कर रहे तो फिर push ही करना यूज़ करना पड़ेगा ना. Then we can't use this. I think this is how it will go. मुझे एक अरे में पुश करना तो हम लोग क्या करते थे? लेट्स रीड दिस. फ्रूट्स डॉट पुश. सो दिस इज़ द अरे. अरे के अंदर पुश करेंगे कीवी, लेमन, पाइनएप्पल. सो इसके एंड में कीवी है. व्हाट? ओके, लेट्स रीड दिस. सो दिस विल ऐड 3 आइटम्स टू द एंड. ओके, अगर तुम लोग को कुछ नहीं दिखेगा नहीं, दैट शुड बी मच बेटर. So this is the constant fruits and we are pushing kiwi to fruits this. Okay, so the same way we are pushing these values at the end of tracks array. I think this should work. हाँ अभी देखते हैं. We will of course go through this a few times to double check whether we are making a mistake, whether I'm making a mistake, and then I will still have made a mistake. A copy of the record collection object is used for the test. हाँ नहीं, ऊपर से ये इसको भी लेना है, सो ये तो रिटर्न करेगा ही. कहाँ रखते हैं, इसके बाद रखते हैं. ये सब ख़त्म हो जाए उसके बाद. वेट नो, yeah, obviously cannot create property on prop on number 5439. करते हैं x पहले करता हूँ. x यहाँ पे लाइन थी ना, पेस्ट. ओके. A copy of record collection object is used for the test. You should not directly modify the record collection object, which is this. Okay, chalo. Before I run the test, let us go through this. What does this do? What this does? Okay, so let's read the first line. अरे बाप रे कितना लंबा कोड है. हाँ, I mean yeah, I'm baffled by the size of this code. Maybe in the future I'll be playing with longer lines of code. Who knows? Okay, so after update records, record collection 5439 artist ABBA. Artist should be the string ABBA. अरे हाँ नहीं, ये तो कुछ रिटर्न करेगा ही नहीं. Yeah, we'll have to play with this. Only one tick. Okay. So क्या बोल रहा है भाई? So if we enter 5439 artist ABBA artist should be the string ABBA. हाँ, क्योंकि हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, रिकॉर्ड कलेक्शन जिसमें 5439 वैल्यू है, उसमें हम आर्टिस्ट नाम की प्रॉपर्टी को वैल्यू दे रहे हैं ABBA. ओके, व्हाट डज दिस डू? इट शुड रिटर्न द वैल्यू आफ्टरवर्ड्स. आई थिंक इसके बाद कुछ रन ही नहीं होता. You can see cannot create property prop on number 5439. यहाँ पे उसकी फट जाती है. That means something's there. So let's understand what this is. Cannot create property on number 5439. Create property, so then I don't think this has anything to do with this. If I delete this, what will happen? The error won't change, so then that's not something we have to worry about. Okay, but वो गायब हो जाता है error, नहीं? ठीक है. If I do this, let's first check whether this tick mark goes away. It does go away. Okay, I can't see the error. Finally, okay. Cannot create property prop on number 5439. So ये क्या कर रहा है? Let's read this. If I remove this, what will happen? Will it still say nope? So there's something wrong with this, and we have to find out what. So cannot create property. क्यों create नहीं कर सकता? Are we supposed to on number 5439? So ID उसमें property है. What is the property? Artist. उसको हम value assign कर रहे हैं. अभी कोई भी property है जिसमें कोई spacing है नहीं, then why is value supposed to be inside this? फिर भी नहीं. It's a type error. Okay, so data type error है. One can be an array and one can be a number. Oh, 4 hours, क्या बात है. सही है. आज भी 5-6 घंटे तो जाने ही वाले हैं 100% तो ख़त्म करने में. Cannot create property prop. Anyone watching, do you know what we can do? Cannot create property. तो ये प्रॉपर्टी जो भी को बना रहे प्रॉपर्टी prop on number 5439. अच्छा, oh okay. Cannot create property artist on a number 5439. ओके, ये कुछ कोर्स में वापस देखना पड़ेगा. क्रिएट प्रॉपर्टी और ऐड न्यू प्रॉपर्टीज. बाप रे, ऐड न्यू प्रॉपर्टीज. ऐड न्यू प्रॉपर्टीज में क्या करते हैं? आर डॉग डॉट बाक इक्वल्स बाव सेमीकोलन. id डॉट prop मतलब क्या? our dog is this object. Inside this object we have, oh wait a second, oh I get it, records dot id, sorry, records, the same way this should be records dot id. This cannot be, so this should also be records.id then prop. Okay. क्या क्या तकलीफ है, कहाँ का तकलीफ है, देखते हैं. चलो, okay, what does this say now? Cannot read properties of undefined reading artist. Where is reading artist? What are you saying? You know what? Let's see where the problem is. I'll remove each and every if to find out. Okay, यहाँ पे तकलीफ नहीं दिखा रहे हैं. Cannot set properties, cannot read properties. Okay. If तो भाई records के अंदर जो भी ID है, so let's say record collection के अंदर ID 5439 है, उसकी value prop is not equal to empty, is equal to empty. Now let's run this first. कुछ नहीं हुआ. Okay, then I'm wrong. Undefined reading artist. Artist कहाँ पे है? I'll have to read the rules. I guess your function must always return the entire records object. Entire records object कर दिया. क्या इसको ऊपर रखना है? ठीक है, चलो ऊपर रखते हैं. Entire return records. Entire records object. Unfortunately जब मैं ये करता हूँ तो यहाँ से सारे एरर हट जाते हैं. So I think it doesn't even read any of this, so then I can't use this, put this here. Okay, चलो अभी क्या बोल रहे हैं? What does this do? If records.id, so record के अंदर मतलब जो हमने record collection डाला उसके अंदर का जो भी ID हमने enter किया, वो ID के अंदर जो भी हमने property रखी है, so this is the property, अगर वो equals to empty है तो delete करेगा. क्या करेगा? delete the given prop property from the album. So records
आईडी में से तो वो प्रॉपर्टी को रिमूव करेगा इस तरह। अब ये क्या बोल रहा है, कैन नॉट रीड, अच्छा वो चेक नहीं करें, ऑफ अनडिफाइंड रीडिंग आर्टिस्ट, बट फॉर विच वन माई मैन। अगर मैं ये हटा दूँ तो क्या करेगा तू? ओके कोई तकलीफ नहीं है, मतलब द एरर डजंट चेंज, सो दैट मीन्स वी आर नॉट लुकिंग एट द राइट थिंग। कैन नॉट रीड, ओके, सो दिस हैज़ समथिंग टू डू विद दिस। क्या है 5439 में आर्टिस्ट है कि नहीं है? आर्टिस्ट ही नहीं है, so I think it's not empty or not. Wait a second. Now that does cause the question to ask, if value is an empty string, ठीक है, is an empty string, delete the given prop property from the album. अगर मैंने जो ये वैल्यू डाली है ये empty string है, तो ये क्या करेगा, ये प्रॉप प्रॉपर्टी को रिमूव कर देगा 5439 से। ओके, सो इज़ दिस गुड? नाउ वी कैन सी इट सेज कैन नॉट रीड, सो आई थिंक वी आर गुड, वी आर गोइंग इन द राइट डायरेक्शन। नेक्स्ट, इसको मैं डिलीट करूँ तो कोई होता है चेंज? नहीं, कोई एरर नहीं दिखाता है। इफ़ आई रिमूव दिस डज इट शो एन एरर? नो, नो एरर, सो आई थिंक देयर समथिंग रॉन्ग विद दिस। नाउ लेट्स रीड दिस। क्या बोल रहे हैं? इफ़ प्रॉप इज़ इन ट्रैक्स, तो भाई जो हमने जो प्रॉप एंटर किया विच इज़ आर्टिस्ट, इट डजंट मीन ट्रैक्स, देन ओके, एंड व्हाट, सो देन एक सेकेंड, ये 2 बार आया। अच्छा, दिस इज इजंट एंड दिस इज इजंट, देन दिस इज ओके। एंड इफ प्रॉप इजंट ट्रैक्स एंड वैल्यू इजंट एन एम्प्टी स्ट्रिंग, सो दोनों जब ट्रू निकलेंगे, then what do? We assign the value to that album's prop, so ये जो भी prop है उसको assign करेंगे। तो भाई records.id.prop, if I may put this in square brackets, it says cannot set properties of undefined setting artist। defined तो है भाई, what do you mean undefined? You want me to write this? Then it would become prop, not prop. See, exactly. Finally कुछ आया, कुछ change तो हुआ।
Okay, 5439 में हमें add करना है ना, so then we use dot and we give it a value। क्या इसको कर्ली ब्रैकेट्स में ऐड करते हैं, क्या वैल्यू है? अब है, राइट? इट डजंट हैव ए स्पेस, बट व्हाट इज से, व्हाट डज दिस से नाउ? कैन नॉट सेट प्रॉपर्टीज ऑफ अनडिफाइंड सेटिंग प्रॉप, दिस अंडरस्टैंड नथिंग, क्योंकि हमने प्रॉपर्टी आर्टिस्ट दी है। इफ प्रॉपर्टी इज नॉट इक्वल टू ट्रैक्स, दैट्स ट्रू, एंड इट्स वैल्यू इज नॉट एम्प्टी, is not, then what do? You go to records, which is this। अभी record collection में जाओगे, उसके अंदर तुम ID पकड़ोगे 5439, उसके अंदर तुम prop में जाओगे। oh, let's read that again। add new properties, how do you add a new property? Let's read this। does this have a property called bark? No, it does not। we use rdog.bark and then we give it bow wow। ये क्या है? इसकी वजह से तकलीफ आ रही है, हटाओ, नहीं। सो आई एम ग्लैड दैट कमेंट्स डू वर्क। सो records.id.prop, you can also think of this as record collection, think of this as 5439, this is a number, but this prop is a string। तो क्या ब्लॉक में डालते हैं? ठीक है, चलो ब्लॉक में डालते हैं, ठीक है, डाल दिया, नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम, विल मेक इट दिस वे, फाइन। Now what? And we also give it a value. And what is a value? This is ABBA. You can see a prince here, you can see ABBA gold here. That's it. तेरे को क्या तकलीफ है अभी? Cannot set properties of undefined. Undefined है मतलब हम उसको define नहीं किया वो कौन सा data type है. Undefined setting artist. हाँ तुम लोग ऐड कर रहे हैं ना भाई, क्या तकलीफ है? Because I'm also mentioning the ID. Let's read this again. Record collection उसके अंदर ID के अंदर artist. Records के अंदर ID के अंदर property जिसका नाम है artist और उसकी value. What am I getting wrong? Let's read the rule again. If prop isn't tracks and value isn't an empty string, assign the value to that album's prop. This is how we add IDs. What do you mean, man? क्या बोल रहे हो? What if I write id.prop and then value? ये करने से होगा? नहीं, it says prop समझ नहीं आ रहा इसको, इसकी वैल्यू डिफाइन नहीं कर पा रहे ऑब्वियसली, क्योंकि ये खुद एक सिंगल कोट्स में अगर मैंने इसको हटा दिया तो क्या करेगा. चलो देखते हैं. नाउ इट सेज आर्टिस्ट इज नॉट डिफाइंड. ऑब्वियसली cannot set properties of undefined setting prop. Okay, you know what, I'm going to use this, but it is definitely a data type error. It says type error, pretty evident. Let's use this. Bapre, my value example.myKey is undefined. Unfortunately it is defined. Come on dude, what is up with you? Let's use block brackets for all of them. That would be so weird. Because ID is always a number, so I can trust that to be a defined value. Exactly, then it would become a string. Dog.bark. Wow, that is so simple. Let's check whether we are making any typographical errors. RECORDS, then .id, ID is 5439, then prop is artist and value is this. That's how we learned how to add new properties, and that's how I'm adding a property, new property in this. इसको मैं कट करके else लिख दूँ तो फिर we cannot set properties of an how are you undefined? Please tell me.
as if, yeah. चलो, let's go through this once more. सेटिंग प्रॉप, ये बोल रहे प्रॉप में कोई तकलीफ है? Too big an error, that is too big an error. If prop is not equal to tracks and value isn't an empty string, you need to update the album's tracks array. Oh, I'm not reading the right thing. Assign the value. When we assign the value, you mean you give it a value. We use assign this way anyway. We're not using variables. You can see that they're not variables. We're not giving the value constant. So what? Yeah guys, I'm sure you love this me getting crazy over one line of code. ये क्लियरली बोल रहा है प्रॉप को वो डिफाइन, प्रॉप को उसने अनडिफाइंड रखा है. Where here I can see that this is, you know what, I'm going to see whether there are any weird characters in this. I am so tired of this. Okay, console निकलो, चलो. So this is my function. यहाँ पे रन करेंगे तो क्या होगा? हाँ, चलो. Uncaught type error. इसमें कलर की तकलीफ आ रही है क्या? ID has prop equals value. What? कुछ तो है जो वैल्यू के साथ खेल रहा है या फिर प्रॉप के साथ खेल रहा है. What is it? I do not understand. Who's the one viewer? If you are watching, can you help me? क्या हो सकता है?
Not, I don't want to sit and stare. Records.id.prop has this value, has been assigned this value. Do you want me to play with the value and then assign it? If prop is not equals to tracks and this is not equals to this, then and only then will you do this. So what will you do? You will write records.id.prop. It's pretty clear actually. क्या तकलीफ हो रही है इसको? कुछ पहले लिखना चाहिए तेरे हिसाब से. Or do you want us to write something? No, it doesn't actually. Cannot set properties of undefined. So that means prop or the value itself are undefined. How? If they are in single quotes, how are they undefined? Please tell me. यहाँ पे मैं लिटरली लिख देता हूँ अभी एबा. चलो देखते हैं. कैपिटल A. अब क्या? फिर भी तकलीफ आ रही है. चलो हटाओ, यहाँ पे डालते हैं. ओके, अब क्या? Now it cannot set properties of undefined setting artist. अगर मैं ये हटा देता हूँ तो ये चालू हो जाएगा. Yes. तो अभी भी इसमें ही तकलीफ है. अभी बोल रहे हैं undefined setting artist. What do you mean undefined setting? It is a defined setting. Are you kidding me? This is text. Think. आराम से. Yeah. You know what? I'm literally going to write that text now. ARTIST. क्या होगा? अरे बाप रे, sorry. ARTIST. Will it still say undefined? It will still say undefined. Are you? I'm trying to add some value. Add a property. You know what? I'm going to Google now. How to add a property to an object in JS. Bye. You were of no help, or maybe I can't understand how I can help myself. How to add property to an object in JavaScript? क्या? So there is dot notation, there is bracket notation, there is define property, there is spread operator, there is object dot assign method. हमने दो ही सीखी है. नहीं. We want to go to this JavaScript object properties. Okay. The syntax for accessing. नहीं. I'll do command F and I'll write add. Okay, again adding new properties. Good. You can add new properties to an existing object by simply giving it a value. Literally, it's just simply giving it a value. What can be so hard about that? चलो अभी इसको पढ़ते हैं. Maybe this will help us understand. So we have two curly brackets. Inside one curly bracket we have an array. तो मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ भाई, मैं रिकॉर्ड्स अरे के अंदर से आईडी उठा रहा हूँ विच इज़ 5439. उसके अंदर से मैं उठा रहा हूँ आर्टिस्ट. आई एम लिटरली गिविंग इट दिस, लिटरली आर्टिस्ट. यू कैन सी आर्टिस्ट हियर, यू कैन सी आर्टिस्ट हियर. देयर इज नो आर्टिस्ट इन दिस. ओके, am I supposed to put a comma when we add this to? Can't it add that itself? I don't think that is the case. Let's read this again. Okay. I literally wrote artist. You know what? Let's go one step further. In this I will write artist. Let's see what happens. Come on, dude. Let's see. यहाँ पे जाते हैं. चलो देखते हैं. This is pretty clear. Delete keyword deletes a property. That is also pretty clear. Delete person age. ये क्या है? Let's see. Person के अंदर age property को हटा दो. ऐसे. Okay. But we are not. If we want to add it, we don't do anything. We just simply write this much. पर्सन फर्स्ट नेम और इसके अंदर गेट एलिमेंट बाय आईडी डेमो. अरे बाप रे, ये सब क्या है? बेसिकली पर्सन नेशनलिटी इंग्लिश. ये सब तो आई थिंक हमारे कुछ काम का नहीं है अभी के लिए. आई लीव दैट. दिस इज पर्सन डॉट नेशनलिटी एंड इंग्लिश. जॉन इज इंग्लिश नाउ. इट हैज़ बीन given its nationality too. Are you guys adamant on using double quotes? Because I am now. No, you are not. Oh, this said prop. Oh yeah. Anyone in it? 2 people watching. Can you guys help me? This wasn't of any help. working with objects, add new चला गया, सिर्फ add. Okay, so this is how you add, right? car1, you can see there is an object called car1. car1 के अंदर कलर प्रॉपर्टी ढूंढनी है. अरे बाप रे, ये तो क्या है, ये तो कुछ और ही है. You know what, I'm going to read above, शायद यहाँ पे पढ़ के ऐसे कुछ समझ आ जाए. Okay. You are creating a function that aids in the maintenance of... No. That's not it. We don't need to read that. The update. Anyone? Do you find... Okay. क्या करेंगे? We're literally assigning it a value. Literally assigning a value. What is it that we are doing wrong? What if I remove this line? The error will go away. So there is something that's stopping it. अभी मैं यहाँ से records हटा दूँ तो क्या करेगा? Now it says create cannot prop on number 5439. Obviously, because there is no thing as the 5439. I understand. ठीक है. दोनों में करना पड़ेगा क्या यार? चलो. That worked. Okay. So we used a combination of these brackets. Okay. Let's see. नहीं हुआ पास. क्या क्या कुछ पास नहीं हुआ. Okay. So this still isn't working. But now we don't even know what is working and what's not working. I'm going to remove this code. Okay. It says test output will go now. Oh. Console, dot log. This is for me to understand what we are doing wrong. चल भाई दिखा क्या भाई इसने run किया. ठीक है. record collection 5439. So we should be able to see property called artist with the value ABBA in 5439. Let's see. This is 1245 2468 2452 5439. Now we have it says it literally puts the text prop. Literally puts the text prop. क्यों भाई? सब केस सेंसिटिव तो सब बराबर है क्या? And I put the lid. Why? What is wrong with this? You know what? I'm going to save this code. I'm going to refresh the page. I don't know what will happen. Let's see. Okay. Refresh को page refresh किया. अभी क्या बोल रहा है ये? It says prop. क्या होगा इससे? Now it says artist. Finally. If this were ID and this were this way, क्या होता? तकलीफ आ जाती है इसको. ठीक है, चलो ऐसे जाते हैं. No problem. इसमें तकलीफ आती है, बाकी में क्यों नहीं तकलीफ आती? अभी देखते हैं. Let's run the tests. None of them work. Why? Who knows? एक एक पे जाते हैं ना. चलो. So you know what? I'll edit this myself. Let's comment this out. चलो निकलो. Of course my test. I'll also move my face from the video for a few seconds, for a while, because you guys won't be able to see the output unless I resize it a little. So just give me a second. Now you guys should be able to. Oh yeah. What I can do is I'll move it here because I'm not going to read. I'm not going to read anything that's here. I'll only run the test, so you guys can check it out over there, from there. Okay. Back to this. Okay. Back to this. Okay. हाँ चलो एक एक करके दिमाग फोड़ के हमारा क्या बोलेगा ये? अपडेट रिकॉर्ड्स कलेक्शन 5439 टेक अ चांस ऑन मी. ये करेगा. कॉपी लेट्स प्रेस एंटर एंड प्रेस पेस्ट. ओके, अभी बोल रहा है टाइप कैन नॉट रीड प्रॉपर्टीज ऑफ अनडिफाइंड, रीडिंग हैज़ ओन प्रॉपर्टी. ये सब अनडिफाइंड, ये सब इसी ब्लॉक का ही प्रॉब्लम लग रहा है मुझे तो यार. हाँ चलो सबको ब्लॉक बनाते हैं. दिमाग फोड़ दिया तूने. What do you mean tracks is not defined? Oh. Yes, tracks is not defined. What does this rule do? Obviously it's not defined. It's checking whether it has a known property. इस पे नहीं होना चाहिए. चलो ठीक है, इसको छोड़ते हैं. Let's leave this. We'll give it dots. क्या बोल रहा है? Cannot read properties of undefined. So has one property has now become undefined. क्या मैंने कुछ कैमल की इस बराबर नहीं यूज़ किया. Object has one property. I literally gave it this value. What do you mean has own property? I'm going to copy and paste the text from this. यार, I'll remove this and I'll paste text here. Still, okay. Cannot read properties of undefined. This. Obviously, that's what your function is supposed to do. It's supposed to read, check whether it has a property. अभी ID को ये property है कि नहीं बताना यार. क्या यार. Okay, so many errors. Okay, एक भी टिक मार्क अभी भी नहीं. ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, जाते हैं चेक करके जाते हैं. ठीक है. This is much clearer. ब्रैकेट्स भी सही से डाले हैं. Wait a second. Fine, you know what, let's put this in double quotes because why not. Then add the value as the last item in the album's tracks array. If it does have a property called a tracks. अच्छा. So it shouldn't matter if it's in. देखते हैं ना. हाँ, I think apparently it does matter. Okay. अब भी क्या बोल रहे हैं? फिर भी undefined बता रहे हैं. चलो ठीक है, एक एक करके जाते हैं. अभी मैं इनको ब्रैकेट में रखता हूँ. Because why not? Cannot convert undefined or null to object. Come on, man. What problem is it? Cannot convert. अच्छा, तो कोवर्स नहीं कर देगा, कन्वर्ट नहीं करेगा. अनडिफाइंड और नल टू ऑब्जेक्ट. तो जब ये अनडिफाइंड होता है तो उसको ऑब्जेक्ट नहीं बना सकते. वी हैव टू यूज़ डॉट्स. देन डॉट्स में इसको क्या तकलीफ है देखते हैं. चलो, ये रीड ही नहीं कर पाता एज वन प्रॉपर्टी. चलो इसको बनाते हैं सिंगल कोट ट्रैक्स बिकॉज वाई नॉट. एंड इट स्टिल कांट रीड इट. ओके ठीक है. लेट्स रीड द रूल अगेन. If prop is tracks,
in value isn't an empty string. Okay, so we have two conditions, both of them must be true. You need to update the album's tracks array. Or tracks is an array, mind you. Which doesn't even matter. अगर मैं ये लाइन हटा देता हूँ तो तकलीफ आती है. Cannot set properties of undefined setting tracks. Yes, कोई तकलीफ आती है. So I think, but then it says has one property. If I remove this, then it says setting tracks. Yeah, so हाँ चलो at least इन दोनों को बदल देते हैं. I think something's got to do with this. Obviously, हाँ वो लिखना पड़ेगा ना, records.
Obviously, you idiot, you cannot set it right. Is looking at that for the first time. क्या यार ये डेटा टाइप का बहुत लोचा कर रहा है. I am going to kill you. My friend tracks is definitely not defined. We're literally creating another property called tracks. What do you not get? अभी चलो इसकी तकलीफ हट गई, मतलब हाँ ये लाइन की तकलीफ हट गई है. ओके फाइन, चलो first if the album, so this is another if the album पहले तो ये हटाओ. चलो यार एक एक करके जाते हैं. so much logic. हाँ बराबर ही है. Okay, so if the album does not have a tracks property, can I not use if in this statement? Then can we use true? चलो ये करते हैं, और कुछ दिमाग बचा है नहीं. Okay, it still says cannot treat properties. दिमाग लड़ाओ और लगाओ. चलो इसके अंदर रख लेते हैं, ठीक है, because why not? Track is not defined. Finally something new. It says undefined. You know what? What do you mean? What do you mean? How do we use has one property? पढ़ते चलो. It says object one, this is empty, so object one property. तो हमने एक वैल्यू असाइन की, इसके अंदर एक प्रॉपर्टी ऐड की जिसका नाम है प्रॉपर्टी वन और उसको वैल्यू दी 42. ओके, नाउ ऑब्जेक्ट वन उसमें भी चेक कर रहा है, दिस इज ऑब्जेक्ट वन, इसके अंदर चेक कर रहा है हैज़ वन प्रॉपर्टी कॉल्ड प्रॉपर्टी वन विच इज़ इन सिंगल कोट्स. ओके, एंड द एक्सपेक्टेड आउटपुट इज ट्रू. देन लेट्स रीड दिस. हैज़ ओन प्रॉपर्टी टू स्ट्रिंग, it will return to string, कोई property नहीं, so it will return false. Okay, I do not understand why you are getting so, ये अलग अलग IDs के साथ है इसलिए. Do you want me to coerce each ID? I've already tried coercing each ID, that didn't work. इसको कवर्स करना है, चलो and now it says tracks is not defined. You know what, I'm going to go up and say, let's read this. So track is in fact an array, okay. So this is not an array. Oh, I get it. ये होना ही नहीं चाहिए. TRACKS. What does this say? This says TRACKS. I'm going to copy that text, and you know what? I'm going to put it in here. Why do you say it is not defined, my friend? It said it wasn't defined again. It obviously isn't defined. Wait a second. Are you referring to this tracks is not defined? Okay. I don't know anymore. Let me remove this. Tracks is not defined. फिर भी नहीं, अच्छा कुछ error नहीं आता. अभी क्या बोल रहा है ये? When it says this, it will say tracks take a chance on me. Let's run the test. कुछ तो tick mark आए, 2 tick mark आए. Finally, okay. Something good did happen. इसी में कुछ तकलीफ है जो हमें हमारी बजा रहा है. So far this worked, so this is good. This somehow isn't. Why? Obviously my friend tracks is not defined. What do you mean? Reference error. What are reference errors? Let's find out. Reference error object represents an error when a variable that doesn't exist or hasn't yet been initialized in the current scope is referenced. So it has not been initialized, you say? Yes, obviously it has not been initialized. We are supposed to add it. And better yet, we are checking whether this exists, this property exists. Obviously it won't be, man. Come on, what are you even saying? You know what, I'm going to refer to has own property rule. Maybe that will help me. Maybe the way freeCodeCamp has written it will help me understand. Good headache. I love this headache. Updating नहीं क्या था? Testing objects for properties. No, I think testing should be it or accept. Has own property. So इसमें syntax क्या है? इसने लिखा है return object dot syntax own property and own property. ठीक है, इसने ऐसे लिखा है. Okay. And this is how it would work. It would get an object और has a property के अंदर वो property को डालता. Now, fortunately, this is already in single quotes. Is our text is in single quotes? No, it's in double quotes. Better yet, they are both a string. अल्लाह, मैं भी कहाँ दिमाग दौड़ा रहा हूँ. Obviously, this is an initialized. क्या यार? We're supposed to write prop here. हाँ, चलो एक ही करके जाते हैं. अभी क्या बोल रहे हैं? Cannot set properties of undefined setting tracks. So if I remove this, I think the error won't change. So I think we have cleared this. My mistake, I wasn't reading that it should be prop. दिमाग दौड़ाओ, दिमाग चलाओ, क्या यार? Okay. Now is this line the bone of contention? Yes. क्या बता रहे तू? चल देखते हैं. So when this returns true, क्या करेंगे? कहाँ पे? First, if the album does not have a tracks property, so हम लोग कुछ नहीं करेंगे अगर इसकी वैल्यू ट्रू आती है. Okay. So when it doesn't have a property, we will write this. We will give it in what? we will give it a we'll assign it an empty array. So you can see guys, there is an empty array here. Now I think yeah, we should, the same way we did this, we'll do to this. Sorry, यहाँ पे भी block bracket, यहाँ पे भी square bracket. Sorry, God. Okay, tracks is not defined. Very good. हाँ, obviously this shouldn't be tracks. Wait a minute, this should be tracks. Actually no, यहाँ पे tracks लिखा ही होगा ना. हाँ, yes. So this shouldn't be tracks. Then this should say, this should say prop. Tracks is still not defined. अरे sorry, this should say prop. P-R-O-P. Okay. Okay. अभी कहाँ जा रहे हैं? Let's read this. इसको हटाएंगे तो एरर चेंज होगा. हाँ, अभी भी एरर चेंज होगा. तो देन वी कांट यूज़ दिस एनीमोर. अच्छा, ये क्या बोल रहा है? रिकॉर्ड्स के अंदर आईडी के अंदर प्रॉप लेना है. दिस वर्कड वेल विथ यू, व्हाई डिड इट नॉट वर्क वेल विथ दिस? बिकॉज इट सेज अनडिफाइंड रीडिंग ट्रैक्स. यू नो व्हाट, आई विल हैव टू डिलीट दिस अगेन. इससे कुछ होता है? नहीं होता है. इससे कुछ होता है? हाँ, काम करने लगता है ना. सो अभी यहाँ पे भी करेंगे. वाह, आई एम जस्ट गोइंग क्रेजी ओवर दिस कोड नाउ. चल भाई, ट्रैक्स डॉट पुश वैल्यू. हाँ, नहीं, ट्रैक्स डॉट पुश. दिस शुड ऑल्सो बिकम देन. व्हाट डज दिस डू? लेट्स रीड द रूल. देन ऐड द वैल्यू, दिस वैल्यू to the last item of the album's tracks array. Unfortunately हमारे पास कोई tracks नाम का array है नहीं. जो भी होगा prop होगा. Finally. Okay. Let's check कितनी गलतियाँ सुधारी. सारी X. Oh, I'm going to have so much fun with you. What time is it? It's 4:52 already. बाप रे, 1 घंटे से इस पे अटके हुए हैं. Wow. But now I think we have conquered the errors. It does in fact print this. Let's see. पहले एक एक करके जाते हैं. You want to check this test? What I can do is, हाँ, इसको रिटर्न भी करना चाहिए. फाइन. क्या बता रहा है? ओके, आई रिमूव दिस फॉर नाउ. लेट्स सी. ये अपडेट रिकॉर्ड्स को मैं हटा रहा हूँ. हाँ, दिस इज रिकॉर्ड कलेक्शन 5439 आर्टिस्ट. दिस इज सिंगल कोट्स, दिस इज डबल कोट्स, डजेंट मैटर. एबा artist should be string ABBA. So if we go to 5439, the artist should be ABBA. Should be the string ABBA. When I do this, it's across, and you can see that it is not a string, it is inside an array. Okay, very good. चलो, तो अभी हम लोग कहाँ पे जाएंगे? फर्स्ट रूल पे जाना चाहिए हमें. क्यों फर्स्ट रूल पे जाएंगे? सॉरी, ये कर क्या रहा है? ये एक प्रॉप ले रहा है और प्रॉप को एक वैल्यू दे रहा है. This. So I think this should be then a single line. हाँ. Now it still says ABBA in an array. Interesting. क्योंकि हम इस पे चिपके हुए हैं, इसके अंदर. This has become a global. Auto sub. क्या आया? Command Z. Okay, else if. अभी भी ये ओके इसी में है ओके। एल्स ये इफ़ है और इफ़ का कर्ली ब्रैकेट यहाँ पे है। इफ इट रिटर्न्स ट्रू यू डू दिस, इफ इट डजंट रिटर्न ट्रू यू डू दिस। यही मैं हटा दूँ तो पहले तो ये देखते हैं whether this is causing the problem. Yes, somewhere in this code there is a problem that is causing this. एक एक लाइन करके जाना पड़ेगा। क्या कर रहा है ये तो प्रिंट ही नहीं कर रहा। बाप रे। Emma should be in a string, not a so this is not making it a string. ये हटाते हैं। चलो पूरा हेडेक है पूरा। When I do this, which test pass? No test pass. Oh, 2 tests will pass. अरे बाप रे। Let's read that again. If prop is tracks, okay. If prop is tracks and value isn't an empty string, ये बराबर है ठीक है। You need to update the album's tracks array. Yes. I'm not sure about you. I'm going to leave you empty. Comment ही कर देते हैं। चलो at least go. हाँ चलो You need to update the album's tracks array. अच्छा तो जब भी यहाँ पे ट्रैक्स लिखा होगा wait a second, does that mean I'm clear of ABBA? बेसिकली इसके साथ जो भी करेंगे वो सब ABBA को भी कर रहा है, वो तोड़ रहा है ये। because eventually this is you think this should only be applied to tracks. Nowhere else should it be applied. हाँ फाइनली चलो थोड़ा सेंस आ रहा है दिमाग में। ओके यू नीड टू अपडेट द एल्बम्स ट्रैक्स अरे। हाँ ठीक है अपडेट करना है। कैसे अपडेट करना है वो बताएंगे और क्या करेंगे। सो इट सेज फर्स्ट what does this do? If prop is tracks and value isn't an empty string, if that appears to be true, what will it do? It will run another if statement. Crazy. It will run if the album does not have a tracks property. अच्छा अच्छा ट्रू है, ट्रू के अंदर वो इफ स्टेटमेंट रन करेगा। क्या रन करेगा? इफ द एल्बम डज नॉट हैव ए डॉट ट्रैक्स प्रॉपर्टी, इट शुड से ट्रैक्स। कम ऑन, बट नाउ इट डजंट मैटर। आराम से जाते हैं। ओके सो या इफ द एल्बम डज नॉट हैव ए ट्रैक्स प्रॉपर्टी असाइन इट। सो इफ़ के अंदर जब ट्रू होगा तो क्या करेंगे? वेट, हाँ ट्रू होगा तो कुछ नहीं करेंगे, खाली रखेंगे, भूल जाओ, ठीक है। बट इफ इट डजेंट देन व्हाट डू? वी डू दिस। व्हाट? वी असाइन इट एन एम्प्टी अरे क्वाइट नाइसली। यस, ये सब कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए अभी। अब आया तो तकलीफ होगी। क्या इसको 38 में कोई प्रॉब्लम है? बाय। अब क्या है 37 में प्रॉब्लम है? क्या भाई, क्यों? हाँ अच्छा, वो स्पेसिंग की वजह से तकलीफ हो रही थी, ठीक है। Let's not even go there. ये कर्ली ब्रैकेट कहाँ से आया, निकलो। ओ हाँ, ये इफ स्टेटमेंट कहाँ ख़त्म होता है? अच्छा, अकॉर्डिंग टू यू देयर, ओ आई सी द प्रॉब्लम नाउ। यहाँ पे ख़त्म होना चाहिए। हाँ so if prop tracks value, let's run through this again. If prop is tracks, चलो एक कंडीशन मीट हो गई, and value isn't an empty string, both conditions are correct. So now we can go inside the curly brackets. Very nice. Where are the curly brackets? This is the curly bracket. Okay, we need to update the albums tracks array. ठीक है, so हम लोग बेसिकली जो भी काम करने वाले सभी अभी tracks array के साथ ही करने वाले हैं. Okay, now we go inside. We have another if statement waiting for us. Very good. What does this do? First, if the album does not have a tracks property, if, so we have another if, guys, keep your eyes open. Mine too. पता नहीं मैं क्या सोच के क्या लिख रहा हूँ, but yeah, if the album does not have a tracks property, तो क्या लिखते हैं? चलो भाई, रिकॉर्ड्स के अंदर रिकॉर्ड कलेक्शन नाम का ऑब्जेक्ट है, उसके अंदर एक आईडी है जिसका नाम है 5439, वो भी एक ऑब्जेक्ट है, वो ऑब्जेक्ट के अंदर भी प्रॉपर्टी चेक कर रहे हैं भाई कि 5439 के अंदर हैज़ ओन प्रॉपर्टी, तो भाई ये प्रॉपर्टी है कि नहीं, कौन सी प्रॉपर्टी, उसका नाम क्या है, तो भाई प्रॉपर्टी का नाम है आर्टिस्ट। इंस्टेड व्हाट वी कैन डू इज़ वी कैन मेक दिस tracks. It should say tracks without the single quotes, or you know what, let's keep this single quote. हटाओ, क्या बोल रहा है, ठीक है। चलो, does not have a tracks property, it does not। अभी हम लोग जो ये फंक्शन यूज़ करते हैं इफ़ में जो भी कर्ली ब्रैकेट के अंदर डालते हैं वो ट्रू वैल्यूज़ डालते हैं, बट वी आर नॉट सपोज टू डू एनीथिंग विद द ट्रू वैल्यूज, सो वी आर गोइंग टू लीव दैट। फिर क्या है, इट सेज असाइन इट इन एम्प्टी अरे। सो भाई एम्प्टी अरे असाइन करने के लिए मैंने लिखा रिकॉर्ड्स के अंदर, रिकॉर्ड कलेक्शन के अंदर, 5439 के अंदर, प्रॉप के अंदर विच इज़ दिस, प्रॉप के अंदर ये डाल दो एम्प्टी अरे। देन भी बोला है, एक और चीज़ करने को बोला है, सिर्फ एक चीज़ नहीं करने को नहीं बोला, दो चीज़ करने को बोली है, ठीक है, देखते हैं। और क्या बोला है, वी कैन ऑल्सो स्प्लिट दिस इन डिफरेंट लाइन्स सो यू गाइज कैन सी रीड दिस करेक्टली। आई थिंक या मे बी वी कैन कीप दिस इन वन लाइन। हाँ, ये थोड़ा समझ आएगा मुझे भी, आप लोगों को भी। वेरी गुड। सो ओके, देन इसके बाद आई थिंक फर्स्ट ख़त्म हो जाए, उसके बाद क्या करना है, देन ऐड द वैल्यू एज द लास्ट आइटम इन द एल्बम्स ट्रैक्स अरे। तो भाई रिकॉर्ड्स के अंदर, रिकॉर्ड कलेक्शन के अंदर जिसका आईडी है 5439, उसके अंदर जो प्रॉप है जिसका नाम होना चाहिए, प्रॉप नहीं होना चाहिए, दिस शुड बी ट्रैक्स। ट्रैक्स के अंदर, हाँ आईडी के अंदर, ट्रैक्स के अंदर हम लोग क्या करेंगे, पुश वैल्यू। इवन इफ आई मेक दिस प्रॉप इट शुड वर्क, व्हाई, because all of this is nested inside the if statement, so we can make this prop, really nothing will change। good, क्या करेंगे, पुश, हम करेंगे वैल्यू, पुश करेंगे, पुश करने when do we use push, we literally use push when we are putting it in an array। okay, I think अभी ये देखते हैं, I think कोड थोड़ा मोड़ा छोटा मोटा थोड़ा हमने ठीक किया है, अभी देखते हैं क्या क्या तकलीफ आती है। सो वी हैव दिस लाइन, दिस इज अपडेट रिकॉर्ड्स, रिकॉर्ड कलेक्शन, दैट्स द, ये तो कभी चेंज होने नहीं वाला, 5439 आर्टिस्ट एबा। सो व्हाट आर वी डूइंग, वी आर सपोज टू ऐड द नेम, द की आर्टिस्ट टू द वैल्यू एबा, सॉरी वी हैव टू ऐड द वैल्यू टू द की आर्टिस्ट। You can see artist and ABBA. Let's read the first test. What does it say? After update records, record collection 5439. तो जब हम ये कॉल करेंगे, artist should be the string ABBA, सिर्फ string. So yes, it is a string. It is the artist ABBA. Good. So this works. I will now comment you. Now we go to, हाँ ठीक है कुछ नहीं. Then we go to this now. क्या बोल रहा है ये? Update records, record collection 5439 tracks, take a chance on me. इतना उठाएंगे, copy करेंगे. Now I paste here and I press enter. What should this say? Tracks should have the string. हाँ इसको भी तकलीफ आ गई. चलो finally good. But what should it say? Tracks should have the string take a chance on me as the last and only element. Yes. हाँ ये क्या बोल रहा है? Cannot read properties of undefined reading has own property. यहाँ पे वापस उसको तकलीफ आ गई. क्या तकलीफ आ गई? टाइप एरर आ रहा है भाई, टाइप एरर दिखा रहा है. ठीक है चलो टाइप एरर लगाएंगे. इसको रख ब्लॉक में. लेट्स सी अब टाइप एरर आ रहा है. हाँ अभी तो डॉट का प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है. ट्रैक्स इज़ नॉट डिफाइंड अगेन, ऑब्वियसली इडियट. बट नाउ वी कैन यूज़ प्रॉप. कैन नॉट सेट प्रॉपर्टीज फॉर अनडिफाइंड सेटिंग प्रॉप. ऑब्वियसली व्हाई इज इट ऑब्वियस टू मी नाउ? अच्छा चलो पढ़ते हैं. ये क्या बोल रहा है? अगर ये सही है, मतलब या इन दोनों आर्ग्यूमेंट्स के बाद अगर ट्रू निकलता है तो तू इफ़ स्टेटमेंट यूज़ करेगा. इफ़ स्टेटमेंट और उसके अंदर एक और इफ़ स्टेटमेंट डाला है भाई. ठीक है चलो क्या इफ़ स्टेटमेंट है? तो भाई रिकॉर्ड्स के अंदर आईडी के अंदर एक चीज़ रन करनी है. क्या? प्रॉप. प्रॉप की वैल्यू क्या है? ट्रैक्स. क्या इस 5439 में प्रॉप्स नाम का प्रॉपर्टी है? नहीं. सॉरी ट्रैक्स नाम की प्रॉपर्टी है? नहीं. नो नाना नथिंग. सो देन वी गो टू दिस. दिस says cannot set properties to undefined setting prop, but it is in fact prop. It is in fact defined. So you know what, we'll make this into block brackets because I am at my limit. ओके कुछ हुआ, एरर गायब हो गया. लेट्स होप दिस वर्क्स. ओके सो व्हाट इज हाउ लॉन्ग हैव आई बीन स्पेंडिंग टाइम बिहाइंड दिस? 5 घंटे तो स्पेंड कर दिए बैठे बैठे. 1-2 बार खड़ा हुआ बट या यू नो या 100% तो शाम ही इधर ही शाम में हो जाएगी. व्हाट इज़ दिस से? व्हाट इज़ दिस डू? Let's read. So record collection 5439 tracks take a chance on me. What does this say now? Yeah, tracks should have the string take a chance on me as the last and only element, but it is also supposed to be in an array. So last and only element, it works with you. So we can kill you or comment you. I will comment you for now. ठीक है चलो. Now what does this say? आफ्टर अपडेट रिकॉर्ड्स दिस. अगर हम लोग ये फंक्शन कॉल करते हैं, लेट मी कॉल दैट फंक्शन, देन क्या होगा? आर्टिस्ट शुड नॉट बी सेट. आर्टिस्ट रिमूव हो जाएगा. देखते हैं क्या है. 2548. वेयर इज 2548? आई कैन सी 2548 हियर एंड वी कैन सी दैट देर इज़ नो आर्टिस्ट इन दिस एनी मोर. देर इज़ नो आर्टिस्ट नेम इन दिस एनी मोर. ये दिखा. ओके वेरी गुड. सो दिस ऑल्सो वर्क्स. आई थिंक वी आर क्लोज टू फिनिशिंग दिस. ओके नेक्स्ट क्या है? आफ्टर अपडेट रिकॉर्ड्स दिस. नेक्स्ट ओके रिकॉर्ड कलेक्शन 1 2 4 5 ट्रैक्स. सो हम लोग ऐड करने वाले ट्रैक्स अडिक्टेड टू लव. देखते हैं व्हाट डज दिस से फर्स्ट. ट्रैक शुड हैव द स्ट्रिंग अडिक्टेड टू लव एज द लास्ट एलिमेंट. ओके सो व्हाट इज दिस नंबर? 1 2 4 5. 1 2 4 5 इज दिस. वी हैव ट्रैक्स एंड वी हैव अडिक्टेड टू लव. डज इट हैव अ ट्रैक? अरे बाप रे. But it does not print addicted to love. क्यों रे? क्यों भाई? पुश करनी है ना तुझे तो वैल्यू. पुश करना. Add value to the end of the array, not assign it. Exactly. पुश करना है ना वैल्यू. oh I understand why, क्योंकि इसको empty array रखना है ना. So this won't work. I understand why. I understand you. चलो थोड़ा समझ आया. अपेंड करना है और कुछ नहीं करना है ना. लेट्स रीड दैट अगेन देन. फर्स्ट, इफ द एल्बम डज नॉट हैव अ ट्रैक्स प्रॉपर्टी. अच्छा, तो अगर ना हो तो ही. ओके, इंटरेस्टिंग. अब क्यों तकलीफ है, चलो. सो दिस सेज 1 2 4 5 ट्रैक्स एडिक्टेड टू लव. यहाँ पे क्या है, 1 2 4 5. अच्छा, ट्रैक्स एम्प्टी है. ओह ओके, so then would this work now? No, it's not else, it's then. Two different things. I think this was right. Nope, none of it is right. We are still stuck. क्या बोल रहा है? So 1 2 4 5. Let's read this. As the last element addicted to love 1 2 4 5. हाँ भाई, हमारा ऊपर कोड देखते हैं. 1 2 4 5. It's empty, and the tracks is empty. So we'll also write. We'll add an entry called addicted to love as the last element. It's the only element, but ठीक है, चलो. So if I run this, should we get should have a string and not a interesting. So now it's not an array. Why? तीनों को रन करेगा ना. ये तो सिर्फ वैल्यू एम्प्टी है तभी करेगा, तो ये तो गया. ठीक है. ये दो चीज़ें कंडीशन चेक करेगा. अगर जो हमने प्रॉप एंटर किया है वो ट्रैक्स हैं और जो उसकी वैल्यू है वो एम्प्टी नहीं है. अच्छा, तो दो चीज़ें चेक करेगा. एक ट्रैक्स चेक करेगा और वैल्यू एम्प्टी नहीं है कि नहीं. ठीक है, ये भी ठीक है. इसमें ये जो भी तकलीफ़ बची है, आई थिंक वापस इसको आरडी करना पड़ेगा. ये फिर से रन करेगा. ठीक है. what should this say? Should have the string as the last element. Well, fortunately, why? It says tracks and the last element is addicted to love. There is no element other than this is an empty track list. What are you saying, man? How can there be? How can it be a last element if it's the only element? You can see as the last and the only element. Why is this not the last element? Now what, let's run this test again. कौन से हुए? So this says artist should not be set. तो first वाला हो गया. After record tracks should not be set. Yes. Whatever the problem is, there is a problem here. Let's run this again. ये अभी भी नहीं solve हुआ है. So let's solve view. I can play with that later. Okay. What does this say? Artist should be the string ABBA. ABBA. Album title ABBA Gold. For which, चलो ये भी copy करके paste कर दें so that there is really no problem. Bye. Paste. हाँ चलो. So what does this say? Record collection 5439 artist ABBA. When we enter this, the artist should be the string ABBA. Artist ARTIST should be string, so it is in fact a string ABBA. If I press Ctrl Enter, there is still no tick mark. Why? क्योंकि हमें रिटर्न करना है. चलो रिटर्न करते हैं. सो वी हैव 1 टिक मार्क. सो ओके, चलो रिटर्न की वजह से बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो गई. ठीक है. नाउ ओके, माइंड ब्लोन, माइंड रियली ब्लोन. ठीक है.
सो आफ्टर रनिंग, हाँ चलो अभी ये चाहिए इसको. ट्रैक्स जब एक हो, ट्रैक्स शुड हैव द स्ट्रिंग 999 एज द फर्स्ट एलिमेंट. आर यू किडिंग मी? नाउ इट्स द फर्स्ट एलिमेंट. क्या है ये? 2468. 2468. व्हाट इज 2468? वी ऑलरेडी हैव. अच्छा, so it will, it must, it should, but yeah, let's find out. ठीक है चलो. So we now know that yeah, the code is right. Whatever we've written is works. It may not be efficient, it may not be anything, but it works. अरे बाप रे, फिर भी तकलीफ है. ठीक है, I'll paste this. ठीक है, सेमीकोलन. हाँ, अभी रन द टेस्ट करते हैं. क्या बोल रहा है ये? अरे हाँ सॉरी, console.log. Yeah, I can do, what I can do is I can put that. I can reuse this. I'll put console.log semicolon. ठीक है चलो. तो मैं ये कॉल करता हूँ तो क्या होता है? It should have the string 1999 as the first element. What happens when we run this function? 2468. Where are you? 2468. Tracks free, so it rewrites all of it. It literally rewrites it. What if I remove this from here and paste it here? अभी क्या होगा? अभी भी वो tracks को rewrite कर रहा है. 2468 पूरा overwrite कर रहा है. It does not even add. Exactly.
How do we not let it overwrite? Let's read this. First, if the argument does not have the tracks property, apparently it does. If it does, then we can, okay. Prints tracks 1. Yes! A little bit better. This code does look a little bit better. Let's see whether this should get us out of the pod. If I run this, nothing will happen because yeah, it's console right now. Return records, and let's change this. Let's put this back to where it was. Paste this and run. Okay, अभी भी तकलीफ है. अभी सारे गए. क्यों रे, क्या हुआ रे? चलो अभी फर्स्ट पे वापस जाते हैं. क्या ये? That's not it. Okay. Semicolon. चलो देखते हैं क्या हो रहा है. So for 1, the artist string should be ABBA. It is in fact ABBA. तो क्यों टिक मार्क नहीं है? चलो मैं रिटर्न करवाता हूँ इसको. कोड कर देता हूँ. चलो वी हैव 1 टिक मार्क. सो या ABBA वर्क्स. ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, इसमें कोई तकलीफ नहीं है. नेक्स्ट, I'll put this back where it supposed to be. अभी इसको हटा के रखते हैं. So ABBA works, this first thing works, and I can also see a tick mark here and for the last two. So 2, 3 and 5, they do not work somehow. Let's see why. Semicolon. Semicolon. So what does this do? It will create, it's supposed to create a tracks called Take a Chance on Me. So track should have the string take a chance on me as the last and only element. You can see there is an empty array in here. So it did add a property, but the added property was empty. Okay. Because of this, of course. So if it doesn't have a property, if it does have a property, I want you to do this, but if it doesn't, then I want you to do that. So then this should be done regardless, right? Excellent. Let's think then. More logic our way. A copy of if prop is tracks and value isn't an empty string, तो अगर entry कोई कर रहा है, कोई argument भेज रहा है tracks and value isn't an empty string, then you need to update the album's tracks array. Okay, हाँ ठीक है. First, if the album does not have a tracks property, if it does not have a tracks property, तो ये रन करेगा क्या? Assign it an empty array. ठीक है. So ये if statement है. If it does not happen, अगर empty id assign कर दिया, फिर क्या करेंगे? Then तो वो id assign कर दिया, उसके बाद no else, nothing, then we give it this value. What? We give it the this. और सोचना पड़ेगा. ठीक है. When I run this, I know what will happen. This will still stay stuck, but then we'll have to find another way to solve you. Paste it again. इसको मैं कर दूँगा comment, इसको मैं uncomment कर दूँगा, and it says artist is not defined. अरे हाँ, sorry, yeah, artist is not defined. Agreed, understood. ठीक है, चलो. Semicolon, please. Let's run these tests. And you can see this is again we are back to where we were. Not a problem. But थोड़ा logic, code का भी logic थोड़ा ज़्यादा समझ आया. Now what does this say? Should have a string 999 as the first element. Okay. उठाते इतना. Paste it here. Good. Let's do this and comment that. Okay, very good. Huh. And we also have an error called tracks is not defined. Very good. Why? कहाँ पे है tracks? What do you mean? Oh yeah, sorry. अरे यार ये भी क्यों आ जाता है? So sorry about that. Okay, what does this say now? So this is the original. क्या नाम है? 2468. 2468. This is 2468. It's 1999, and it has already two items. It already has two items. You're supposed to append one at the end. That's why we're using the push function. Oh, interesting. Okay. So it already has a track. But it says if the album does not have a track property, then assign it a value and then add a value at the last item. But if it isn't an empty string, अच्छा. Then add the value is the last item in the album's tracks array. Interesting. Then I think we should put this inside you. Wait. Think. Because you are inside if, but we should also place it outside the if. And you can see prints tracks becomes free. Will that give us more errors, or will that get us to the end of the line? We will surely never know unless we run the tests. I'll put this back to where it was. Oh, अच्छा, इसलिए कर रहा हूँ तकलीफ सबका. Yeah, we should copy that. Paste this. Comment the console. Oh, come on. Bye. Okay. Let's run this. हाँ, अभी 2 error आए, but this. Oh, that's still okay. That's still has a problem. Okay. But now this has a problem. What problem do you have, my friend? Let's see. Let's look at you. Ah. I mean, I can also read the code itself to understand, but I would like to use console for my reference. चलो, क्या बोल रहा है? Cannot read properties of an undefined reading push. अच्छा, ये क्यों रे? यहाँ पे तो काम कर दिया, यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं कर रहा? If prop equals tracks and it's not empty, then and only then will you do this. What are you doing? So you are going to records, उसके अंदर ID के अंदर जाओगे और तुम prop के अंदर जाओगे, which is this. Oh, what if it doesn't exist? What is this? 5439. Unfortunately, it does not have the tracks property. Should it also be outside? Then क्या semicolon डालना चाहिए था? नहीं. Yeah, I understand why it's undefined. I understand that. दोनों को रखना चाहिए, अंदर और बाहर. What will this do? We have 5439. Take a chance on me. Where is 5439 for now? It is 5439 is here. You can see take a chance on me, but it does. Oh, we have 2 entries, obviously. Now it only has 1 entry, but now the code will not work for you. I have to optimize you. Come on, how do we do it? How do we do it? What logic can we apply? Nickel. I know this works now. As the last and only element, it will work. What do you say? Should have string 99 as the first element. चलो, इस पे वापस जाते हैं, दिमाग फोड़ते हैं. Semicolon. Should have the last element. Should have the string addicted to love as the last element. If it does have tracks, yes. I still think we should put that in there. Then it would be circular, wouldn't it? Let's see. Maybe not. Let's find out. ये क्या करेगा? It will do this instead of that. Let's see whether this works, or this yields more problems. ठीक है,
हाँ अभी भी क्या 1999 इज द सिंगल एलिमेंट दिखा रहा है. ठीक है चलो, लेट्स गो टू दैट अगेन. सॉरी 2468. अच्छा ये sorry, come on. 2468, let's go up. This is 2468. We have album, artist, tracks. 2468 के अंदर tracks में हम लोग free ऐड करने वाले हैं. So 2468 के अंदर tracks के अंदर free ऐड करेंगे. Unfortunately this is also pushing it. तो ये क्या बोलता है? Does it have a known property? It does. So then why did you not give it a push value? क्यों रे? If it already does have 2468 का है 2468, it already has a list of tracks, has own property which says tracks, so it should obviously return as true. Why did it not? You know what, I'm also going to print this. Let's see what it actually prints. उठाते ना इतना, चलो दिखा. Do you actually think it is a... It says true, so that means this shouldn't be free. Okay, let's think. So this is where true value goes and this is where the... Achha. Is it supposed to look like that? क्या यार? If else. अभी आ गया. ठीक है, ठीक है. No change. So basically no change. Okay, the moment we added else, stuff happened. Okay, so if this does have a property called tracks, then what will you do? You will add a value at the end of the array, which it did. You can see free twice. You can see free twice now. And you can still see free twice. क्या यार, अब क्या? Comma, nope, can't do that. You can see free twice. We don't want free twice. Free is not supposed to be put twice. After my little red covet, it's supposed to come only once. Appear for once. I know what's doing it. This is the one that's adding the value. But what do we do to it is the question. अगर ये empty है तो उसको दो फंक्शन देने हैं ना. मतलब वो अगर प्रॉपर्टी है नहीं तो दो फंक्शन देना है. अगर प्रॉपर्टी है तो सिर्फ एक फंक्शन देना है. Exactly, and that ends with this. Can I put logical AND operator here? It's an operator, but I know. Yep, that worked actually. Wow. Let's see. For this case, it worked. Let's read this. what does this say? Should have the string 1999 as the first element. It does. There's no error yet. Okay, so I can remove view. Oh sorry, not F12. हाँ, इसको मैं अभी कर दूंगा, इसको वापस कर देते हैं. Hopefully this should end the things right here. What time is it? 5:35. Wow. Okay. अभी इसको तकलीफ आई. चलो देखते हैं क्या है. But the rest are solved. Okay. Yeah. When it's true, it can't. But if it has a property, why can't it push? Okay, let's read this. 5439. What is 5439? This is 5439. If it doesn't have tracks, then why is it undefined? This should return true. This should return false. Now what, I'm going to find out whether it returns false or not. Come on, why? What are we doing wrong? Sol.log. हाँ. एक तो एरर पे चिपका है ना.
Cannot read properties of undefined reading push. I understand you. Is it because of you? चलो यहाँ से मैं ये हटा दूँ तो क्या तेरा एरर हट जाता है? No, that's not what you are referring to, are you? You're referring to this push, aren't you? Let's remove view altogether. Let's see. So the code does work. Math isn't mathing is a very funny phrase. Okay, whatever you are to do, it's all with this logic. Why do you have a problem with this? The rest didn't. It says the इसको मैं हटाता हूँ तो क्या करता है पहले तो देखते हैं. What is this? 5439. 5439. As the last and only element. As the last and only. By that I can understand that you want it to be an array. तो ये ही मैंने तेरे लिए array बना दिया और उसके बाद ही मैंने ये रन किया. Now it says cannot read properties of undefined reading push. What do you mean you don't understand push? वैल्यू तो हम लोग कितनी बार रीयूज़ कर रहे हैं. टेक अ चांस ऑन मी तो पुश कर रहे हैं ये ट्रैक्स में. ट्रैक्स तेरे लिए बनाया और फिर उसके अंदर पुश करेंगे. व्हाट डू यू मीन यू डोंट अंडरस्टैंड? What if I write tracks here? चलो. Nope. ये हेडेक देगा. Push is in fact a function. Then we can't use ampersand, double ampersand. Then yeah, this shows up. But then we do this and then this will start crying. Can I nest you? Yeah, that's not possible. With curly brackets, hopefully. कुछ तो हुआ. Let's read this. What does this do? ये हटा देते हैं, अभी इसका काम नहीं है. Bye. Yeah, let's leave it. Okay, it says true. So what does this do? It says a record collection. यहाँ पे तकलीफ थी ना, 5439 tracks. 5439, does it have tracks? It does not. Okay, तो हमने उसके लिए बना के दिए. कहाँ से? ये else में से. ठीक है. क्या बोल रहा है else? कहाँ है 5439? This is 5439. We have album title tracks and inside that one in the last track. You can chance on me. Hopefully that works. Curly brackets for the win, guys. / return. इसको ठीक है करते हैं run. हाँ. Finally. After so many iterations, we finally managed to beat it. What time is it? 5:41. Wow. Now let's just keep going. At least 90 करते हैं. मैं सोच रहा था आज 100 किए बिना खड़ा नहीं होगा, but maybe not. I don't see it happening. I can say, oh my god. Yeah guys, that was a great win. Oh, we have 2 people watching. Thank you so much for watching. But wow. You know what, let me get some more coffee. That was something that was very taxing. Now that we've figured it out, we can go to the next step. Why don't you guys read this before me? You guys can help me. Oh, we have 3 concurrent viewers. Oh, I don't feel like going anymore. I can't, yeah, you guys will disappear. Okay, what does this say? Iterate with JavaScript while loops. So new concept. Now we are going to learn while loops. Yes, you can run the same code multiple times by using a loop. Yay. The first type of a loop we will learn is called a while loop. So we are going to learn loops in JavaScript for the first time. While loop because it runs while a specified condition is true and stops that once that condition is no longer true. Very cool. Let's read you. तो भाई क्या है? This is a variable. Variable that is an array. So this is an array with the name R array. ठीक है. Array. Hello, Mr. Sagar. I can see your thumbs up. So maybe you were watching all along, or maybe you weren't. I spent an hour and 40 minutes approximately with one step. I blew my mind, but now I'm back. I wasn't blank or anything, but yeah, वो करने में दिमाग फट गया. But I figured the logic out. Anyway, what does this say now? While loop. The first type of loop we will learn is called a while loop. हाँ ये सब ठीक है. Okay, so this is an array called R array. So we have let. This is a variable. Variable has the name I and it has a value of 0. Okay, so now we have these global variables. Global variables are global arrays. Now we look at the while loop. So this is how you start. You literally write while and then you put the parenthesis, and inside that I'll first do this. So this is the variable I. So this variable I, is it less than 5? If it's true, then it should be inside the curly brackets, which it is, I think. So if it's true, you will start the while loop. What will it do? So it will call our array, which is this array, and it will push I. Okay. Oh, तो कितनी बार वो I push करेगा? ठीक है. अभी if you think about this, the value of I is 0. So it will push I. So it will push an I, push 0 in this. So then the first entry of the while R array is 0. Then after this is done, it will basically run I++. I++ means add one value to it. Sorry, add 1 plus 1. So this literally means I plus 1. Yeah. So now the value has become 2. But now this loop ends. no, no, the loop doesn't end, the code ends. But what do we want to do? We want the loop to run until i's value is greater than 5. Until then it will do nothing but run. So जैसे ही ये ख़त्म हुआ, अभी इसकी वैल्यू 1 हो गई. You can see, you can keep my you can follow my eye. So now it's 1. Now it will run the loop again. When it runs the loop, it will push I, but now the value of I is 1. So we will have 2 entries in the array. The first entry will be 0 and the second entry will be 1. It will do so till 5. So we'll have 6 entries. Is 5 less than 5? No. I think yeah, then it will do it till 4. But yeah, that's the example. Maybe I'll learn more. Oh, we have 4 viewers. Hello 4 viewers. That is a huge achievement. I don't know if those 4 viewers are my mom and my dad and Mr. Sagar, or a few friends, maybe Mr. Someone from Bihar. This Bihar champion we had once, he was amazing. शायद वो देख रहे होंगे. But welcome all 4 of you viewers. Thank you for watching. आज तो ऑलमोस्ट 6 घंटे कर ही दिया है. आज टारगेट करते हैं एटलीस्ट. हमारा क्या 88% हो गया क्या, पता नहीं. आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी लेवल्स हैव फिनिश्ड, बट आई विल ट्राई टू फिनिश टिल 90 बिफोर आई टेक अ ब्रेक, और मे बी आई विल नॉट टेक अ ब्रेक इफ आई डोंट फील टू टायर्ड. बिकॉज ऑफ द वेदर इज सो प्लेजेंट दैट आई डोंट feel that hungry. And of course it's the interest in this thing, interest in learning this. Okay, what does this say? In the code example above, the while loop will execute 5 times and append the numbers. Yeah, so push appends it. Append the numbers 0 through 4 to our array. Yeah, exactly. So 0 through 4. Now what does this say? Let's try getting a while loop to work by pushing values to an array. Cool. Add the numbers 5 through 0 inclusive. So 5 and 0 are included in that array in descending order. Okay, to my array using the while loop. तो पहले 5 फिर okay, 5 4 3 2 1. ठीक है. Only change the code below this line. These guys are pretty clear when they're teaching you new concepts. They are pretty clear about where to edit the code. So let's write while while. In that while we will first mention what we want to do. So we're going to make this 5 4 3 2 1 0. So अच्छा हाँ नहीं, एक और वो भी चाहिए. We also need a variable. Let I h Harshal h be 5 yeah. Okay, सोचते हैं. मैं भी पहली बार देख रहा हूँ. I have not done this in a while. So is h greater than 5? Nope. Is h greater than 6? नहीं यार, ये तो बराबर नहीं. Let's read this again. What does this do? तेरे 5 तक पहुँचेगा, बट हमें 0 तक पहुँचाना है. सो तो ऊपर से नीचे लाना है. Descending orders. This is ascending, this is descending. So what do we make this? Do we make this 6? And is h less than 0? So it will stop at 0, right? Or less than -1? ये क्यों आया? हाँ, -1 में क्या हो गया? हाँ. So is 6 less than -1? No. Nope, I don't think that should be the way to do it. Is 6 greater than 0? Yes. So now you are in the loop. Okay. Test may fail if this is not changed. Potential infinite loop, don't worry. Okay, now in the curly brackets, what do we write? My array dot push h and then semicolon, potential infinite loop, and then h minus minus semicolon. इतना किया. Add 5 numbers, add numbers 5. Okay, अरे हाँ नहीं, We can also use console dot log to see whether I made a huge mistake or I killed this thing. So my array dot, it says my array is not defined. Why? Let's think. MYARRAY is not defined, but it is an array. What do you mean it's not defined? Let's look at this. While let I equals 0. Syntax, is that correct? Is the syntax correct? There is no space, there is nothing in there. What does this say? My array is not defined. Let's read this again. R array, so my array, this is my array dot push h. I am pushing h to this, and then I remove. Oh, this should be 5. Is 5 greater than -1? Yes. अरे हाँ, इसको 0 होना चाहिए क्या यार? हाँ. अभी बोल रहा है my array is not defined, but it's a global variable. Why? How is it not defined? Let's read what they did, then what we did. My array, okay. Let I, let h equals this. While loop, okay. In the curly brackets, we write my array dot push. We did that. Did I put a typo anywhere? Does it only work with I? H is not defined. हाँ नहीं. चलो पहले ये कर देता हूँ. ठीक है, चलो I पे जाते हैं. It shouldn't matter, but okay. My array is still not defined. What do you mean it's still not defined? I can see it right there. Or if I write 1 here, 1, 2, it's still not defined. क्यों रे? MUSH. अबे मिस्टर अरे यार. Oh come on, yeah. अरे बाप रे, what is that? That's new. I'm sure you guys watch me for this stuff. And let's look at comments. क्या हो गया? बाप रे. So what does this say? We have semicolon from Mr. Sagar More. Then we have not in brackets. हाँ कुछ वो bracket में मैंने कुछ लिखा होगा. Semicolon not in brackets exactly. Mistake spelling line 12. मैं ढूंढ रहा हूँ mistake और इन्होंने पढ़ ली. अरे यार. Yeah, what happens? Wow. Yeah, but you guys watch me for this, don't you? Not Mr. Sagar, he tries to help, but yeah, the rest of you. So what does this say? अच्छा इसको -1 करना पड़ेगा. Then I think -1. So 5 through 0 increasing in descending order to my array using a while loop. Yeah, I think that's it. 85% complete, 90% complete, 100% तो किए बिना खड़ा नहीं होना है. होपफुली, पता नहीं घंटे दिन पूरा ख़त्म कर देंगे क्या. Okay, you can run the same code multiple times by using a loop. Yes, so now we are going to learn for loops, guys. For loops, don't worry. The most common type of JavaScript loop is called a for loop because it runs for a specific number of times. For loops are declared with 3 optional expressions separated by semicolons. ये for loops के साथ मेरा थोड़ा experience है, but I don't remember it exactly. मैंने कुछ Python का कोड तो किया था, Python का लिखा भी था for loop, but I'm not sure. Yeah. So what does this do? The most common type of JavaScript loop is called a for loop. हाँ, for loops are declared with 3 optional expressions separated by semicolons. 3 optional expressions. 3 optional expressions separated. अच्छा optional तीनों के 3 by semicolons. So this is how it's written. But हम लोग वो भी read करेंगे. Don't worry. where A is the initialization statement, अच्छा, B is the condition and C is the final expression. Okay, example पढ़ेंगे तो और समझ आएगा. The initialization statement is executed one time only before the loop starts. It is typically used to define and set up your loop variable. Okay. The condition statement is evaluated at the beginning of every loop iteration. So which is the B, which is B. The condition statement is evaluated at the beginning of every loop iteration. And will continue as long as it evaluates to true. When the condition is false, the start of the iteration, the loop will stop executing. This means if the condition starts as false, your loop will never execute. इसके साथ मेरी बहुत तकलीफ होने वाली है. I can guess so with condition statement. Final expression is executed at the end of each loop iteration. Fine. अच्छा, apply to the next condition check and is usually used to increment or decrement your loop counter. I understand. In the following example, we initialize I equals 0. कहाँ पे? अच्छा, इसके अंदर ही करते हैं. अच्छा, initialize ऐसे करते हैं and iterate while our condition I is less than 5 is true. अगर ये true है, एक सेकेंड फिर से पढ़ते हैं. इनिशियलाइज I equals 0. So अच्छा, initialize, so this is the variable. So you initialize a variable executed one time only before the loop starts. So basically this is the only part of the loop that will reiterate itself, but this will check. So I think these are the only two parts that will reiterate themselves. This will only get edited, changed, I think, or maybe all three of these things will reiterate. No, I think yeah, ये दोनों ही होंगे. But continue. Let's see. Okay, while a condition it will increment I by 1 in each loop iteration with I plus plus as our final expression. I think yeah, तीनों के तीन iterate होंगे. Okay. Let's read what this does. We have a global variable called R array. Of course, we're going to increment everything in it. Okay. अभी क्या बोल रहा है? So for loop, this must be A, this must be B, and this must be C. You can see there's no semicolon after C. Final expression. Okay. So this will initialize. This is the condition statement, and this is the final expression. I can see what this does. So this will initialize a variable. This variable is called I here. Can you guys see that? थोड़ा zoom कर दो. नहीं, थोड़ा छोटा. Shit. This is. I think this is readable to you guys. So we initialize a variable. We mention the value 0. Then we go to I. Is I less than 5? If it's 0, it is in fact less than 5. So this turns out to be true. तो क्या करेंगे? अगर ये ट्रू होता है तो फिर ये करेगा I प्लस प्लस, तो अभी उसकी वैल्यू एक और बार कर देगा. सो दिस विल बिकम 1 नाउ एंड देन इट विल पुश I. Interesting. Let's see. We'll increment I by 1 in each loop iteration with I plus plus as our final expression. But then why should there be a 0? If I'm mentioning if this loop is run for the first time, पहली बार उसकी वैल्यू 0 होगी, फिर वो कंपैरिजन करेगा और फिर I प्लस प्लस करेगा. So this will automatically become 1 and then will it be pushed? Why is it pushed when the value is 0? Use a for loop to push the values 1 through 5 onto my array. Let's find out. देखते हैं ना क्या होता है. Okay. So first let's write a for array for loop. For loop के अंदर ये 3 arguments होंगे, 1 2 3, ठीक है. And if it's true, if the value holds to be true, whatever we write will be in the curly brackets. अभी क्या लिखेंगे, क्या चाहिए तुझे? For loop to push the value. I'm going to use h. That console log was my problem, so I'm still going to write h. क्या चाहिए इनको? 1 through 5. Okay. So that's one value. That's the first argument. What can we write? That's the first statement, the initialization statement. Now we mention the condition statement. 1 through 5, 5 तक करना है ना. So I write h is less than 5 तक 6 in semicolon, and then we write h plus plus क्योंकि हम लोग push through values करने वाले हैं. Plus plus. Now inside this I go here, I write my array dot push in double quotes in parenthesis h. क्या अरे रेफरेंस एरर क्यों दिखा रहा है अभी? अच्छा हाँ नहीं हमें हाँ दिस इज़ एक्सीडेंटली ग्लोबल, वी हैव टू मेक इट या ओके. लेट्स सी वेयर आई एम मेकिंग अ मिस्टेक एंड लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड. यहाँ पे ज़ीरो रखते हैं तो फिर भी वो उसको पुश करेगा और उसके बाद उसको इंक्रीमेंट करेगा. console.log my array array. ओके सो इट डज पुश. ओके सो जहाँ से भी शुरू करना है वहाँ से हमें लिखना है 1 2 3 4 5 onto my array. Let's see, we have Mr. More's comments. What does it say? I'll connect with you later, no problem. And then after that we have 2 more comments of his. What does it say? What do they say? 3 more comments actually. Only 2 parts iterate, not first. Yeah, exactly. So these 2 parts will iterate themselves, not the first. And you say the operator should be greater than or equal to 5. ओके हाँ वो करेंगे तो क्या होगा? आई मीन दिस विल ऑल्सो वर्क बट आई अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट यू आर सेइंग. सो इक्वल्स टू 5. oh sorry 5. cool. and what do you say? I should be 1. yep yeah I understand that. yeah
ज़ीरो रखने से वो ज़ीरो को इंक्लूड करता है. pretty cool. but yeah we can use this greater than or equal to 5. very nice. We can go to the next step. 86% complete guys. All thanks to you guys' support. Thank you. wow 4 more % to go. बाप रे 6 घंटे कर दिए. छोड़ो यार अभी इसे तो भूख तो लगी है नहीं, वापस भी मिलना है तुम लोगों को. करते करते 90% तो पहुंच जाते. For loops don't have to iterate one at a time. By changing our final expression we can count by even numbers. So they don't need to iterate one at a time. Interesting. अच्छा we can count by even numbers. So भाई +2 कर देंगे. So what does this mean? Basically this means I equals I plus 2 because we are adding 2 values. So this will reassign and function the same at the same time. Oh, we have Yogen sir and my mom watching. Thank you so much. So let's see. For loops don't have to iterate one at a time. By changing our final expression we can count by even numbers. Okay. Yeah, so we can change the final expression, the expression this. We'll start at I equals 0 and loop while 10, so it will go from 0 to 9. We'll increment 0 to 9 and we'll increment I by 2 each loop with I equals plus equals 2. So then we'll only get the even values, even numbers, and also the number 0. This is pretty clear. Our array will now contain 0 2 4 6 8. 0 is even. Let's change our initialization so we can count by odd numbers. So instead of +2 we'll write initialization. We'll change the initialization. This is the final expression. We'll make this 1 and that should automatically take care of it. So for loop, in this we will write let h, I'm going to use h equals 1, then semicolon, then I कितना चाहिए 1 through 9. So I less than 10, h less than 10 semicolon, and we write h plus equals 2, and the bracket ends, and then in the curly bracket we write r array dot push h and semicolon. Do not forget semicolon, guys. That's yeah, it has caused many headaches. Abhi kya hai? Acha, it's not our array, it's my array. Yeah, okay. So yeah, we can see there's no output in the test output here. Let me write console dot log h, sorry, my array. You can see 1 3 5 7 9. We have a list of odd numbers now. Good stuff. What do we have here? We have another comment. We have another comment from Yogen sir. Thank you for showing me freeCodeCamp. Oh, this yeah, I didn't know I had it in me to go 6 hours without anything but code. Thank you for that. So what does this say? Mr. Sagar's comment: if I is greater than 0, what? Why are you putting the if comment in here? Is that another way for a loop? Please explain, Mr. Sagar. If it was I equals 0 at starting. I don't understand. Are you speaking about an if statement or a for loop? Let me read your comment again. Maybe I didn't understand it. If I is greater than 0, then push this. Acha. What? Wait. Let me read this now. So you can continue. Okay, maybe we can understand this later. Thank you. No problem. Yeah. I'll take a screenshot. I'll keep this in my notes to understand. Screenshot. That is the screen. Oh yeah, you need to say that. Okay, good enough. Back to this. Yeah, where were we? Cool. Yeah, we ran the test and we have finished it 87%. Very good, actually. We are indeed a shooting star. Okay, count backwards with a for loop. A for loop can also count backwards so long as we define the right conditions. In order to decrement ये तो देखना ही पड़ेगा. मैं कब का decrement यूज़ कर रहा हूँ. Decrement. अच्छा, it's decrement. You know what? Let's also look it up on Google. They don't have the phonetic spelling. Come on. How to pronounce decrement? Come on, where is Google? I don't think you guys will also be able to hear it.
Decrement.
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 Decrement. Okay. Oh no, did I kill anything? Decrement. Very nice. Are we still live? Yeah. Oh, I thought I pushed the wrong button. Command W. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So in order to decrement by 2 each iteration, decrement instead of increment will decrement. We'll need to change our initialization condition and final expression. Yeah. So all three of them, all three expressions in the for loop, and we'll start at I equals 10. Before it was I equals 1 or y equals 0 or h equals 1, h equals 0. Then that was the less than sign. This will now become the greater than sign. We'll decrement I by 2 each loop with I minus equals 2. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. I don't think I need to look at the code to understand that. So what I'll write is for, then for the first statement we will write h equals, what do we want? Oh, by the way, we have to read what we want.
what we are supposed to accomplish. Push the odd numbers from 9 through 1 to my array by using a for loop. Okay, so h equals 9, then semicolon. Then for the second statement we write h is greater than, greater than 0, semicolon, and then the last statement, so h minus equals 2. That should do it. And in the curly brackets, what will we write? H is not defined. And we also we made it an accidentally global variable. We have to mention let or const, so that it's a local variable, not a global variable. Okay, so what do we write now? We write my array dot push, because we are pushing it to the end. We are appending the text, the numbers, and I will write push here, push h. Let's see whether we are incorrect or correct in any whether we are correct or incorrect in doing this. h is not defined. कहाँ पे गलती की है? Oh, it shouldn't be h, it should be my array. Obviously it's not defined because it's local. I understand. It's local, so if console.log is not inside the for loop, it won't show me. Okay, 97531. Nice, done. 88% complete. Only 2 more. Well, 12 more, but okay. Iterate through an array with a for loop. A common task in JavaScript is to iterate through the contents of an array. Okay, मतलब भरे हुए array में से contents देखना. So one way to do that is with a for loop. So for loop सीखेंगे, और this code will output each element of the array ARR to the console. So AR means this array has the name ARR. This code will output each element. So let's read this example and let's try to understand what they're doing. So this is constant, this is array, this is this array has the name ARR, and this array has these values 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, whatever. Then we run a for loop. In this for loop, the first statement says let, so they're declaring a variable called I, and it has a value 0, so it has been initialized. Then we go to the second statement. What does this say? I is less than ARR dot length. Interesting. Oh, wow. I understand this. So the length of the array. So how many items do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 items. So this would mean 5. But maybe we don't know what the length of the array is. It could be something. It could be anything. It could be infinite for all we know. But for this example, it's 5. So then this would become 5. So I is less than 5. So as long as this value, this statement is true, the loop will keep going and it will increment the value of I. Pretty cool. And then console.log. So we're not going to, it will increment and it will not push it, it will just print out the numbers. When you see console.log and you say ARRI, you are literally printing. Whoa, wait a second. I see, we're literally printing each and every value. Oh, but this is a very twisted way of printing the values. I would say twisted, but I don't know the application, so maybe I can say twisted. For someone who knows the applications of this, they might think of this as a wonder. Remember that arrays have zero based indexing. Zero based indexing, guys. 0 लिखेंगे तो first value बताएगा, do not, और 1 लिखेंगे तो second value दिखाएगा, do not forget. Which means the last index of the array is length minus 1. Yep. Our condition for this loop is A, sorry, I is less than array dot length, which stops the loop when I is equal to length. Pretty much. In this case, the last iteration of I triple equals to, yeah, so the strict equality operator. In this case, the last iteration is I strict equality operator 4. When it becomes for example, when I becomes equal to arr dot length minus 1 and outputs 6 to the console, then I increases to 5 and the loop terminates because the value of I is definitely greater than array length. Yeah, so array length is false. Declare an initialize a variable total to 0. Total to 0. Yeah, we can do that. So for loop, we are working on for loops anyway. Still. हाँ ठीक है, हाँ बराबर है इसके अंदर. हाँ, declare and initialize a variable. I'll put h, the variable 0. So now we've declared a variable. We also have to write let. I'll write let. You can write constant, we can write var, doesn't matter. They have different meanings, but I don't think it matters anywhere because this is a local variable anyway, and we are learning. Okay, so that's so the first variable has been initialized. First statement, the initializing statement has been written. Okay, use a for loop to add the value of each element of the my array. Add the value of each element to total. Where is total? What? Let's read that again. Acha, declare and initialize a variable total. Sorry, it's not supposed to be h, it's supposed to be total. Come on. Declare and initialize a variable total to 0. Chalo, initialize kar diya. I think there are no problems now. Use a for loop. So we are inside a for loop to add the value of each element of my array to the total. Each element. Oh. Add the value of each element. So basically 2 को ऐड करना है, 3 को ऐड करना है, 4 को ऐड करना है, 5 को ऐड करना है, 6 को ऐड करना है. हाँ. So this should be outside then. So it's not taken care of actually. Semicolon please. Yes. Okay. I should write let h equals my array 0. Okay, so h is the first value right now. I mean, I could just simply write total and it would give us the same effect. What am I doing that's different? Oh, right now h is not 0, it's 2. Well, if total were also the same, what would we do? Maybe the answer is back in here. Let's read the example again. This is the length. We are not chasing the length this time. We are supposed to add the value of each element. So maybe this is the concept that we need to understand. Maybe I'm not understanding the concept clearly. Maybe the concept is not clear to me, so that's why I can't think of writing it down. So let's read this again. Remember that arrays have 0 based indexing, which means the last index of the array is length minus 1. Our condition for this loop is for that example loop is I and is less than arr length, which stops the loop when I is equal to length. Oh, acha, in that case I am right then. This is the first value, then I'm supposed to increment this value to 2. How do I make it to 1 or 2 or 2 to 3? हाँ, मतलब अच्छा ठीक थे, समझ तो आ रहा है मुझे. So now we write the comparison. कब तक चाहिए? This has 5 elements, so I don't need to write 5 elements. I'll just write age. No, I cannot write age. Such a something that is less than my array's length. So length and semicolon again, और यहाँ पे हम इंक्रीमेंट करेंगे अरे वैल्यू. मुझे फर्स्ट एलिमेंट को पिक करना और उसको यहाँ पे ऐड करना है. सॉरी, मुझे टोटल में ऐड करना है. So then this cannot be it. This has to be let's think more. So what does this say? Declare and initialize a variable. Use a for loop to add the value of each element of the my array to total. Basically मुझे 2 को लेके total में ऐड करना है. So we add 2, then we add 3, then we add 4, then we add 5 and 6. So we take the first element, the 0th element, and we increment it here, add it here. Wait a second. कैसे लिखेंगे? TOTAL plus equals. So it will also reassign and add. Plus equals what? तो किसको ऐड करेगा? फर्स्ट एलिमेंट को. तो वो फर्स्ट एलिमेंट चेंज कैसे करेगा? Come on, what are we thinking? Let's go through this. Which stops the loop when length I is equal to length. We're not using length, are we, this time? We shouldn't be using length then. TOTAL. What would this do? Let's think. Just write 1. What would this do? Maybe if I understand this, I can edit it to my benefit. So let total equals 0. ठीक है, total की वैल्यू अभी 0 है. अभी total की वैल्यू 0 है. 0 is in fact less than my arm length. So what will it do? It will print a number. What will it write? So console dot log. Let's write my no, not my error. I'm supposed to find out the value of total. Semicolon please. So first it will become 0, then it will become 1, it will become 2 and 3 and 4. It has to become 2, then 5, and then 9, and then 14, and then 20, in that order. Using the code from that, using the array. What does this say? ARRI. I have to read this again. Okay, our condition for this loop is I. So this is the condition. I is less than array's length, which stops the loop when I is equal to length. ठीक है. In this case, the last iteration is I. This 4 when I becomes equal to array length minus 1 and outputs 6 to the console. Then I increases to 5 and the loop terminates because this is false. Yes, true. So declare and initialize a variable total to 0. How do I pick the first value?
added to a number. अच्छा, wait a second, but वो उसको कैसे increment करूँगा? I still don't understand. If I take this out of the loop, sorry, enter. Okay, now inside this I write, what do I write? Let's go with h equals 0. ठीक है. So ये लेंथ जब तक है तब तक ये ऐड करता ही जाएगा, ये ठीक है. I can write h here. So as long as h is 0, it will keep adding the value. Oh, wait a second. टोटल प्लस, हाँ, यहाँ पे मैं लिख दूँ माई ARR in block brackets 1. Oh, instead of block brackets 1, h. क्या बात है इसके यहाँ? अच्छा हाँ, नहीं, लेट भी करना पड़ेगा. So then we have the first value is 0. अरे बाप रे, तो I have created an infinite loop. बंद करो ला, पहले तो लूप बंद करो. हाँ, या, so this is not the way to do it. क्यों? क्या array भी प्रिंट होती रहती है? Let's print the array. Console log command said instead of total it should now say h. h की वैल्यू infinitely 0 रहती है. Oh, okay. So then this should, what if I write total? Total भी infinite loop रहेगा. My ARRAY, is that also an infinite loop? What? Oh, why? But it's a global variable. Oh, it's not my array, it's my ARR. ठीक है. And that will also print that infinitely. ठीक है, ये सब infinite loop बना दिया है. We don't want an infinite loop. You know what, I'll do this. I'll keep this empty so that it doesn't.
अरे यार, ये तो कुछ ना कुछ तो प्रिंट करता ही रहेगा. We'll have to leave it. ये हटाओ पहले तो. टोटल पे हम क्या ऐड करेंगे? हम लोग माई एरे में से फर्स्ट नंबर को ऐड करेंगे. लेट्स एटलीस्ट ऐड द फर्स्ट नंबर. सो आई राइट माई ARR. ओके, लेट्स प्रिंट दिस. console.log. what will this do? ये वापस इन्फिनिट लूप में जाएगा क्या? इन्फिनिट लूप पे जाएगा. TOTL. Yeah, not the right way then. क्योंकि वो इन्फिनिटली 1 को ऐड करता रहेगा ना जब तक h की वैल्यू कुछ नहीं होती. use a follow to add the value of each element to the my array to total. वो वैल्यू में स्टोर कहाँ करो? Where do I change it? मैंने ये यूज़ करके टोटल पे फर्स्ट वैल्यू तो ऐड कर दी. हाउ डू आई प्लान ऑन चेंजिंग, selecting the second line? If I make this 5, which it will someday, any day, any time, we will stop. Oh, this is another. This will also take an hour. 2 3 4 5 6, the length. So the first element you would add is 0. Let's read u again. Maybe you have some answers which I do not. ये क्या बोल रहा है? I plus plus. Remember that arrays have 0 base index, arrays have 0 base, which means the last index of the array is length minus 1. Our condition for this loop is I is less than array length. Wait a second, नहीं इसके अंदर डाल देता हूँ. Let's see. Break. Of course, yeah. We can use break. अभी एरर दिखाएगा तो ठीक है. एरर है तो खुद को पार्स नहीं करेगा, समझने का ट्राई करेगा. Use a for loop. Declare and initialize a variable total to 0. किया. Use a for loop to add the value of each statement of the my array to total. Add the value of each statement of my array to total. Add भी कैसे करेंगे? How do I pick one? More brackets, guys. Headache. Oh, but I do not have any headache right now. चलो इसके अंदर कुछ करते हैं मस्ती. इसके अंदर दो. No, come on, man. This should be H. So my array H. Right now you're choosing the 0th value and you'll add it to the total. So total equals total plus my array, the first value. ठीक है. But then how do I plan on changing the value of H? Should be the question. Can we use that? दिमाग फोड़ दिया इसका. Also H++ होगा काम. देखते हैं क्या बोल रहा है. या सेमीकोलन डालो. Okay. Does this say unexpected infinite loop? That will be fun. Let's see. console.log moment of truth total. अच्छा, it did not add to total. Wait, it did actually if you think about it. So पहले 0 था, फिर उसकी वैल्यू 2 की, फिर उसकी वैल्यू 5 की, then 9 की and 14 की. अच्छा, wait a second, we want to add all of them. टोटल की वैल्यू उसने 6 बार प्रिंट की ना. इसको बाहर निकालते हैं. What are we missing? Let's read the tests now. Total should be declared and initialized to 0. Initialized to 0. Total should equal 20. It does not equal 20. And I can see it 5 times. We should use a for loop to iterate through my array. Iterate through my array. इसमें ही सब किया है. We should not attempt to directly assign the value 20 to total. What? Oh, 6:30. Wow. The longest I have ever been online. Wow. Yeah, and it was possible because of coffee breaks anyway. क्या बोल रहा है ये? चलो इसको 20 कर देते हैं. No. It will stop literally at 4. That should give us 20. Does that give us the go ahead? I don't think it will. Yeah, because total does not equal 20. It has 5 values. So then do we remove view? Oh, sorry. Sorry. What? Why did that? When did that come from? Oh yeah, तो ठीक है. इसको कट कर देते हैं और कंसोल को यहाँ पे प्रिंट करते हैं. क्यों रे? Because it's all inside the loop. What did you use? What did you write? ARR, array and I. I only want to find out the value of total while okay. देखते हैं. मतलब जो भी किया है वो ठीक से तो नहीं किया है. Command X. What if I only want to see the value 20 with for loop? ये क्या करता है? Oh, sorry. Array. The mouse. Sorry about that. What does this do? It prints 0 5 times. Why? Because console.log is total. H. It is 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, 0 1 2 3 4 5. Let's think this through. मुझे एक एक वेरिएबल को उठा के टोटल में रखना है और उसको ऐड करना है. In the meantime, I wanted to stop, and I also wanted to increment the value of h. तो मैंने जो ब्रैकेट्स यूज़ किया था वो तो बराबर था. Can we use? I remember unshift. We also add unshift to u. Then add the value of each element of the my array to total. तो मुझे पूरे array की values लेनी है. क्या वो सारी array की values मैं each में डाल सकता हूँ? पहले वो देखते हैं. तो फिर वो each को मैं total बना दूँगा. Not you, h. So what does this do? Oh, h equals h plus, so 0 plus this would be 2, so then this would become 2, then 2 h would become 2. ये तो नहीं चाहिए. How do we? Okay. Think. सिर्फ इसको टोटल बना दो तो क्या करेगा ये? TOTAL. Let's buy. निकलो चलो. इसको बनाते हैं TOTAL. अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैं टोटल में 2 ऐड करूँगा फिर 3 ऐड करूँगा तो वो या सो आई थिंक इट इज़ करेक्ट दैट वी पुट इट आउटसाइड. दो यूज़ करते हैं ना, चलो. Again, we tried that. It led to failure. Total plus equals, oh sorry, total equals total plus first value, 0th value of h. Then we finish the loop, then we go again. So I think यहाँ पे मैं h11 लिख दूँ तो हो जाना चाहिए. Not 11, sorry, plus plus. What if I write print total? Of course it would print that 5 times. I see that point. Then why can't we see it? Should equal to 20. I understand. Or maybe I don't. It's because I don't understand. But if it's the 0th value, so what this does is, अच्छा हमें इसको प्लस करना पड़ेगा, +1. Then we would see 20. What if h were greater than my array? Should we go the other way around? Pehले last value, then first value. Why not? Let's see. पागल हो गया. Okay, so what does this do? 5. Is 5 greater than my array length minus 1? Yes. अरे हाँ यार, ये तो कितना कम लेगा. Nope. Think this through. Although the value of total is now 20 now, if you think about it. It is beyond me why it doesn't show us that. Console dot log total. If I write total here, what does it do? NaN, not a number. Interesting. क्यों सेमीकोलन नहीं डाला इसलिए? नहीं. Mind blowing. Let total equals 0. Let's read the instructions again. A common task in JavaScript is to iterate through the contents of an array. So we are supposed to iterate through the contents of an array. One way to do that is with a for loop. This code will output each element of the array to the console. Output each element of the array. Okay. मुझे आउटपुट करने की जगह सब में ऐड करना है. लिटरली आउटपुट की जगह सबको ऐड करना है. इसको मैं लिखता हूँ तो क्या करेगा ये? लेट्स सी. Yeah, as long as this is empty, this is broken, it won't do anything. But ये broken होगा तो और तकलीफ देगा. Slash. What did they do? Maybe let's build on that. So this is what they built. What does this say? It will output each element of the array ARR to the console. So ARR I. So it will print the first value, then print the second value, the third and the fourth, and so on and so forth. Okay. Remember that arrays have 0 based indexing, which means the last index of the array, which is the fourth one for this, is length minus 1. Exactly. So अगर लेंथ 5 है तो उसमें fourth value would be 6. Yeah. Our condition for this loop is I is less than ARR.length. This is the condition which stops the loop when I is equal to length.
Okay, in this case the last iteration is I strictly equal to 4. For example, in essence, when I becomes equal to arr length minus 1 and outputs 6 to the console, then I increases to 5 and the loop terminates because I is false. Yeah. Declare and initialize a variable total to 0. So we declare one and initialize one. We did to 0. So we can print each and every element using this. So I just need to change ARR to my ARR. Of course it is commented, so it won't work, but the moment I uncomment it, it will work. In fact, let's reuse this code, maybe try to understand what they have done. I can delete you, my ARR I. So it prints 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is what this does. To add the value of each element to the my array to total. क्या करेंगे, यहाँ पे लिख दो मैं total plus equals क्या लिखेंगे? So that would print it again. It would print this 5 times. I don't know. Total to what? Total of what? So instead of writing it inside, I wrote it here. Will that if that gives me if that lets me go, I'm going to lose it.
Come on. Let's read my code again, or the code I copied again. Whatever man, whatever. Let total equals 0. For loop let I equals 0. ठीक है, तो हमने initialize कर दिया. Come on. So it was allowed to but it wasn't allowed for this to print 0. Okay. तो बस इतना किया होता तो हो जाता. तो इसने क्या किया, basically total my array में से first value उठाए because the 0th value is 2. So total, so 0 becomes 2. Then after that, I think you guys know, you guys understand what that means and what it does. Okay. God. Another one, nesting for loops. I think this is also going to last us an hour. Is anyone watching, by the way? We have one viewer. Thank you for your support, whoever you are. Nesting for loops. If you have a multidimensional array, you can use the same logic as the prior waypoint for. If you have a multidimensional array, we came across multidimensional arrays before. Yep, you can use the same logic as the prior waypoint to loop through both the array and any sub arrays. Oh shit. Yeah, loop through arrays and sub arrays. Wow, sub arrays. हाँ, मतलब अभी हम लोग nested loops बनाएंगे. Okay, let's see what does this do. Okay, we have an array called array. Inside this array we have 1, 2 and 3 arrays. Okay, what will this do? So we have a for loop. It says let I equals 0, I is greater than array length, the array length is 3 I plus plus. Okay, abhi as long as it's true, it will also run a for loop that has been nested inside, which says for let j equals 0, another variable, j equals 0, j length of I, what is I? This. Very clever actually, very clever. Length, yeah I understand. So अभी इनकी length जब तक होगी वो लूप करता रहेगा, जैसे ही इनकी वैल्यूज़ आ जाएगी फिर वो वापस लूप शुरू करेगा, तब तक उसकी वैल्यू बन चुकी होगी 1, तो भाई ये इसको पकड़ेगा as long as we have this, अभी इसको पकड़ के इसकी वैल्यूज़ प्रिंट करेगा console.log में, फिर इसकी प्रिंट करेगा. मेक सेंस, आई अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट दिस डज. And what does it also print in this for loop? It prints array, not the expression, the array. It prints what? So it prints I and j of it. So जब पहला लूप चल रहा होगा तब वो अच्छा I का j प्रिंट करेगा. So पहला जब रूल चल रहा होगा, लूप चल रहा होगा, तब वो j का वैल्यू प्रिंट करेगा. You know what? I'll just print it and show you guys. This is what it will do. 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6. It's literally printing that value, but you don't see it that way. This outputs each sub element in array at one time. Yes. Now that for the inner loop we are checking the dot length of array I, since array I is itself an array. Yes, it is. Modify function multiply also, that it returns the product of all numbers in the product of all numbers. Not again. Don't worry. Of all the numbers in the sub arrays of AR. What do you mean sub arrays? Sub array. So we have a function. Inside a function we are going to build a for loop. It returns. क्या इट रिटर्न्स, अच्छा प्रोडक्ट रिटर्न करे. हाँ, तो हमें प्रोडक्ट में ऐड करना है, जो भी है. क्या ऐड करना है? प्रोडक्ट ऑफ ऑल द नंबर्स इन द सब अरेज ऑफ ए आर. सो ये सब को ऐड करना है. लेट्स सी व्हाट दिस डज. ओह yeah, we are supposed to build functions anyway, so yeah, cannot do multiply all 1 2 3. Okay, then this should return 5040. And it says only change code below, so this is perfect as it is. Only do whatever you want to do, you only do it here. Very good. I will refer to the previous code because that was something. बाप रे, ये भी थक गया, ये भी मुझसे देख के थक गया कि भाई यार वेबसाइट को थोड़ी देर आराम दे. ओह 100 ख़त्म कर दिए. वेरी नाइस. Nice. 6:53, almost 7 hours. Oh, thank you, Papa. अरे यार, I chose the wrong. बे पढ़ने नहीं देंगे मेरे कोड को. हाँ ठीक है, तो छोड़ो, फिर से लिखते हैं. नो प्रॉब्लम. फर्स्ट ऑब्वियसली ए फॉर लूप. पुट द नेसेसरी stuff. For loop again this. Inside this we will write product plus equals whatever this is, whatever this becomes, semicolon, then console.log. रिटर्न प्रोडक्ट है ना, ठीक है, छोड़ो. It will return the product. हाँ ठीक है, returns the product, so it already says return the product. Cool, nothing to worry for me. Okay, what will the for loop say? So we'll declare a variable first, h. What is my obsession with h? Then initialization कर दिया. Now we go to the statement. What should the statement say? Wait a second, बराबर कर रहे हैं ना हम लोग? हाँ. Okay, now this will check the length of the array, and also so
h is less than arr.length, and then we write the initialization statement, and the third is, I think, what's it called? I forgot what it's called already. क्या है? हाँ, हम लोग इस पे लिखेंगे क्या लिखेंगे? I think h++. That's it. Pretty simple, pretty standard. Let's see और क्या आता है. Now we go to u. इस पे बहुत मज़ा आएगा. Let v equals 0 semicolon v, but what of h. So in this h, so जब भी इंक्रीमेंट करेगा तो दिस विल ऑटोमेटिकली बिकम द नेक्स्ट वर्जन. 0 का 1 हो जाएगा, 1 2 3 4 till this ends. Yeah, till this is the equal to the length. Okay, of what? arr.length. Ar length, I'm not sure exactly. No, of v, first key length. क्यों? This should be arr v for this scenario. तो इसकी लेंथ जितनी भी हो, that is very nice actually. That is clever. I keep saying clever because that is actually very cool. v++. Now we go to product. क्या करेंगे? प्रोडक्ट ऐड. प्रोडक्ट में क्या ऐड करेंगे? हर एक वैल्यू को ऐड करना है ना. हाँ. So h and v. h v, good enough. क्या तकलीफ है तुझे? Oh, bye. Let's see. Instead of return product, I will try to write console.output to see. Sorry, console.log, and I write product. Unfortunately, it is not defined because it's product, not product. This says 1. क्यों रे? What are we missing that they did and I didn't? What am I missing that they did and I didn't? Or is this 1? It should be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Cha. Let's read this. For loop. Where does the curly bracket end? It ends here. Where does this curly bracket begin and end? Begin and end. It begins and ends here. Okay. So what does this run? For let h equals 0. Okay. ये बराबर नहीं है इसके हिसाब से. Let's read that and then try to understand it. Oh, look at that. Or maybe hear that. NaN not a number. अरे बाप रे. चलो कुछ तो किया. करेगा क्या? Let's read this. So for, in the for loop we write let h equals 0, then h, हाँ चलो फिर array length निकालते हैं. array length क्या है? 1 2 3 3. ओके, इसकी array length है 3. very good. okay, so this will probably run thrice. okay, array length है 3. is h less than 3, 0 less than 3? yes. oh, yeah, so if it's yes, then it should run this for loop. True, so this value is true. Will it not run if the value is true? Okay, no errors. Yeah, this is not a number. okay, so is h, which is 0, less than a array length? yes it is. so h प्लस प्लस करो तो ये 1 बन जाएगा. हाँ वो बाद में करेंगे, पहले हाँ h प्लस प्लस, फिर यहाँ पे जाएंगे. now we will also create another for loop. in this for loop we will let v become a variable 0, variable with the initialized value 0. is, now we will run the condition, is v less than array 0, which is the first, so length, so is 0? yes, so it is actually. so then we write v plus plus, तो ये अभी 1 1 दोनों हो गए. और फिर हम लोग लिखेंगे प्रोडक्ट h and v. हाँ यहाँ पे लिखना चाहिए ARRAHV. क्या यार, I think we should be able to find out some problems if none of them return true. okay, एक एक करके पकड़ते हैं. so during the first iteration it's 0, so 0 or 0, so first value की first value which is 1, तो वो 1 plus 1 2 हो जानी चाहिए. ठीक है, फिर second iteration पे जाएंगे, ये ख़त्म होगा. in the second iteration this will become 1. yeah, this will become 1. is 1 less than 3? yes, so प्लस कर दो. ठीक है, अभी ये 2 बन गया. अभी ये लूप के अंदर जाएगा. यहाँ पे अभी इसकी वैल्यू है 2. actually sorry, it's 1 but it's the second value. yeah, so this is 1 now. so array की फर्स्ट वैल्यू in the second value की लेंथ क्या है? भाई उसकी भी वैल्यू 2 है. अच्छा, do we even need to put this then? wait, h1 की v, what if we just ask it to print it out? let's see what it prints out first and then go ahead with this. so console dot log and in this we write this. क्या प्रिंट करेगा ये? so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. good, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. so what's that? 10 20 and 28 and 29, so that's correct. but if we write 1 2 3, so 1 plus, so 2 plus 4 2 4 plus 3 7. so if we write 1 2 3 it should, oh क्या मजाक कर रहे हैं? then this must be a mistake then. now it should work. now it will work. should return 5 for एक में अल्लाह प्रोडक्ट करना है क्या यार? Come on, I'm the only crazy one here, aren't I? Not the sum. Not the sum. Come on. Come on. Keep your eyes and ears open. I'm sorry, guys. You had to go through that, but because of me, now you will know that you have to keep your eyes and ears open. Sheet. Console.log. Now, if I write this, it will say 54. Yeah, 54. Console.log. Kya? Product. 5040. Yeah, sorry, not 54. Yep, that's what we were supposed to do. Just a simple. It would have done it. Oh.
That is a kid playing with that. What time is it? It's 5:40. 6 बजे तक करते हैं, फिर थोड़ा आराम करते हैं. Whoa, it's already 7 hours of stuff, man. At least finished till 90%. Okay, iterate with JavaScript do while loops. Wow, that looks exciting. The next type of loop you will learn is called do ... while loop. It is called do while loop because it will first do one pass of the code inside the loop no matter what, and then continue to run the loop while the specified conditions evaluates to true. I have no clue what that will do. Let's read and then read it again. So we have an array, then we have a variable, we have do has been declared. Inside the curly brackets we have this our array push I, and then while. Okay, let's read this now. Maybe this example will help me understand again. Do while loop because it will first do one pass of the code inside the loop no matter what, and then continue to run the loop while the specified condition evaluates to true. What's the difference between for, while and do while loops? We don't know. The example above behaves similar to other types of loops. So it behaves similar to other types of loops, and the resulting array will look like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. However, that makes the do while different from other loops. However, what makes the do while different from other loops is how it behaves when the condition fails on the first check. Let's see this in action. Here is a regular while loop that will run the code in the loop as long as I is less than 5. Yep, very cool, understood. In this example, we initialize the value of our array. Yeah, you do initialize the value of our array to an empty array with the value of I to 5. Yes, we do. When we execute the while loop, the condition evaluates to false because I is not less than 5. Yup. So we do not execute the code inside the loop. The result is that our array will end up with no values added to it, and it will stick like, it will still look like blank square brackets when all of the code in the example above has completed running. Now take a look at do ... while loop. तो भाई ये देखा, ठीक है. अगर ये है तो फिर वो run नहीं करेगा. But I think this is independent of that. Maybe let's see. Let's read this. So we have another. Okay, we have this pretty standard. Then we have a do loop which says r array dot push I, so it will push I and then it will increment the value of I. So it will push 5 here first, then increment 5 to become 6, so then 5, 6 while I is less than 5. But because while I is less than 5, it won't do anything. So let's see. In this case, we initialize the value of I to 5 just like we did with the while loop. When we get to the next line, there is no condition to evaluate. Okay, when we get to the next line, there is no condition to evaluate, so we go to the code instead inside the curly brackets pretty much and execute it.
We will add a single element to the array and then increment I before we get to the condition check. When we finally evaluate the condition I is less than 5 on the last line, we see that I is now 6, which fails the conditional check, so we exit the loop and are done. At the end of the above example, the value of our array is 5. Yes, essentially do while loop ensures that the code inside the loop will run at least once. एक बार तो run करेगा ही. Okay, I understand. At least once, it will run at least once. Okay. Essentially, do while loop ensures that the code inside. Yeah. Let's try getting a do while loop. Can you guys read that? Let's try getting a do while loop to work by pushing values to an array. Pushing values to an array. Okay. Maybe they are trying to keep it easy for us for this step. At least for this step, please keep it easy for this step. Change the while loop in the code to do a do dot 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 while loop. So I will say ellipses, but we can basically just say do while loop. So the loop will push only the number 10 to my array, and I will be equal to 11 when your code has finished running. Yep. They were quite easy on us actually. So now, oh yeah, इसको उठाएंगे, cut, and we write what? We write do, and then we write while. That's it. A little bit of switcheroo, a swap, if I might say. Nice. 90% complete. बाप रे, 7.25 घंटे हो गए. But I want to go more. होता है जितना होता है करते हैं, नहीं तो फिर मैं आप लोगों को वापस मिल ही सकता हूँ. 6 बजे तक करते हैं. अगर लिमिट आ जाती है, अगर इसमें दिमाग बहुत दौड़ाना पड़ेगा. देखे तो लग तो रहा है. You can see we have to write all of it by ourselves. So then I'll leave this guys. Yeah, 7.25 तो हो गए. 7 घंटे हो गए. I'm going to take some rest, maybe stretch a little, maybe go out a little. And what time is it right now? It is 5:47. I'll see you guys back online at 7:30. Yeah, 7:30 sounds good. I'm going to take, and yeah, that's a good long shower. Yeah, so I'll see you guys again around at 7:30 or whenever I come live again. But when I do come live, we will not be doing the freeCodeCamp thing. Instead, we will try to do something else for a change. But for now, I'm finished with freeCodeCamp for this week. I'll see you guys back again on Monday with freeCodeCamp tutorials. In the next video, I'll probably try to read something. Maybe you guys can watch me read a book, for example. I'll think of something crazy to do. But thank you guys for watching, and I will see you back again on Monday. Whoever is watching the freeCodeCamp course, and the rest of you who are interested in me reading a book, are welcome to watch me read a book. See you guys and have a good day. Thank you. Ciao.